out of their mind because of the stress of the world or whatever, and they can start taking it out on their woman or taking it out on their man, whatever.
Right.
But if you know the person well enough to know this is an outside pattern and you can see that it's building up and coming again, then that may be, now that's something you have to train yourself to be able to see. You being married to somebody, you got to learn that person for your own safety. You have to learn this person and their habits and their patterns. Because if you don't learn that person, and they could throw a twist at you at any moment and you could get thrown off. So I don't suggest no woman go out there and repeatedly get her butt kicked. The first time it happens, a consequence should come down so severe that if she decides to stay with him, he know better than to ever do that again, or just leave. But I don't promote violence in a relationship, not to man to woman, woman to man. No, never.
Got you. BMU, you know what's so crazy about this? It's because you read the statistic earlier saying that the great change in the marriage comes in the 4th year, right?
Yep.
And we all know the average black marriage lasts how long?
3 years. 3?
No, 5 years.
Yeah, okay.
To be fair, 5.5 years. To be fair, right? 5.5 years, according to the statistics, right? He just said that you have to learn people.
Yes.
That is I don't even have to checkmate you. You just checkmate it yourself. That is not a vetting problem.
That's not.
Because you have to learn people. No. According to you, wait a minute. See how easy it is to want to talk to somebody else talking is easy, right? According to you, right? The person has to vet. Now, according to you, you have to take time to learn people inside of the marriage.
Listen to me.
That's something.
Listen to me. Vetting only improves your odds of having a better character person at your side.
You said that. We heard.
It just only improves your odds. There is no foolproof place where you're going to stand and you're going to be, there's never going to be no challenges. I don't care how good of a situation, how good of a woman you got, how good of a man you got. Okay, so don't try to make it sound like I'm trying to say something.
I'm not making it sound like nothing.
Crazy. I'm telling you. I'm telling you that
even we heard what you said.
Nobody can hear me because you keep talking over me.
You just started talking over me, nigga. No, are you serious? And I stopped talking and let you get it out.
Okay.
Because it don't matter.
I know the kind of people you must deal with. I know the kind of people you must deal with. Wait a minute. I know the kind of people you must deal with, but I'm not a nigga. Just to get that straight. I'm not a nigga. I don't consider you a nigga. I don't consider nobody else a nigga on this
Really?
panel.
All this cutting off you've been doing, that's what niggas do.
Right. Okay, BMU, hey, man, I am done. I thank you for allowing me to come up here and appreciate you, man. But I don't talk to the crazy. So y'all have a good one, man.
I'm going to review it. I'm going to show the world what you really are. I'm going to review it. I'm going to show the world exactly when you said the reason why men have these problems in their relationship is because they don't vet. Those were the words that came out of his mouth. Now he don't want to be held accountable.
Up here, BMU. What's going on?
BMU, am I making that up or is that what he said?
Listen, what happened is y'all got into the argument. You ended up pushing him into a corner and made him realize what he was saying. And then when he tried to do it over again, he tried to backpedal out of it, but you held him accountable.
At all. You can't do that to me.
So listen, this is what happened. This is what we need to do. We got modern Renaissance man in the building.
Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? Then mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side managed shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Playing close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you holler and cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping, first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger, nigga. It'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right, family. Hey, how y'all doing today on this beautiful Tuesday morning? Shout out to everybody, man, out there at work, at home, doing what you're doing, making sure that your loved ones are taken care of, man. Even if you're that only loved one, man, make sure everybody's things are done right. And you know what I'm saying? We doing everything in a positive way. All right, y'all. Well, let me take care of some business first. Shout out to Brother Eric. Go check out Brother Eric, man, at 16 to Life, the YouTube page, man. Good brother, good dude, man. I really want to get in and out of here today, man. I just wanted to address some of the stuff that happened to me when I was on the Blackman Unfiltered Network the other day. And my purpose for going over there wasn't to say, I know everything. I know more than everybody else. I know everything because I've been married. That wasn't my purpose. My purpose for going over there was to try to, put some more information out from somebody who has been in the valley and kind of came out of it. And I think a lot of the information that was being given at the time was from people that just, their vision only goes so far. But I have seen a lot of stuff. I've seen a lot of stuff, man. So I try to impart that knowledge. But because I don't do it in a machismo way, people just say, What does he know? You know what I mean? So, I'm not a vain person. I really, I don't need to have a bunch of followers, and I just, want to get some good information out to these young men. Our young men are getting destroyed in relationship, male-female relationship. They're getting destroyed. Not to mention the women. The women are getting destroyed too, but the women have many more resources to rebound out of bad relationships than men. Men you just get destroyed, and there's no groups or home that you can move into, or there's no shelters, nothing. You just get destroyed, and then you just left to figure it out, right? So our young men are going by the wayside, and they're creating unwanted pregnancies, right? We talked about that with David, King David, right? Unwanted pregnancies, unplanned pregnancies. And then they're causing havoc. Shout to Arshawn. They're causing havoc for the baby, for the woman, for themselves. They're causing havoc. So I'm trying to stop that. We're trying to stop that, man. At least that's what we're trying to do over here, man. We're trying to stop that kind of stuff. So my point for even going over there is not to say, I know more than you because I've been married. My point for going over there was just to say, hey, brother, there's another way you can look at it. Look at it like this. Let's just do the mathematics on it, right? If you disqualify bad people from your dating pool, you're less likely to run into major problems. You're much less likely to run into super major problems. But if you don't disqualify, say, well, there ain't no way I can get rid of bad people, so I'm just going to do. That's stupid. That's stupid to me. But hey, man, some people don't think so. We're going to get into it, man. We're going to watch Bro C's appearance on Blackman Unfiltered. We're going to review it. We're going to check it out, man. We're going to see. Did I miss it? They said I got backed into a corner. Did I get backed into a corner? Was I trying to change what I was saying? Or was I trying to get, somebody who was emotionally unstable to listen? That was my fault. Now I will give Blackman Unfiltered this one. It was my fault trying to get an unbalanced person trying to get them to listen to reason. That was on me, right? If a person comes out and says, hey, I have mental illness. If a person comes out and says that, then who's the crazy person? The one trying to have a rational conversation with that person, or the person that already admitted, hey, I got these issues, right? So I can't blame Beans. I can't blame Blackman Unfiltered. It was my fault. I'm just trying to clear up some of the things I was trying to say, because obviously they were being what's the word? The things I was saying of good was being taken and being used for bad, in my opinion. All right, before we do that, y'all, let's check everybody in real quick. Thank y'all for taking the time out to just check it out real quick. We're gonna review the footage. Sister Inya, she said, why, Bro C? You know what, Sister Inya, I'm not gonna do it no more. I learned my lesson. Rico, Vaughn, and a couple other people, man, they told me to leave situations like that alone. I keep walking into them thinking, hey, you know what, I can help. I can add some flavor to the conversation, but you can't. When there's a narrative that's so strong that black women ain't nothing, black women are the scourge of the planet, there's one man walking in there saying that's not necessarily true, you ain't gonna get over, right? What does the book say? Wherefore out the eagles are gathered, so shall the carcass be. I was the carcass, right? All right, so we're going to get into it, though. And Sister India, glad to see you. By the way, if you haven't already got copies from Sister India's poetry, man, you want to get out there and get some of that, man. It's a good sister, and she got some good poetry, man. Who else in the building? Our resident sniper, Risa Neal's in the building. Shout out to Risa. Glad to have you in the building, sis. Okay, y'all know my thing about Risa, man. Ain't nothing gonna ever happen to Risa. So if you catch a stray from Risa, that's on you, right? You try to come sideways, that's on you. Or maybe you didn't come sideways. Clarence, I wasn't even trying to, I was just saying this. I know, but Risa thought you was, so that's where we going with, right? So y'all, just please, man, let Risa relax. She's our resident sniper, man. Trust me, you ain't gonna even see it coming if you come sideways. So if you come in here to disagree, cool, no problem. We have no problem with you disagreeing. But disrespect, that's the whole point why I left the Blackman Unfiltered show. You left just because he called you a nigga, Clarence? That's right. I ain't gonna let it go one time. He called me a nigga before, and I didn't even hear it. I didn't hear it. I didn't see that. I didn't catch that one until the replay. I caught it on the replay. I said, man, if I'd have heard that one, I would have stopped him in his tracks at that one. But I didn't hear it because I was trying to talk and you trying to talk over me. Right? But like they say, shame and tactics need to be right. Insulting language, try to insult me, try to shame me, but that's cool. We're going to get into it, man. We're going to get into that. We're going to get into all that. Shout out to Risa. Glad to have you in the building, sis. Who else in the building? Brother Sim Simma. Sim said, I don't think either one of you are wrong, but we must understand most people are not the same forever. That's all I was saying, Sim. That's all I was saying. This other person was saying I was wrong about everything I was saying, right? And then he got all emotional about it. Right? I tell him calm down a couple times. Hey, can you calm down? This ain't nothing to get emotional about. We just two men talking. Brother Clarence, you're a nigger. All right? That's all I was trying to tell him. See, you ain't been no real long. You're in a long-term relationship, Sim. That's what I'm trying to tell. You're in a long-term relationship. Man, people go through changes. Most people gonna change a lot every 5 years. Every 5 years, they're gonna change their perspective on things, right? Because their vision gets clear. They can see what's behind the scenes, what's going on, right? When I first got to the job I'm at now, I used to see like, wow. I said, wow, this is a beautiful lady here at this job. Wow, this is a beautiful lady. And so one time I was telling this dude, hey, yeah, man, that chick is beautiful. He said, yeah, okay, don't say nothing to her though. I said, why? What? Like, I said, I wasn't planning on it, but what's going on? He said, that's so-and-so's girl. I said, that's so-and-so's girl. He said, yeah, that's so-and-so. I said, but so-and-so is married. He said, so what? That's his girl. She married too. I said, I didn't even see all that. I didn't even know all that. But see, it take a while before you really learn how things are going. And that's an anything, especially with people. Sim said, we go having the option of changing through all of our experience in life. Yeah. That was my point, Sim. You might have a good woman. That don't mean she ain't gonna hit a skid every now and then. That don't mean you might have a good man. That don't mean he ain't gonna hit a skid. You gotta understand the wicked world we living in, man. Anybody, we went over King David, God's beloved. Man, we talked about how he just tried to get a piece, and he ended up getting a girl pregnant, and then he said he tried to cover up the pregnancy by bringing the man in and trying to get him to sleep with his wife because he knew that something was going to come up. If this man been out to war all these months and his wife turned up pregnant, that was going to be bad. So he tried to get the man to go in and sleep with his own wife because David had slept with her and got her pregnant. That didn't work. He tried to get him drunk. That didn't work. He said, man, I just got to kill him. I just got to take him out. He killed the man to cover up a pregnancy an unplanned or unwanted pregnancy. But that just go to show, man, any one of us can get caught up out here. Ain't nobody too good. I got too much of the Lord. I can get, man, I don't care what you got going on, man. That's why we got to stay prayed up, because anybody can get caught up out here. Anybody. Sim said, it's impossible to predict, guarantee stability long term. So best way, make sure you do things only because you want to, because we can only control ourselves. Yeah, you can't control nobody else. So in my opinion, this is my opinion, we talking 34 years married. In my opinion, the best way is to constantly check in, constantly check the mind, right? Ms. Farquhar said, when your family comes in from the world, you got to download the foolishness that they've been inundated with all day. You got to debrief them. What's going on? You got to just stay tied in, man. You got to stay tied in to their vibration. If you don't, man, because when their vibration gets different, then you can say, uh-oh, something's up, right? But if you're not even tied in, man, you won't even know you won't even see what's going on. Your children come in the house, man, and you so far removed from them, next thing you know, they got all kind of stuff going on. They're on drugs. They're failing in school. You're like, what happened? Because you ain't in line with their vibration. You should be so in line with the vibration of the people in your house. When anybody is off of their vibration, you should know. That's why when you come in your house, you greet everyone. Why? Why are you greeting everyone? Because you need to get the vibration back that everything is okay. Hey, son. Hey, Dad. Or they go, ugh. Now you know their vibration is off, something is going on. You may need to step in. Not you personally, Sim, but I'm just saying we as fathers, that's our job. The mother's job ain't to come in the house and greet everyone and say, oh, this person got a problem. Let me step in there and sit down with them. That ain't the mother's job. That's the father's job. That's the father's job. The father's job is to come in and greet everyone and say, hey, what's going on? Why is this out of order? What's that? The father is the one that's supposed to come in and reestablish order. But we listen to these guys. These guys say, oh, no. The black woman is in charge of everything, and everything is her fault. That's why all she needs to do is just listen. Really? What if the black woman fell in love with an idiot? How about that? Then what's she supposed to do? Follow an idiot right off the cliff? But anyway, man, we'll get to it. Let's see. Sam, we checked in Sam, we checked in Risa. Who else we gonna check in, man? I think that's everybody. Oh, we checked in Arshawn. Shout out to Arshawn. If you guys haven't already subscribed to Crickly Drinking, man, get on over there and check out Arshawn and the crew over there at Crickly Drinking. Shout out to them, man. Who else is in the building, man? Who else is in the building? We gotta get right to work, y'all. We gotta get right to work. Hey, what's up, Big Mike? How you doing, man? Big time, Mike. Hey, man. He said, what's up, bro? See, for old time's sake, do the Rico dance. The Rico dance? This is the Rico dance, man. This is the Rico dance. Shout out to you, Mike. Good to see you, brother. Who else in the building? Risa said, I say it all the time. Most can't control their emotions and no impulse control and really don't need to be on panels because words mean things. They are loud and wrong. Yes, sometimes Risa, by the way, Risa was another one that told me, hey, man, Clarence, maybe you should leave that kind of stuff alone, right? I'm like, nah, Risa, get away from me. Risa, get away from me, right? But I got my comeuppance. Definitely got my comeuppance. Yeah, you're right, Risa. Who else in there? Rarsh, I said, run. He said, I'm looking forward to this. I'm thinking about reacting to something. May wait until Thursday. Yeah, man, I had to react to this, man. Because Arshawn, what happened was I was so misquoted, man, and I was what I was trying to say. I thought I was in a place where I could say that stuff, and the issue would be the mathematics and what made more sense. But that wasn't the issue. The issue was how can I overtake what he's saying and use it to bolster the narrative of the show, which is a black woman is from the pits of hell, right? That's basically the theme of the show. The black woman is from the pits of hell, married or not, right? Of course, if you pick bad black women, you're gonna have bad situations, right? But they don't do the mathematics on that. But we're gonna get into that, man. We're gonna get into that. Shout out to Scam Likely, man. If you haven't already subscribed to Scam Likely, man, check out Scam Likely. Go over there to his channel, check him out, man. Good brother. Who else is on this? Who else is on the docket? Oh, Sister Eddie. Excuse me, Brother Clarence. Excuse me. Sister Eddie is a good sister, man. That is a good sister, man. I can just say that I have gotten so much. I've been blessed to have so many good people, man. This is the one, recent one. A lot of people, just good people, man, surrounding me, and they'll push me at times, right? They will push me. Sister Eddie is definitely one of the ones that will push me. I will be thinking like, I'm right. Sister Eddie say, are you right, Clarence? Right? she'll push me, right? But in a good way, not in a way that she's always very respectful and always very dignified, right? And so I don't care what color of a woman she is, very dignified for a woman. And she's and all of the women around me, really, man, they just always show nothing but respect. And so I got lucky. I got blessed with that. Scam said the trolls are invincible. Scam, I'm telling you, man. I got somebody, man, that will shoot first, ask, and not ask questions, man. Risa will shoot first and not ask questions. So I'm just saying, man, if you want to, hey, man, let's all act like we're at each other's dinner table and our kids and everything are right there, kids and wives, everything right there. And then we can disagree, but we got to be respectful. Because that's why I left the BMU show. I said, man, I'm not finna let nobody call me a nigga. But Clarence, he just called you a nigga. What's the big deal? That's a very big deal to me. Because, see, that's how dudes like that get. Once they start disrespecting you, I don't care. They start little. And then by the time you turn around, they've been joinking your wife. They driving your car. They pulling in your driveway. Right? You come off of work, their car is in your driveway, and they having sex with your wife. If you let it get that far, bro, she ain't letting nothing get that far, right? Nothing. Sister Eddie said 34 years. Yeah, 34 years married. I got 36 in the relationship, but 34 married. But thank you, Sister Eddie. Appreciate you. So I was trying to say I know a little something. Maybe just a little bit. I think that's everybody. Scam said women's are in charge. Well, what you doing over here, Scam? You need to be over at BMU right now. You singing a song. Yeah. Who else? Who else in the building? I think that's everybody. Oh, Mike said sometimes people can't separate having a measured talk for it being personal, and that's where you have to draw the line. I see. This is a thing, Mike. This is the self-esteem in black men is so low that they take it as an offense that you disagree with them. A lot of them, right? I just disagree with you. Oh, nigga. Right? I just disagree with you. I don't have to we don't have to get emotional because we disagree. We have to get disrespectful of each other just because we disagree with each other. But that shows you the self-esteem in a person that has to take that so personal that they gotta get emotional like that, right? You disagree with me? Nigga, right? Like, oh boy. Sister E said, the only question I have for you, bro, C, is why never again? No, it ain't happening again. It ain't happening again. You know what I realized, Sister Enya? I realized that, you know, even though I really want to help people, but I realized that some of our people are just so committed to their pain that they're just committed to that pain. That's theirs. They're going to keep it. They're going to wear it like a badge of honor. Even if they look crazy with it, they're going to keep that pain. So they don't want to walk away from that pain. They don't want to be left out of that pain. That pain is part of their identity. So they're keeping it. And when you try to give them a solution for that pain, that threatens their identity. Because that's all they got. They have such low self-esteem, they won't even try to create another identity. They just will hold on to whatever's coming, you know, whatever pain they got. This is me. This is me. I'm a man, and women's, what does Scam say? Women's, they get to do everything, and I can't do nothing. Right? Okay. I recognize that is a major portion of shows like that. So I'm going to leave them alone. You know, shout out to them. Let them do their thing, man. We trying to raise the dead, not throw more dirt on the coffins, man. So shout out to them. Sim said, when I look at this video, I pay attention to the men emotional levels. If it's higher than their logic, they don't need to be dating or married anyway. And women have to understand that. Yeah, man. See, that's another thing, Sim. We trying to show women what a real man's gonna look like. They think a real man's gonna be a whole bunch of money, slick talk and all that. But a real man is gonna try to love you. Right? The problem is we so crazy, man. Not only men, we just so crazy. We like you know, Sister Annie said, looking penub in all the wrong places, man. And we don't even know what love looks like. A lot of our sisters don't even know what love looks like. They think love is when a dude spend all his money buying them stuff. They think that's love. Love is love is enduring. When you love somebody, you have to endure them. Right? You love your children and they do stupid shit. You got to just endure it. You can't just say, get out of my house. You a guest. But I'm only 11. So I don't care. What you did, you poured pancake mix in my car tank. Get out of here. No, you have to endure their foolishness, man, and try to teach them around it, right? Love is patient. Love is patient. You know, love will wait. If there's even a glimpse of maybe somebody would turn the corner, love will wait. But our sisters a lot of them don't even know what love looks like, right? They don't even know what love looks like, man. Why? Because so many men have told them they love them, and it was just part of the game. So now our sisters are so jaded, a lot of them. When a man say, I love you, they just take that, they just chalk that up to the game. He got to say what he got to say. Oh, cool. Mike says, so when what you're saying is their ego is in the way of the conversation. Yes. I'm going to show you that, man. I'm going to show you that. Because even though I disagreed with this man, I wasn't there. I never got upset with him. Right? I didn't get upset. He's the one that got upset. Right? That's what they used to tell us in the dojo, man. He said, man, keep your composure, right? He said, they say, because that person wants you. You don't want them. I didn't come to you to start something with you. You want me. So bring it. If you want me, bring it, right? But I'm gonna be thinking clearer because I'm under control. Let's see. Scam Scam said, how dare you disagree with the almighty Dusty YouTube talking points? Blasphemy, 50 lashes, Stony, and 20 years of the slammer. Hey, Scam, man, I don't mind people disagreeing with me. What I'm not going to do, Scam, is let them be disrespectful. That's what I'm not going to do. I would never let somebody disrespect anybody on my panel, and I'm not going to go be somewhere where they're going to allow disrespect to flow to me. I'm not going to do it. So now that I understand that that's part of the show, I'm not going to go be a place like that. And my people was telling me that in the background, but I was still like, nah, I'm gonna go because, maybe I can, I was thinking I could help, but you can't help people that's committed. That's why Jesus said, I came not for the righteous, but the unrighteous. I ain't come for these people that they got it. They got all the answers. So why would they listen to me? I'm going to go to play people where they know they ain't got the answers and they can see that I'm trying to help them. All right, y'all, let's get to it. Let's get to it, y'all. Let's get to it. We had it was. All right, this is Bro C. This is me on the Blackman Unfiltered show. So we're going to review this, right? We're going to see where I went wrong because this man right here said that I was all over the road. This man said that I got backpedaled into something. I don't know what they were talking about. So maybe they did. Maybe. Scam said, I haven't seen you be fair. I try to be, Scam. I try to be fair. But the one thing I definitely do is I'm respectful. I'm not going to disrespect someone just because they disagree with me. I'm not doing that. But other channels, they do that, right? Shout out to the Great Pill Podcast, by the way. Okay, so this is what we're going to do, y'all. Let's review. Let's get into it. Is that, we don't know how to vet women anymore. Like we used to know how to do that. And we used to be pretty good, predictors of how she's going to be. Now, are you going to get a woman that's never going to give you a issue to deal with or a challenge? No. That's why they have vows. If it was going to be all good, you wouldn't have to say for better, for worse, for sicker, for poor, for richer, for whatever, right? You wouldn't have to say all that if it was going to be good all the time. But it's not going to be good all the time. It's going to be some challenges in there. Some money going to come up missing. One of these kids going to do something crazy. I mean, it's going to be some challenges up in there. So what we have to do is we have to go back to learning how to look at a woman and look at her character. But see, most of us, I don't know why we don't admit it as men, we get stuck on the physical features of the woman instead of getting digging deeper to see what her character is like, right? And women will do this to us. They will test us to see if we will continue to, ride along with them even in a challenge. They'll put a fictitious challenge in front of you just to see what you're going to do. But we don't do this as men. What we do is we just say, hey, she good. And you know what? She going to be worth all the hell that's coming because look at that banging body. And you don't even know the kind of hell that's coming, right? Like you said, most people have hidden desires. Most people have hidden desires. And they can run away from that hidden desire for 5 or 10 years. Okay, y'all. So now I said that I said this on many times before that most people have hidden desires, right? People that get into marriages, right? They mean well. They got good intentions, but they have hidden desires, right? We all do. I'm not telling nobody, I don't care how good of a man you got. I don't care how good of a woman you got. Everybody has hidden desires. And what I mean by hidden desires, I mean, there's some desires that you know about already, right? That you are conscious of. And then there's desires that you ain't even conscious of. You got desires that something in the atmosphere will spark your arousal to that desire that you didn't even know you had, and now you find yourself trying to find out more, or chase that desire down. And the thing about it is, we have to recognize, oh, this is something bad. I don't need to chase this down. But sometimes, man, we get so despondent or so what do you call that? Where we get so comfortable in a relationship that we veer off the road. We're not nurturing the relationship no more. Relationships take work. Marriages take work. What do you mean work? I mean, you got to put time into it. Relationship is like a garden, man. You got to constantly be monitoring the garden, making sure no weeds popping up, making sure everything, the bugs all over it. It's constant monitoring. Right? Sister Annie, we all do. We all have desires, right? But the thing about it is, that's where discipline comes in. Discipline is the brakes for desire. You have to have discipline, because discipline will make you stick with your morality, because sometimes we have a desire that's so strong, it'll pull us away from our morality, right? That's why we got to keep connected to the God, man. We got to stay connected, because if we ain't connected, man, we talked about King David. King David turned his head for a second. Oh man, look at old girl. What happened? A man ended up going to his death. The baby ended up dying. I mean, he basically got chewed out royally by Nathan the prophet. I mean, it was a bad look. But because he stayed connected to God and he repented sincerely, God was going to love him anyway, but God was able to still work with him because he saw that he was sincere in his repentance. But that's for another show. What I want y'all to concentrate on is, my point in the vetting process is not that that's an answer, right? Which is what this man in the red shirt was trying to say. You said that's an answer for everything, and now you said it ain't. You guys tell me when I said that vetting is an answer for everything. You guys go ahead and tell me that. When I said that, you guys timestamp when I say that vetting is the answer for everything. Only thing I'm trying to say is, the better you vet, the more likely you're not going to have as many problems. There is no surefire way. I don't care if you vet somebody and they're good. You can be married to somebody for 10, 15 years. Guess what? Anybody can turn their head and get caught up for all the devil needs is a second. David got caught up just like that. Boom. All you need is a second. And you could be, next thing you know, you trying to murder a man just to get to his wife, or to cover up the fact that you slept with his wife while he was out there at war. But y'all tell me, Sim said, for me, it's tall women, 5'10" and up, but I'm no cheater. All right, man, let's get back to it, y'all. Let's get back to it. Right? But when that desire meets a low level of discipline plus an opportunity to exhaust that desire, that's when stuff start happening. That's when you find out what's really going, what kind of woman you got. But if you vet properly, okay, you can see that she may have some of these hidden desires, right? You can ask her, hey, have you ever thought about having an open marriage? And she may say, yeah, a little bit. See, you can find out. They don't have to say a lot. They can just say a little bit, and you can recognize it up front. But if we got our eyes closed to what we're supposed to be looking at, which is the character, not only the physical features, yeah, you got to be attracted to them, but it has to come together. The physical features and the character, that's when you got a better person. And even when you got a good woman, there's going to be challenges. I don't care how good a woman you got, there's going to be some challenges in there. So that doesn't mean you accept because you're dealing with challenges. It just means that there's going to be challenges no matter how good. I don't care how good your marriage is. I don't care how beautiful your wife is. I don't care how submissive she is. There's going to be some challenges in a long-term relationship.
Yes.
That was my point on that, is that the fact that we got to do better as men, as far as, I'm going to just get with this woman because she's fine. Yeah, but
if it sounds like
Beans,
talk,
before you say that, Beans, hold it thought. I just want to say this, and then you could go. There's 10 seconds in right there. Pause right there. As of 2020, 2 out of 5 women are on mental medication, meaning psych.
Well, oh really? 2 out of 5 women on medication. Now, y'all tell me, I never heard nobody cite no place, Johns Hopkins University, the AMA. Ain't nobody citing nothing, right? Everybody can just pull statistics out their asshole and say, hey, you know what? Yeah, you know what? I'm going to say that too. Hey, 5 out of 7 women, can punch harder than a man, right? I mean, I can just pull statistics out my asshole, right? Later, you're going to see they can't even agree on how long a black marriage lasts, right? They can't even agree on it, man. Shout out to black man, but I mean, I'm just saying they couldn't even agree on it, right? One man got one statistic, one man got another statistic, another man got another statistic, right? But they're all in agreement, right? Holy smokes. All right, y'all, let's keep going.
Yes. They're even at a 34%, 34.3% amongst women. So even today, I'm not even going to say that's a blame or anything. But when you have those type of women, you are going to be dealing with different type of imbalances. When you have 2 out of 5 women,
just the wickedness of the world. Just this world is so wicked. On top of that, you have feminism and rap music promoting the division between men and women, especially in the black community. Of course, you're gonna have challenges. Of course.
Yeah, but back in the day, Brother Clarence, it was shoot him up, shoot him in his back, throw him on the train track. Today, it's put that thing in my mouth, let it touch the back of my throat. So the rap music ain't no different.
But how did it get that way? If we were real men, we would shut that down. You can't go nowhere. They laughing, right? I said, hey, if we were real men in the black community and we got together, well, Scam, I ain't blaming feminists for all the problems. Please don't be like Beans. I'm not because I'm saying black feminism and rap music are very leading factors. That don't mean I'm saying that's all, but those influences are very solid in the situation in the black community. All right, in my opinion. Some portions of feminism was necessary, Scam. I agree with you, right? Personal safety for women, certain things like that, job, security job, pay equality. Yeah, but it went too far. Where feminism went over the edge is when they said you don't need the man in the home. You do need the man in the home. If you have children there, you need the man in the home, right? That's the whole purpose of getting married, is to sire your own children. Why get married to someone and, not want to at least have the desire to sire your own children? Maybe you can. Maybe you have some type of affliction or something, you can't do it. But that's most men's reason for marrying someone, is because they want to start a family of their own, right? Even if the woman comes in with other children, he still wants to have his own family. Whether he can do it or not, that's another issue. Sim said most people who should be on medication are not on medication. Dudes are drinking, smoking, drugging like crazy. He think that they're not doing that to suppress their issues. Man, I don't know what he think, man. I'm just saying, they feel like the black man is so weak. He's so weak that he cannot fix these problems. They feel like, the white man is a whole nother issue, right? Of course the white man's going to take care of his community, right? Of course the Asian man's going to take care of his community. He feels like he's a man. Well, when I just suppose that the black man is also a man and he can also take care of his community, these guys thought that was a joke. They thought it was a joke. Clarence, we too weak. We too weak. We want this punani too much, Clarence. We won't just punani too much. We ain't gonna stand up and do nothing. But I'm trying to bring a different thinking to the game, right? Scam said, I agree. Feminism went too far, but people are people. Feminism is a reflection of the patriarchy. I don't know. Maybe that's something for me and you to debate one day, Scam. As long as you ain't gonna call me a nigga, we can talk about it, Scam. Mike said the reason why rap music being very the way it is and the messages is about because clearly controversy sells records. No record is responsible for personal choice. I'm not saying it's responsible, brother. What I'm saying is black people are people of imagery. And we learn a lot from imagery. We're not a quote unquote vibrational people. We are vibrational people. We are people of movement and rhythm, and imagery. And so imagery is very important to us, and that's how we learn. We learn quicker from imagery than anything, right? So if you got rap music with all these images, I kill ends, kill, die, kill, die, kill, die. I live on this street, you live on that street. Anybody on this street is gonna kill somebody on that street. Kill, die, kill. Die, kill, die. Right? So we keep sending that message out. Guess what? Our young brothers they don't want to, I mean, if you ain't from their block, you the ops. Why am I the ops? Because my parents lived there. I didn't even have a choice in where I live. My parents bought a house over there. But you the ops now. Okay. So what I'm saying is that's how we think. That's how our young men think. And that's how, look at these brothers. I'm telling you, hey, the black man is just as powerful as any other man on the planet. Clarence, you crazy. The black man ain't nothing but a slave, Clarence. What are you talking about? He's weak, and his woman is just in his way. How can your woman be in your? How can you call yourself a man and you letting a woman stand in your way? I don't understand that. No disrespect to the females, but there's some things that us as men, man, we have to get up and get in there. You ain't gonna be able to blame it on nobody else. God, I stayed a high school dropout because my woman, she didn't want me to go to high school. She didn't want me to get my GED. She wanted me to just, she didn't want me to go to college. She said I was going to be spending too much time away from the house. Really? God, I didn't, I did everything because black women was in my way. They were stopping me. Really? Anyway, let's get to it, y'all. Let's get back to it. You find Jews doing that? You find the Jewish community doing that? Do you find the white community doing that? No, they would shut something like that down. Because of us, and because of we have such a distant relationship with God, we won't shut that down. We will look at that as, hey, that brother's just trying to get some money. Even though he's put my mother down, my sister down, he's just trying to get some money. That's cool. Yeah, that's a cool thing. And because the women are being supported in their foolishness, not all women, of course. I'm talking about the women that are promoting the promiscuity and other things in that line. Mm-hmm. They are being supported by this music and by this feminism. They're being supported by that. And so they don't find out that there's a hook in that until they get to the end of the road, right? Then the women that they get mad at, they call them pick-me's. The ones that had sense enough to say, hey, look, you know what? I want a man in my life. I don't need a man in my life, but I want a man in my life. This is what I want. This is a natural desire that I have. I want to fulfill it. And they go out and they act accordingly and they call them pick-me's. Now, so we are upside down and inside out.
Brother Clarence, are you a Trump supporter?
I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm a person that supports. Did y'all hear that? Now he sat there and asked me about am I a Trump supporter? Why? I'm telling you, man, Blackman slick, right? Because what he really wanted to say is, you're a Democrat, aren't you? Right? You're a Democrat. But I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm not a Biden supporter. I support whoever's going to support the black community, man. If you're going to support us now, if Trump was to come out and say, I'm going to do X, Y, Z for the black community, maybe I would consider it. I know Joe Biden won't, but maybe Trump might. I don't like either person or either party. I just like results. But anyway, now, because I said that the black man is strong enough to stand up on his own, Clarence, are you a Democrat? Clarence, you must be a Democrat. Clarence, you must be a Democrat. Don't you know the black man ain't ish? See, Clarence, I'm trying to tell you, black men ain't nothing. The black woman is keeping the black man down. She is? Yeah, Clarence, she is. The black woman just keeping it. The black woman got her foot on the black man. Black man can't do nothing. Oh, okay. See, that's not my understanding. But hey, that's their understanding. So the first understanding is, hey, man, they said that the black man ain't ish. I said, hey, the black man can stand up and squash this stuff just like the Jewish man, just like the white man, just like the Asian man, just like the Latino man. They can squash this. You can't go on no platforms finding the white woman talking about how many bodies she got and encouraging other younger black women to get younger white women to get run up the whole bunch of bodies. You don't see that here. You don't see that in the Jewish community on this platform. There's only one group of people you will see where the women are out there publicly parading and proud to say, I'm going to put as many miles on this vagina as I can. Right? I'll think about a relationship after I done ran up the miles on this vagina. You know what I mean? Scam says, not true. All races are out of control. They are scam, but okay. Send me a video of a white woman encourage white girls out here singing and dancing, encouraging the white sisterhood to get involved in promiscuity. Send it to me. You won't find it on this platform. The only this platform right here that we're talking on, you will only find one group of women promoting promiscuity. Why? Because that they won't let the other ones do it. I'm not saying the other ones don't want to do it. They won't let them do it. They won't let them. There ain't no. Okay, if there's plenty, then you guys should do that, right? Guys should send it to me, right? If they're doing the same thing we're doing, how come we're in the worst condition? How can they be doing the same thing that we're doing and yet we're in the worst condition for it? See, I mean, come on, man, we got to be realistic. We got to do the mathematics here. Girls Gone Wild. Yeah, how's that? Where's Girls Gone Wild at? Right? The only reason why that was able to go through, why? Because the man was Jewish. The guy behind it was Jewish. He got that through. And to prove my point, Scam, you do Girls Gone Wild. You do it. You do it. And see how far you get with it. Arshawn said, and Scam is right. Even if we send you a video, you would say it was not the same degree. Don't try to get is like they got you get us like they get you. I wouldn't do it, man. I wouldn't do it. I just look at the results, Arshawn. If they were at the same level we were, how come they don't have the same problems that we have? Yeah, look at Jerry. Look at Maury. Who are the overwhelming guests on those shows? Like I say, man, I don't want to, I know a lot of times people want to say, hey, you know, I know everybody's having problems, Scam. There's nobody that's not having problems. In a wicked world like this, there's not going to be a person that's not having problems. Everybody's going to have problems. They're not having the same problems. They're having similar problems. There's a difference there. Our problems are very unique. The level that they are at, that's unique. But if put like this, if white people had the same level of teen pregnancy per capita as we have per capita, they'd be in the same situation, right? But they're not in the same situation. They are firmly in control of not only their community, but everyone else's, right? Or almost everyone else's, right? Great people say, bro, you just stated white people don't, and where they're at, Scam just gave you. I said this platform doesn't have them on this platform. That's what I said, and what I'm really saying is not to the degree that you see us on there, not to where it's big enough to where it's. I mean, you could if you punch in ratchet black women. I mean, it'll light up. Your whole YouTube will light up, right? But hey, you know what I'm saying? Like I say, man, people only gonna see what they want to see, right? If you can dispute me, because I don't know, man. See, okay, this is another thing. Y'all. Comprehension. That means if I say something, you have to be able to fully understand what I'm saying. But see, a lot of times in the black community, comprehension is low. So the only thing you can do is understand as best as you can what I'm saying. I never said that white people don't do the same things or similar things. I didn't say that. What I said was they're not as visible on this platform. Is everybody missing that? We know they're out there doing the same. We know that there's white women out there doing the same thing that black women doing. And I mean, as far as the promiscuity, we understand that. What I'm saying is they are not pushed to the front of the line as far as who to see or to the degree that black women. You can find black women doing almost anything on this platform. You can't find that in the Jewish community. And if you can, go do it. Send me one of a Jewish, send me one. Clarence, you said we're the only race of people that promote this. I did not say that. I said we're the only one that get promoted like this on this platform. Holy smokes. Y'all got to listen better, man. Y'all got to listen better. We're the only ones that are getting promoted like this at this level. We are the only ones. All you got to do is hit promiscuity. I guarantee the first video come up probably be a black girl. Not because they are promiscuous, not because they are promiscuous, but that's because that's the level that they're being pushed. The algorithm. Arshawn said, you carelessly speak. That's how beings got you. Probably, man. You're probably right. Probably right on that, man. I just give people the benefit of the doubt that they have the intelligence to understand what I'm saying fully. I don't think I got to just tear it up into little pieces so that everybody can understand it. But if I do, just let me know. I see that, and maybe I do. So maybe I got to do better. Arshawn said, so three men all have low comprehension, and it isn't possible that you spoke carelessly. Of course it's possible. But I'm in the midst of me trying to make it even clearer. The people are holding on to what I said earlier. Like, they're not letting me make it clear. See, if you really want to know what I'm saying, and I say, okay, well, I see that you didn't get the full understanding of what I'm saying. So give me a moment to even make it even better to understand. Right? But if you fighting that, say, no, Clarence, no, you said this first. Right? Well, how can we evolve into an understanding, right? How can we evolve? And I'm not saying, I'm saying all black men, all of us, we got to do better with comprehension. I'm not just saying 3 people only have comprehension issues. I've made that mistake before too. And I had to back up and say, you know what, let me let this person talk. Right? But many times, we as black men, we find ourselves in situations, right? Because we didn't listen all the way, right? We didn't listen. We didn't observe. We didn't pay attention. So we out here getting caught up. But I guess I'm just, maybe I'm looking at it wrong. Maybe I'm looking at it wrong. Maybe we don't need to be better at comprehension, right? So many black men spending time at the courthouse. So many black women, so many black men in the jailhouse. So many black men in low-paying jobs. Maybe, like I said, maybe I got it backwards. Maybe I got it backwards. Maybe our comprehension is A-okay. Our women, like these guys were saying here, the black woman is kicking us all over the black community, right? Because we got good comprehension, right? Oh boy. Let's see. Let's talk about it. Like I just typed a promiscuous woman. 7 out of 8 photos are white. Really? On this platform? Okay, my mistake. White women are getting promoted as promiscuous too, just as much as black women. My apologies. My apologies. Can I apologize to you? How about that? Obviously, I'm wrong. And I know when to admit when I'm wrong. I don't know if you found 7 out of 8 photos on YouTube, because that's specifically what I was talking about, was on YouTube. Can you find promiscuous music and you find 7 out of 8 white women? Go do that. Because I will apologize again. If you're saying that white women get promoted as promiscuous and evil and wicked more than black women on YouTube, if that's what you guys are obviously saying, right? Okay, so because I was saying the reverse, but obviously I might be wrong, right? I might be wrong. Black women are not being, they're not shows like this out here that attack black women every time you turn around, right? They're not saying black women are the scourge of the earth, baby mamas, gold diggers, right? They're not saying that at a higher rate than everybody else per capita. In my opinion, that's off. Arshaw said, me and Scam and Great Pill have vastly different thoughts, but we came to the same conclusion. Okay, brother. I'm just asking you to prove it. I'm just asking you to prove it. And I'll tell you what, Arshaw, I'll pull it up. If you could show me that white women are getting promoted as more promiscuous than black women, I will, hey, bro, I'll pull it up. Now, we're not talking about the Prime situation. We're just talking about here on YouTube, because I think that has a very negative effect on the younger sisters, right? But that's me. That's my conclusion. So me, Scam, Great Pill, and me, we all think different about it. I have my opinion. You guys have your opinion. I'm just saying, from what I see, black women are promoted as evil, wicked, adulterous, vixens, and just hell's of people that are unworthy of a man's love, unworthy of a husband, unworthy of almost anything. That's the way I see them being promoted. Mostly. I don't see white women being promoted like that mostly. Yeah, there's a few outliers, but I don't see them mostly being promoted like that, especially among white men. They just say, "Hey, we won't have nothing to do with you because you're old," but they still go get another white woman, right? Whereas in the black community, they say, "I don't want you. I'm gonna get my passport and go. I'm gonna go be with somebody else, whatever." Right? I'm not gonna be with a black woman because of this, whatever. Great Pill said just the other day, a white 21-year-old IRL streams with her dad. In the heat of anger, he kicks her. The chat called the cops. He was arrested the next day. They used it to scam their supporters. Thank you for that, Gray. Who else? Let's see. The father is a known insects with his dog. Oh, there you go. Mike said on major networks, white racist shows are promoted more, but on social media like YouTube, TikTok, and so on, black people are the ones that go viral more than whites. That's what I was thinking, Mike. But hey, man, these guys say something else, Mike. So these guys say something else. Let's see. Scam said that's just good marketing. Yeah, I mean, it probably is. That's how Jerry got famous. Black people. He stood on the back of black people. That's how Maury got famous. He stood on the back of black people. That's how Oprah got famous. She stood on the back of black women. And when King World came to her, that's when they brought the white women in. Right? Okay. Let's see. Let's continue. Scamp said, hey, Clarence, you are doing the same thing with black men's as they were doing with black women's. No, I'm not. I don't see it, Scam. Let me put it like that. I don't see it that way. I'm just offering that our situation is much more dire than everyone else's, in my opinion. Our situation is a much worse situation than the white situation, than the Asian, than the Jewish situation. It's much worse. Scam said Google. I wasn't talking about Google. See, Google allows for the prawn situation, and that is going to be overwhelmingly a Caucasian situation. I'm talking about the situation where our children could go directly to that, like YouTube, right? Google is supposed to have filters where children can't see certain stuff. So Google is going to be able to, if you take the filters off, they're going to add in a lot of other stuff, the prawn industry, and so on and so forth. Of course, if we count prawn workers, there's much more Caucasian prawn workers than there are black prawn workers, of course. Come on now. Arshawn said, but this is why we struggle to work together. Instead of saying, I probably misspoke, it's people don't comprehend, and I have to break it down into minuscule pieces. Well, brother, if you don't see it the way I'm trying to lay it out, then obviously I did something wrong. So I'm not saying I misspoke, because I want to get that information out. So if the way I laid it out wasn't able for everyone to understand, okay, that's cool. But if people tell me, hey, you said this, instead of saying, okay, Clarence, you know what? I didn't get that from what you said. I got this from what you said. Could you explain it better? Then I would be more along the lines to say, okay, I understand that you didn't understand what's going on. But when you commit me to something that I didn't say or didn't mean, now of course I'm going to say, well, there's a comprehension issue, right? Because you are committing me to your best understanding of what I said. You're not coming to me and saying, Clarence, I didn't get that what you're saying from what you said. Could you make that a little more clear? See, that would say to me, oh, okay, you're trying to understand what I'm saying. I'm not presenting it properly. That's what would let me to so maybe we just different how we address situations, right? But if you come to me and say, Clarence, You said this, so that must mean this. And I'm saying, no, just because I said A doesn't mean B. That doesn't mean I mean B. If that's what you got from what I said, then why not say, hey, Clarence, I don't know, man. I don't sound like that. But see, we struggle together. I don't have no problems saying I'm wrong. But the information I was given wasn't wrong in my opinion. But if you guys want me to say that I was wrong for the way I talked to you or the way I said what I said, hey, I'll say I'm wrong. Okay. That's just my opinion. It's my opinion. But hey, man, like I said, I think we struggle to work together because sometimes we don't take the time to see it from everybody's perspective. Like I'm trying to see it from your perspective now. Because I feel like people are so invested in what they already believe. And so it's difficult to listen to another person because the other person may say something that shake the whole foundation of how you think about things, right? So it's just easier to just say, well, this is what you mean, right? That's basically what he was doing to me on the show. Hey, this is what you mean, Clarence. What you mean, this is what I mean? If you really want to know what I mean, why wouldn't you say, Clarence, I don't understand what you, hey, brother, that don't make no sense to me, right? That don't make no sense to me, right? But instead, everybody wants to do this. Not everybody, but this is how we want to handle it, right? I can't say that there's a problem with comprehension, but everybody can say that I misspoke. Yeah, it's cool to say, it's cool to tell me, hey, you misspoke. But not, hey, is it possible there's a comprehension issue? Is that possible? Arshawn said we lash out instead of reach out. I'm reaching out, brother. I apologize to anybody who thinks that just because I said that was being insulting. I was really being mathematical, but I'm trying to, be as understanding about the situation as possible because I'm not here to insult nobody, man. I'm here to just talk. I feel like there should be a place where we can tell the truth as we see it, and it's not an offense. The problem with black men is when you say something, just like this dude here, I just disagree with him. Nigga, right? I'm like, hold on, dude. I just disagree with you. I can't disagree with you. I can't have a difference of opinion from you without it getting into an emotional thing. Oh, Clarence, you try to attack us. You try to put us down. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I just said what I thought was the issue, the comprehension. But hey, I didn't mean to attack nobody. So if Gray Pill, Scam, and Arshawn, if y'all thought I was attacking y'all, my apologies. I just thought that was the issue with the comprehension. Let's see. Rock and roll heavy metal came before gangster rap. Yeah, it did. It did. That's why you here now. Right? White women always tried to keep white women at a certain level of that the public would think a certain way about them, right? And definitely you keep your grimy claws off of them, right? Because they was too pure and decent for you, right? But like you said, as the rock music came along, as this other stuff came along, and it opened the door for you to reach out to them sexually, right? But that's a whole nother conversation. I don't want to get into that because that's a whole white supremacy conversation. I don't want to get into that. So let me leave that alone. Let me leave that right there. Scam says, so all strippers, OnlyFans, prostitutes, and talk shows are all black all of a sudden? You see, this is what I'm talking about. When did I say that? Or anything that promoted that or anything like that? That's another scam. That's another extrapolation. Just because I said black women in their foolishness get promoted more than others, now that got extrapolated into all strippers, OnlyFans, prostitutes, and talk shows are all black all of a sudden. And I know I misspoke, right? I misspoke by saying that, right? I misspoke, obviously, right? But I never said none of this. I never said this or implied this, right? But hey. Yeah. All right, the Great Pill said, correct, scam. I don't think Blackman's seen the doc on social media. Oh, okay. Let's see. Let me see. Well, Arsha said, my fault you are having catharsis, whatever that is. Please continue to ignore my pushback. If you don't trust me, scam, Great Pill's video will never be enough. Hey, bro, it's not. I'm just asking for the Arshawn. Bro, I don't know what catharsis is, but hey, check this out, man. I don't mind the pushback at all. But if you gonna push back, then don't get mad when I push back at the pushback, right? can't say I'm gonna push back at you, and then when I push back on your pushback, you say, "Hey, Clarence, you have a problem with me pushing back?" I don't, but I'm gonna push you back too. We're just talking. Great Pill say, hey man, let's just get back to the video, man. Hey man, shout out, man. I love y'all, man. All right, let's get back to the video, man. Let's get back to the video. Oh no, scam done went off the deep end now. Madonna and Monica Lewinsky are black. Okay. All right, let's get back to the video, y'all. Let's get back to the video. Or if you support the black community, yes, I'll support you. If Trump would, I'd support him. If Biden would, I'd support him. But
okay,
neither one of those two support the black community, so I don't support either one of them.
I didn't want to. I just wanted to ask that because I wanted to know what party. Let me say it doesn't matter now because I want to just say this. Now, when you say men will shut that down, that means that Mean Beans, yourself, Trey, Arpain, Kasim, and myself, we would all have to go march on Washington and call with signs and go to the front door and tell them, send us AOC, send us Maxine Waters, send us those other two senators and congressmen in there, because they said the theme song for women is Wet Ass Pussy. They're listening to the music and they're promoting it as well from the Capitol. They're saying that this is women finally being able to express themselves, and we all.
I'm not saying that at all. How have we done with the marching? Marching hasn't gotten us. And white people don't march. They move out. They get networks together. They get men who are like-minded together, and they move out and do something with their finances. That's how they move. Same thing with the Jewish community. Us, we are all just standalone. Oh well, that's them. That ain't me, right? And so we let this stuff happen. How can you say you the leader, and then your community is busting apart at the seams, and you calling yourself the leader?
Brother Clarence, you just
how are you gonna stop it?
Brother, yeah, brother, hold on. That's a good question. But Brother Clarence, you said the Jewish people are doing great. You said the white people are doing great.
I said they would not allow the state. Did you see that? Here we go again, right? Here we go again. I said the Jewish men will stop. If there's an issue in the community, they will go into it and they will deal with it, right? They don't look for the government to come in and fix it, right? But because I said that got extrapolated into Jewish people are doing great. This is what I'm talking about, man, when I say comprehension, man. We got to understand what's going on, man. But see, one thing I know about Blackman, he's very smart, and he's doing this on purpose. He did that on purpose. I think Beans is a smart guy too, but they're doing this kind of stuff on purpose. As you'll see, they're going to continue, right? Mike, these guys hearing something else. That's what I'm saying. But, it's not that they're hearing it, Mike. They're making it that way. See, if I'm right with what I'm saying, then that means that something needs to be done. if they're right with what they're saying, we can just blame it on black women. We can blame it on the white man. We can blame it on God. We can blame it on whoever we want to, and we just sit back and just get together every week and have a blame session, right? I'm putting it out there. Hey, brother, you can get out there and affect your community. You can do something. But that's not what's coming back, right? All right, man. So he said, I said that Jewish men will get out there and if something's going on in their community, they will not wait for the government to come in. They will do something about it. They'll get together, they'll put some money together, and they'll move out and do something. Right? Risa, stop it. All right. The reason why I say it's smart, Risa, because they know what they're doing. See, they're not just, I think Arshawn and them misheard what I said. I think that, well, not didn't get my meaning. I'll put it like that. They didn't get my meaning. I think it's just honest, just, hey, Clarence, I didn't understand that ain't what I got from it. I think they were honest about it. I think these guys were truly creating a narrative and taking what I said and creating a narrative. I believe that's what was going on in this situation. All right, let's continue, y'all. Things that we allow in our community.
They're not allowing it. They're financing it. Who do you think owns the record labels?
There you go. So my point is this. So he proved my point for me. They own the record labels. That's why you don't see they women out there like that, as exposed as much as black women. Not on these, not in the general sense. And the only reason why they are more in the prime situation is because people will pay more money to see white women in prime. That's the only reason. But they're not promoted widely like that. They're not promoted they would never bring a prime worker to a high school like they brought what's that little sister they brought to a high school? I mean, they kicked her out because she was doing so much craziness, and then she was out in the parking lot still, right? But he proved my point for me. Do you think that they would allow you to own record labels that promoted promiscuity in their women?
So how you gonna stop it?
Yeah, how you gonna stop it?
We got to be unified, and we got to. Okay, so now you ask the question: how do you stop this? Okay, now I'm gonna give him a good answer, but he's gonna be like, "Huh? What? Watch. We got to come together with some money. This thing is gonna take some money.
Do what?
We gotta buy our way, buy whoever we gotta buy to stop it, just like they do. They call them lobbyists, but we gotta buy whoever we gotta buy to stop it. We gotta show that we're a unified group, and we're willing to spend some money, and they make them do it. That's what they do. We want to march.
Yeah, but Brother Clarence, you might be able to do that, but the mindset of the women is still gonna be there, fam.
But this is my point. Now, this was my point with this. The mindset of what woman? And because I'm trying to tell you, hey, if the men stop messing with women that they feel are undesirable, the undesirable women gonna go away. Where they gonna go? They ain't gonna have no place to go. They're gonna have to submit to, if they want to be sexually selected, they have to submit to what the people that's doing the selecting want. That just makes mathematical sense. But I don't think these guys was getting it.
That mindset's still gonna be there.
If the vetting is proper enough, the women that want men will have to submit to what the men that are doing well want. And the other women will go by the wayside. They'll be dinosaurs and they'll go by the wayside.
No, they won't. No, Brother Clarence, they're gonna be enabling men. They're gonna be enabling men that's cool with them being that way, and they're gonna.
Okay. Now I said, hey, if we would stop messing with women that we consider, going to be a problem, the problem women would go away. What are they going to do? They're going to have to go run to Priscilla and go to lesbian heaven, because the men that they really want ain't gonna have nothing to do with them. Eventually, they're gonna have to say, you know what? I have to change my game. I have to change my game if I want to get selected. The other women that don't want to get selected, the other women that won't change their game, they just, I'm gonna be, I'm an alpha woman, and okay, you could be that, but you're gonna have a life of hitting and running. Dude's just gonna be hitting and running. I mean, we're just doing mathematics here, right? We're just doing the mathematics. Mike said, bro, they know the difference between Miley Cyrus doing dumb-ish versus Lizzo doing dumb stuff. Lizzo gets a million more attention. This is what I'm saying, Mike. That's all I'm trying to say, Mike. That they spend way more money promoting us as loose in the caboose than their own. And that's for a reason. That's in my opinion. Scam said the arm I hear Sexy Red's name on the YouTube is on YouTube. For months, I thought Sexy Red, they were outraged about Sexy Red TV content creator. And man, listen. Do you think that they would do that? Do you think that the white people would bring a prime person into their school? Let that person come in and talk to the kids? Do you really? I mean, come on, man. That's just my opinion, y'all. Yeah, that's just my opinion, y'all. But hey, man, if y'all could, prove me wrong, hey, let's do it. I'm all for the pushback. I'm all for it. Let's do it. Because I'm just telling you my version of things, the way I look at it, my lens I'm looking through. Right? All right, let's get back to the video, y'all.
Gonna gravitate to those men. They won't be alone.
That's what's happening now. Let me finish. What's gonna happen is all women want a good man. Most women, I say most women, not all women. Most women want a good man when it all boils down. They want a good man. When they get tired of playing games, they want a good man. And so my point is that if the good men will just push away the women that want to play games and only take the women they're getting vetted properly and acting in accord to what we want out of a woman, the other women will see that they're being rejected and they will go away.
Here we go. Hold on. So wait a minute. So this is what I was trying to ask you earlier, right? Because you double talking. You said,
okay. The man just said I double talked. Have any of you guys heard me double talking? Especially you, Arshawn. If any of you guys heard me double talking, tell me. Because I didn't see where I double talked at all. But the man just said I double talked. That's his first shot. That's the first one across the bow. Right?
Said that the women are going to be challenging for men. They're going to be challenges for men. So you're basically telling men to vet for the right challenges.
See? Here we go again. Here we go again. No, Arshawn, man, you can push back all you want, bro. I don't have, man, please, I don't care nothing about that, man. But look he said, I'm saying vet for the right challenges. How do you know? You don't know what challenges are going to come your way. You just know that they're coming, right? I'm telling you to vet a person for the right character. The right character. The right character. That's what you should do. Vet for the character. You got to dig deep, man. Why? Because I don't care how good of a person you match up with. They're your soulmate, best friend, this, that, the other. There's going to be a challenge here or there. There's going to be a challenge here or there, man. There's going to be challenges. People are going to, if you're in a long-term relationship with a woman or a man, there's going to be challenges, man. 20 or 30 years, that is a lot of pressure to put on somebody to never make a mistake. To me, that's very unrealistic that somebody's going to be married 10, 15, 20 years and not make one mistake, not make one or two mistakes. Come on, man. But a lot of times, man, people that aren't married, they feel like, oh, well, When she marry a person, she's perfect. When she marry a person, he perfect. They ain't never supposed to make no mistakes. No, that's what you shooting for. You shooting for perfection, but the perfection is not reality. If you could be perfect, what need will we have of needing God? What will we need with the books of the Bible and the Quran? Why would we need these books if everybody was just perfect? These books help us to stand back up when we make mistakes. All right, Mike said, so can you vet for when you're stuck in traffic? I don't know, man. Maybe you got to get one of those, like my wife has one of those apps. But I know the city of Los Angeles so well, man. She could tell me, you could give me any time of day and give me point A and point B, and I'll tell you the best way to go. Street, freeway, whatever. I could tell you. I know the city so well, like the back of my hand. You know how some of y'all know New York or or whatever, wherever you from, Chicago, whatever, okay, it's 5 o'clock. Better not get on the freeway. Better go this way. Better go this way. Let me go down this way. Let me shoot through this hood. You know what I'm saying? Risa said, it's not a damn perfect person on the earth walking today. That's my point, Risa. That's why when you get married, even though you in love, right? You in love, snookums. Schmoopy, oh, Schmoopy, you're my Schmoopy, right? You and Schmoopy are in front of the preacher, right? But why do they add the vowels into there? Because there's going to be some problem. There's going to be some sickness. There's going to be some poverty. There's going to be some mental illness, instability. There's going to be some misunderstandings. That's why the vows are in there. If everything was going to be perfect, you wouldn't need no vows in marriage. Hey, I pronounce you man and wife. Boom, you sit, you gone. No, but you got to remind the people, hey, you having a good time now. Everything's all good now. But life presents its own challenges. And sooner or later, one challenge going to pop up. Then another challenge going to pop up. Then another challenge going to pop up. Right? Challenges pop up, man. And so you want somebody with enough character that even though this challenge popped up, they're not going to change or turn on their heels, as they say in Islam. You're not going to turn on your heels just because a challenge came up. I should say, I had never heard Beans on podcast before. Is he always that aggressive? Usually. He's not a bad guy. I mean, just never, in my opinion, he's always been able to, be that aggressive. And nobody has ever said to him, hey, man, we got a panel here. I don't know if let me take that back. I definitely misspoke that time, Arshawn. I have never seen anybody hold him accountable for doing stuff like that. So he just continues to do it, right? And so, but I recognize that I'm not saying he's wrong or he's a bad guy. I'm saying that that's not the environment I want to be in. I want to be in an environment where people want to hear what I got to say and they understand that this is what I'm saying. If you can make it work better, then you make it work better. But I'm going to give you the 30-something years of experience of marriage that I understand, the ups and the downs, the highs and the lows, where I'm going to give it to you real. And that's what I want to do. And if people want to listen, they can listen. If they don't, they don't. Okay, cool. Go do it on your own. Right? I got enough bumps on my head that if you got some brains, you could just say, hey, we just learned off of Clarence. He done made just about every mistake out there. So let's listen to him. We don't have to go out there and get our heads bumped, right? All right, y'all. Let's continue, man. Let's continue. We gotta get through, man. We got a lot more to get to. Come on.
How did you do that?
I'm saying to vet for the right character.
No. No, because you're saying this.
I said vet for the right character. Now he's saying no. Right? I'm saying vet for character. That's what you would do with in vetting. That's what vetting is. You don't have to vet for the person's looks. You already can see what they look like. Vetting is digging deeper than just their physical appearance and going and seeing what their character is about, right? This man just said no. You don't want to, he's saying you don't want to vet for the character, or there's no purpose in doing it, right? But let me let him talk for himself.
As if women don't lie.
Right? I'm saying what? Now, this man just said, I'm saying vetting as if women don't lie. That's his understanding of what I'm saying. See, this is what I'm talking about. See, you guys, this is what I was talking about when I was talking about comprehension. Now, because I said, hey, you should vet a woman before you get in a serious relationship with them or a long-term relationship for your own safety. For your own safety, you should check out the character of this person before you get so far down the road, and then all of a sudden you find out, this is person got a character defect that I should have seen earlier. I would have never got this far with them. This man is saying, no, there's no point in doing that. Am I looking at that right? Am I listening to him right?
Right.
I'm not saying it as if women don't lie. I'm not saying it like that.
Okay, so then you don't have any foolproof way of vetting. Your
children lie. You still love it. And then when did I say that vetting a person is foolproof? When did I say that was foolproof? I mean, I never said that vetting a person is foolproof. Vetting is only going to increase your odds of not being hurt. Having your eyes open as you walk into a long-term relationship, that's only going to help you not get hurt. That's for your own safety. This man is saying, because women lie, there's no point in vetting. That's why you got to learn. That's why you got to learn how to vet. Of course, people lie. Not only women, men lie too. People lie. So you got to listen to more than the words coming out of their mouth. You got to listen to the vibration coming from them. Because sometimes they will vibrate at a different rate than the words coming out of their mouth, and you'll know there's a conflict there, and there must be a lie in there somewhere. But see, this is stuff you got to learn spending time with a person. Which obviously, this young man. All right, here we go. Let's get back.
Then you don't have any
figure out if they're lying or
not. Do you remember how when you was talking, I didn't say nothing?
Okay. I want y'all to remember he just said that to me. I want y'all to remember. He just said to me, do you remember when I was talking, when you were talking and I didn't say nothing? I want you to remember, because that's going to come up again later.
You're saying this as if there's a foolproof way of vetting.
I never said it was a foolproof way of vetting, and I'm not saying it as if it. I'm saying that this is the best this is the best option you got on the table if you're getting into long-term relationships, is to vet. That's the best defense you got, is the offense of vetting. You got to go on the offensive. Otherwise, if you don't vet properly, the people that don't vet properly, even the people that do vet properly, sometimes end up in family court. But you got a bigger chance of not ending up in family court if you vet a woman properly. There is no foolproof. See, people want to act like there's a safe place to stand. There is no safe place to stand. In relationships, there's no safe place to stand. Remember, Noah had a son. Noah told the sons, come in the ark, son. Come in the ark. Son said, no. I'm going to run to the tallest mountain. My feet will never get wet. Boy got caught up, right? But that's what we want. Everybody wants a guarantee. If I marry somebody, I'm guaranteed they're going to love me. I guarantee that they're going to be with me. I guarantee they're going to have this gleam in their eye for me. Guarantee. Everybody wants a guarantee. And that's right. We all do. We all want a guarantee. But I'm here to tell you, family, there is no guarantee. There is no guarantee. I don't care if you marry a good woman, bad woman, you marry a good man. There is no guarantee that things are going to go fly straight all the time. There is no guarantee. You can't control, like Mike said, you can't control no one else. You can't even dig deep enough into their thoughts. Only God can say, I'm closer to you, your own thoughts. That's God. That ain't you. So how can you get as close as you can? You got to vet. And then after you vet them, the next thing you got to do is have good communication. A lot of these people say, oh, well, you just have to have communication. No. That's where people can lie to you when you just communicate with them. No, you have to have good, honest communication with them. You have to be honest, because that way you can resolve issues, right? You can't resolve nothing, man, when everybody's lying. What's wrong with you? Nothing. What's the matter? Nothing. How you gonna resolve that issue? Ay. Arshawn said, people think the right way should be without problem. That's my point, Arshawn. You know, people think that, hey, you know, if you get married, no problems. Everything's going to be great. Right? You're going to be singing and dancing, popping your fingers for the next 30 years, right? When in reality, you know, you're going to have moments like that, but as more challenges come along in the relationship, it's going to put more stress on the relationship. The first child, the second child, a car note, a house note. You got more as more of these challenges come, man, it's going to put stress on the relationship, because now you gotta meet those challenges. You have to meet those challenges on top of trying to maintain a relationship. It's just easy to maintain a relationship when you living with somebody else and they are, you know, you living with your parents. I tell my son this all the time. It's easy. You could play games now because, hey, I'm the one carrying the load. I said, but son, you might as well get started now, man. Someday you're gonna have to carry your own weight. You're gonna have to carry your own weight, and then what? So we might as well start practicing now. Right? People think only good things come when, you know, it's all good, it's all pleasure. Nothing is all pleasurable. And pleasure, by the way, is supposed to be a reward for hard work. Right? God didn't give a man the woman first. He gave him a job first. Hey, go out there and handle that. When he was handling his business, he said, okay, cool. He handling his business, but man, he's alone. I don't want him to be alone. To be able to share the good kind of duty is with somebody. Right? Since they said the pleasure principle. Great Pill said, in your life vetting, we vet the gun we buy. Vetting is even debated, is very silly to me. It's not to me, man. It's the only protection you got from getting your heart stomped out. It's the only protection you got. But it's not full. Even vetting is not 100% foolproof. That's what I was trying to tell this young man. It's not 100% foolproof. Nothing. There is no safe place you're going to stand where if I just vet, then I'm going to be good. No. Even if you vet somebody, even if you vet and you make sure you get a good person, anybody can get twisted out here. That's why you got to keep down. Hey, baby, you okay? That's why you got to keep checking in every day. You got to stay connected, but not only just physically, but mentally, spiritually. You have to stay connected. And every day you stay connected because you talk to them every day. You got to talk to your spouse every day. And Scam is right now. Scam said the first person to vet is self. Yeah, what do you really want? What do you really want out of a woman? What do you really want out of a man? And what is a man that is going to produce that going to want from you as a woman? What is a woman going to want from you as a man? What is she going to need to stay involved with you for 20-something years? Just the money? I make $200,000 a year, so I know my wife ain't gonna go nowhere. Okay, what happened? You slip and fall, and now you ain't making $200,000 a year. Adios, amigo, right? See, we have to think, brothers and sisters, we have to think about what we're doing out here. And we got young men. We got young men that are out here that are looking for guidance. Yeah, we got trolls up here, man. Everybody up here is grown. But we got young men, man, and young men that are going to make life decisions based on what they heard another grown man say. Life-changing decisions, right? We got to be, all I'm saying is, as men, we got to take some more responsibility, man, for our community. But hey, let's go, because we got a lot to cover. Come on.
And there isn't one.
That's your understanding. I'm not saying
no,
that.
it's true. It's
true.
true.
It's true.
You are saying that because you're just like Kasim and the other lady, you're blaming men, right? You're saying that men, it always comes back to the men, right? Men need to forego their natural instinct to reproduce and be in relationships with women, right? Because they won't be able to.
I didn't say that. See, this is what I was talking about, man. Just a cavalcade of stuff I never said, right? But this dude is smart. He's trying to. He was collapsing it into that, right? Because why? It fit the narrative. It fit the narrative. These black women's, they just so bad. They won't let me be a man. The black women's won't let me be a man, nigga. The black women won't let me be a man,
nigga. Already heard the sister say that women aren't being raised properly. She's letting you know that they're coming to the relationships dysfunctional and broken. Right, and according to the scripture,
the men ain't coming to the relationships broken, but dysfunctional and broken. Okay.
And is not supposed to pick a dysfunctional, broken woman. So you're telling men to forego their nature. You're telling the majority of men that they're going to have to be sex. This is what you're doing without knowing it, probably. You're telling the majority of men they're going to have to be sexless relationship, no relationship having men.
Did any of you guys hear me say that? Just come on, man. Did any of you hear me say anything close to that or even imply something like that? This is what I'm talking about, man. This is letting you know that this kind of arena is not for Bro C. Because Bro C is, I talk in a straight line. I talk in a straight line, and if you have a problem, you say, hey, look, Clarence, I don't agree with you, what you said. You know, I don't understand it that way. That lets me know I didn't explain it correctly, right? Because that lets me know a couple things. Number one, you really want to know what I'm talking about. And number two, I did not explain it right. Because if you as the listener don't get the idea that me as a speaker is trying to share with you, that's on me, right? That's on me. But if you don't let me know that, and you just say, well, this is what I'm going to take from what you're saying, and I'm going to make it mean this. Then now I know you don't want to understand it. You don't want clarity. You're trying to make it something. So that's to me, that was the difference. And here's, this dude wasn't even trying to listen to what I'm saying. He just said, hey, look, I'm going to take whatever he say, and I'm going to put it on the narrative. Black women is just so bad. They standing in our way as men. Oh, God. They standing in our way as men. Us men ain't never going to be able to do nothing because black women is standing on our head. And I'm like, ain't nobody standing on your head. Black man, get up. Pick up your bed and walk. What are you doing? Ay. All right, y'all, let's get to it, man, because we got a lot to cover.
Because the majority of women don't even qualify for the relationship.
Nope. Man, what I'll say to those men, and I said it before, I'll say it again. women respond to certain attributes of masculinity. Find out what those attributes are, because those attributes are not going to do anything but help you to be a better man and be that.
Okay, so now he's saying that, hey, instead of being a better man to be a better man, what you should do is find out what a woman wants and then be that. And then that will help you be a better man. I disagreed with him on that. You should be a better man because it's better to be a better man. And you're going to have much better outcomes in life if you're doing things for the right reason. But if you're motivated by being with a woman to be a better person, that is not going to serve you in the long run. So then he said, Brother Clarence, I heard you shout out John 5. Ay. Okay, so Scam said both can be true. Both of what can be true, Scam? Great Pill said being something that a woman wants and needs is a fail. I wouldn't say that, Great Pill. Being something that a woman wants and needs because you're trying to get her, that's a fail. See what I'm saying? You see the difference there, Great Pill? It's okay to be something that a woman wants. It's okay to be something that a woman needs. But to be that because you're trying to get her, that you should be that because that's what you should be. You should be what she wants is a good man. You should be a good man because you're being a good man because that's what you should be. Mike says, so kiss a woman, but rather than let a woman accept you as a better man. Okay, bro. That's what I'm saying, Mike. See, once you do that, man, that's what's gonna fail you, is doing stuff for the wrong reasons, right? So then he said, Jesus told a man at the pool, take up your bed and walk. Yeah, take up your bed and walk, black man. I the black woman is standing in our way. We can't do nothing. Yes, you can. You just don't know you can. You just don't know. But I understand Jesus now when he said, many things I could tell you, but you can't bear it now. You just can't understand it, man. You can't get off the fact that you think black women are standing in your way and stopping you from doing something. You really think that? How can I tell you other stuff? Right? Remember Rakim? He had the first album, Paid in Full, then came with the second album. I forgot the name of the second album. He said, I want a song. They're asking me how come the album was late. He said, I was giving you time to get the last one straight. You ain't even got this information straight. How can I tell you more? Your brain is scrambled on the fact that you think that black men are stuck behind black women. Scam said, be a better man. One for self. There you go, Scam. For the woman and kids, a different version of you. Yeah, well, I don't know if they need a different version, but Scam, you need to be solid, man. You got to be solid. And solid people don't do things just because of other stuff. Shout out to black man. Solid people don't do stuff just because other people want them to do it. Right? They do stuff because that's what needs to be done. This needs to be done. I can't shit, because a person like that can't be trusted. A person that says, okay, I know what they want, I know what and they plot around the desires of other people. You can't trust a person like that. A solid person gonna do what they're supposed to do no matter what. A conniver's gonna do what they need to do to get what they want. All right, y'all, let's continue. Let's move on.
Brother Clarence, he's asking men to use their masculinity to cure women. This is the silliest. Can I cuss? This is the silliest shit I've ever.
And he didn't even say that. And Kasim didn't even say that. All he said was, if you want a woman, you see a woman, you like her, you find out what she like and be that, right? That's basically what he was saying, right? But of course, the great extrapolator was saying, nah, he's saying this. He did it to me the whole show.
Heard in my life.
Beans, I'm not trying to cure them, fam. Beans, I know they're incurable. I'm not trying to cure them. I'm just trying to get men to get a better option and a better outcome based upon what these women are and what they're doing. I'm not trying to cure them.
No,
you
can't. Right? That's not a viable.
I'm not trying to. And the way that I speak, and I'm not telling men to try to cure women. I'm saying, listen, these are the things that they respond to. Overall, the majority, and we all know that.
James a question when he gets finished. Protect and provide.
Okay, so I'm gonna speed it up to the parts where I was talking, but Beans did this the whole way through.
Right, but the big is our men being our men taught them to
characteristics from.
Again, what is a husband? See, this is what I'm asking you. So you can either be
no. If these men were not raised by men, where do they learn the characteristics of being a man and a husband? Where do they learn that?
That's what you said. See, now you just said husband again. See, at first you didn't say man. See, you didn't say man.
Answer the question.
You didn't say man, ma'am. So you didn't say man. You said husband at first. See, this is what I'm asking you. I listen very well. You're not going to be able to play this game with me.
I'm not playing.
Oh man, hey man, I don't know what this dude was on, man. You know, he must have been on something, man. Because I was like, man, who was trying to play a game with him? We were just talking. All right, man, let's continue.
Again, I asked you direct questions that you're not answering.
In there.
Right? I asked you direct questions that you won't answer.
Absolutely, you asked me and I said yes. You asked me a yes or no question.
So I'm saying, and I'm asking you again, where did they learn these characteristics?
So that we don't have to be lost in translation, I'm asking you respectfully to tell me what you think a husband is. Because I've already answered your question.
I gave you the characteristics. A husband to me is a man who is able to spiritually cover a wife, who is able to lead a wife, who is able to protect a wife, who is able to provide for a wife and family, who is able to cover and direct and raise his children and create a legacy for them. To me, that is what a husband is. And I simply asked you if you felt that the majority of the men have those qualities today, and if we agree with the statistics that most men have been raised by single mothers. What man taught all of these men those qualities so that all of these men will be fantastic husbands? That was my question. Had nothing to do with tolerating bad behavior. I'm just saying, where did you men learn this from?
Absolutely. So I answered your question, right? Soon as you asked me, I answered your question and said yes, right? You can rephrase it as many times as you want to, right? The problem is that you actually believe that women raise children by themselves. Like y'all actually created this narrative to make you think that they're doing it all alone. Meanwhile, statistics show that Black fathers are some of the most involved fathers out of everybody else, right? But then let's just get away from the fathers. What about the older brothers? What about the uncles? What about the cousins? What about the granddads? What about the teachers? What about the coaches? What about
now you're answering the question,
right?
Okay, so now he's not dealing with the husbands now. Now he's switching it up to the brothers and the uncles and the cousins. And she was specifically talking about husbands. All right, let's move on, man. Let's move forward because you know, he got a lot of disrespecting to do to Bro C. So let's see if we can catch it.
Sisters and aunties and all these other people. Right? See, this is the
open heart and open mind and whatever past you know about each other, and you keep bringing it up on anybody's part, is going to fail. If you can't get into a situation, say I commit to you, and then she never cooked you a meal in the dating process, she never had her room clean, the guy never had his room clean, and you commit to that.
Now you going right back to blaming me.
Yeah, Trey was dropping.
I don't know.
Some jewels.
I see
Trey was dropping some jewels right there, and he missed it. Trey dropped like a bounty of jewels right there, and he missed it because he was too busy trying to troll.
Problem, but even as a man, you stay on your focus. You have to stay on your focus. You're going to have some trials and tribulations, but you got to stay on your focus. You can't worry about the woman.
Trey, you just said that a woman. You just said that a woman respect her husband in a marriage, correct?
Yes. And a man's supposed to respect his wife.
If she doesn't, is it the man's fault? Yes or no?
It depends on.
That was a good question. That's a good question. If your woman doesn't, shout out to M. Mills, by the way, if your woman doesn't respect you in the relationship, is that your fault? That's a good question. Right? That's a good question. Now, that particular question, it needs more clarity, right? Because you might have done something as a man that make your woman not respect you anymore. Or maybe you haven't. What's some type of things that you could do where a woman don't respect you? You slept with her sister or a family member. You cheated on her. You spent all the money that was being saved up to go to Cancun. You know, she saw you do something and get punked or something, right? You could do a lot of things to have your woman disrespect you and it'd be your fault. I mean, not disrespect you, but lose respect for you. It could be your fault. She could even do something. She could even step outside of the marriage and you take her back without giving her a serious consequence. How would she respect you? How would she respect that? But he didn't want to go into it, right?
The situation.
Okay. There's a majority and a minority.
And disrespect, talk loud to you and disrespect you and curse you, and you allow that. That's you.
There's a majority and a minority, right? Some, you can say some to anything, like my man.
Have you ever been married though?
Absolutely. We all said yes when you asked that question in the beginning. So stop trying to disqualify me.
Are you willing to get married again? Are you willing to get married again? Stop trying to
disqualify me because you can't. You can't.
Are you willing to get married again?
I'm not trying to disqualify. I'm asking you a question. Why are you trying to stop me from asking you a question?
Ask the question, Beans. Ask the question.
Right. So you said it depends. Not depends. If the woman don't respect the man in a relationship, is it his fault? Yes or no?
See, that it depends on the situation. But he wouldn't take that answer. Trey already answered that question. He told her, hey, it depends on the situation. Right? He may have done something to make the girl lose respect, and now he got to go back and rebuild it. Or sometimes, man, when somebody don't respect you no more, you just got to throw it away. They're not never gonna respect you. Anyway, it depends. It depends on the situation. Does that make sense, y'all? Okay. But hey, he answered Beans already. Beans did not accept that answer, right? I don't know what Beans is looking for. But so Trey is like, well, what do you want me to say? I already answered this question twice.
We in the marriage or relationship?
In the marriage.
If a woman is going to disrespect you, she's going to disrespect you prior to the marriage.
Good point.
It's going to happen. She's not going to just all of a sudden do that. You see that shit and you dating her. Does she show up for you every time you call? Does she pick up? Does she bring you? It's all in that.
Right.
You still got to answer the question. You still got to answer the question.
Right. I got it. So it's his fault that she did it.
No, it's not. It's not a man's fault if a woman disrespect him. It's never a man's fault.
Simple.
If she go outside,
it's that simple, right? You can't.
It's her fault.
Right. Thank you. It's that simple. You can't blame a man for a woman's behavior, right?
A woman to love you. Never.
Hold on, Trey. This is what I'm saying. You can't blame a man for a woman's behavior, right? Checkmate on that. We move past that. Now let's go back.
On money and everything.
I thought you were disagreeing, right? So the point is that when she was asking a question about what men can do, right? She said she don't believe that a man can provide. Well, why not? The median income for black men is $52,000.
By the way, the lady didn't even say that either. But let's move on, y'all. Let's move on.
I'm thinking about marrying her. We had a 3-hour talk.
But hey,
my lips was like
Steven, these are the type.
All of the things that the sister named, the boys can actually do. They just don't know how to deal with women and their BS. Just like you just said, you didn't know how to deal with it. You didn't have proper conflict resolution. The problem is that you shouldn't need it that much. That's the problem, right?
Who cares what should? Where does should come in? Where does should come in? Man, you in a relationship, You got to survive. You have to survive. And the best way to survive is to stay plugged into your spouse, your mate. So when they shift, see, because everybody in a relationship is going to shift, right? And when they shift, if you ain't paying attention, man, next thing you know, you ain't connected to them. By the time you try to reconnect with them, they already long gone, spiritually out of the relationship. They involved with somebody else, man. They just going through the motions. You decide, I want my relationship to work. Might be too late. I don't want no relationship to work where I'm going to be having a problem. I don't care how beautiful you are. I don't care how I love you. No. Life is too short to be having problems with people, and you know they coming. You're going to have enough problems that's just going to come out the blue. Why would you go forward and make yourself have a problem? But obviously, this young man, he's deciding, hey, there is no recourse. You have to just throw. Why? Because that's what he did. That's how he ran his life, in my opinion. That's my assumption. Or why would he be so open to the whole rolling the dice type of situation, right? I don't need to bet. I'm just gonna roll the dice, and right. Anyway,
because if your wife is coming to you as a good thing in which you can obtain favor from the Lord from, she won't be that much of a problem. You all be way more.
I started laughing, right? Because he said she won't be a problem because if she's a good woman. I don't care how good of a woman you got, man. Any woman is gonna present problems at some time. I don't care how good of a man you got. Any man is gonna present a challenge from time to time. I don't care, man. We're not robots, man. We're not gonna be perfect all the time. Sometimes we got some inner stuff going on that we can't seem to get around that's gonna affect everybody around us. That's what we're gonna have, man, sometimes. You can't expect somebody to go 20 years, no mistakes. But this is how naive this kid is. Oh, you got a good woman, she shouldn't be no problems. Come on, man. I don't care how good a woman is. She gonna have some problems sometime, sooner or later, right? I don't care how good a man is. Oh, I got my king. I got my king. I don't care how good your king is. There's gonna be an issue sooner or later. That's just the reality, man. Nobody can stand up forever. Eventually, your legs are gonna get tired, man. All right, let's continue, man. Let's get to it.
Beans. See how my lips was like this while you was talking, right? See, you can grow more together. You all keep trying to make it seem like the man is supposed to come top dog. Everything solidified, ready to roll, know everything A and B. And the woman can come a blank slate, don't know shit. And the man's supposed to.
Now that, I'm going to just give you my opinion. I could be wrong, but my opinion is that's his self-esteem issue that he felt that way. Because nobody's saying that. All we're saying is when the responsibility hits the fan, it's going to be on the man. That's all we're saying, whether he's ready for it or not, right? Whether you're ready for it or not. You impregnate a woman, whether you're ready to be a father or not, people going to look at you like, well, hey, damn it, you put this baby in this girl. You need to take care of her, right? See, whether you're ready for the responsibility or not, that's irrelevant. But it's coming your way. It's coming your way. And this man has such, in my opinion, a self-esteem issue that he looks at everything like this. I don't know. I could be wrong. I could be 100% wrong. But I heard him say things about himself that would lead me to believe that that's probably the issue. Anyway, let's get back to it.
To build her up to be the perfect thing. Absolutely not.
Did anyone of us say that?
I didn't say that
like that. But hey, man, shout out to Beans, man. Beans could, he could take a straight highway and turn it a bunch of different ways, man. Shout out to Beans, man.
What your problem is that what you don't understand is that when you make the man responsible for the woman's behavior, that is legitimately what you're saying. You're saying that no.
Nah, I never said that. I ain't saying that I never said that the man is responsible. How is it your fault if a woman decides to disrespect you because let's say she got somebody on a job that is approaching her with a higher intensity of masculinity, quote unquote, than you are. And because she is more receptive to that high level of masculinity, she sees that as more manly, because that's in her mind, that's more manly. She sees you as less manly than the man at the job. And so little by little, she started losing respect for you. How's that your fault? Like I tried to explain to this kid later. Only thing that's your fault is how you respond to things that happen. See, this dude called me a nigga 2 or 3 times. The first time I didn't catch it. The second time I asked him not to do it. The third time I said, okay, that's it. I'm out. He left because y'all backed him into a corner. I left because I ain't gonna let nobody call me no nigga. I'm not letting nobody disrespect me. Not on no level. I don't gotta stay there. Man, I don't have to stay there. A conversation with a person that is in that that's very emotional like that, I don't need, for what? Which one of us got the results? I've been married 34 years. All 3 of my children from the same woman. I've been married to the same woman. We all lived in the same house. My house is paid for. I helped so many different people. Not so that I could say that I helped them, but my results speak for itself. I'm going to go up and try to argue with somebody. I'm not saying I'm better than Beans. I'm not better. I got the results to back up what I'm talking about. Man, don't never listen to nobody that can't even make their own philosophy work in their own life. That kills me about the YouTube. You got people that come up here and they do all this talking, and then if you was to go and check out their real life, that's not even how they roll. They can't even make that situation work in their own lives. If they do, it's very sloppy, right? Emil said, bro, Clarence, he would have threatened to fight you next. That's what he does. He can threaten to fight me all he wants. I know he ain't never gonna see me. I ain't never gonna see him. So I mean, I wouldn't. I'm not. For me, M. Mills, it's the disrespect. I'm not gonna let nobody disrespect me. But if you want to come see Bro C, I'm right out here in Los Angeles. All you gotta do is tell me where you getting off, when you landing, and don't worry. I'll take care of the rest. I'm not. I don't need to fight somebody because I don't agree with them. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I know he does that. I'm not saying you saying I'm saying it, but I know he does stuff like that. But it doesn't. I wouldn't. Why am I gonna fight you because you disagree with me? But that's my point. You're making my point for me, Mills, and I appreciate that. I feel like, we got to be able to disagree with each other and still be able to say, well, that's still my brother, right? Sean, Scam, and Gray Pill disagree with me, right? But they still my brothers. Okay. They said, Clarence, man, I think you insulted us a little bit. Okay, I say I apologize. Because sincerely, I wasn't trying to insult them. I'm an engineer. So I look at things, bam, cut and dry. Whoop. I think I've had about 3 or 4 times where Patrice told me, Clarence, I know you think you helping, but you not, the way you saying that is not going to help. Maybe you should be a little more sensitive the way you saying that. Enia said that too. Risa said that too. That's why I keep them around. Oh man. Sister, they said, don't. No, man. I'm not, listen, sister, you know me. I'm not trying to fight nobody over no YouTube video. Not at all, man. I'm not trying to fight. I'm not trying to fight nobody over no YouTube video. Even if they threaten me, I'm not, you know, but what I will say is, you know, I'm not going to, you know, what's the word I want to use? You know, run from anything. I'm just not participating. I'll step to the side. If you want to fight somebody, go get in the ring and fight somebody. You're not gonna fight, bro. See, I'm too old to be fighting a dude, and it's not over life and death. It's not, I'm too old. I've been in a lot of fights, man. I've done all that already. Reese said, please don't come to me. You will get your issue. Bang, 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 bang. Shout out to each. Emil said, grown man bragging about being on Section 8 and getting food stamps. Well, Emil's, see, this is the thing. Right? This is the thing. As believers, we have to understand that some of our people are not, they have mental situations, right? This man has already admitted that he had mental issues. So I'm not going to put him down because he's living a certain kind of lifestyle. Hopefully he's able to get out of it, but I'm not going to put the man down for that. You know, that could happen to anybody. That could happen to any one of us. So I wouldn't put the man down for that. I'm not going to put him down for nothing, but I'm definitely going to tell you where I disagree with him. And I feel like he had an issue. And that's my problem sometimes. I'm just a straight shooter, right? Because I expect you to shoot straight at me. Clarence, I don't like what you did. Boom. Right? Sometimes I need some of these sisters to tell me, hey, Clarence, you kind of, you know, you could have said that better. Oh, okay. Or even like Arshawn said, hey, Clarence, you could have said that better. Okay. I'll take that. I'll take that. I ain't perfect. I stand by what I said, but I could have said it better. I could always say things better. So I will admit to that. Anyway, let's get to me and Beans, man. Beans was, I did something to Beans, man. I pushed him over the edge.
No matter how she comes, she can come with the most toxicity or she can come as a blank slate. It is up to you to get her to a certain point. It's not
no.
That you all don't listen to what's coming out of your own mouth.
No,
that's not what I'm saying.
I know it's not what you're saying. What I'm trying to explain to you is that is the problem with what you're saying. The problem with what you're saying is that it equates to that. Is that everything in the relationship, right, is going to be based upon the man. Instead of saying,
is that wrong? Is that wrong? A good man can move mountains. A good woman can extend your life. A good man can move a mountain. A good man can build a city. But this man's thinking process about the black man is so low. Right? So low. Don't give me that responsibility of being the baseline in the relationship. I don't want that responsibility. I just want to have sex and keep it moving. I don't want to be the baseline. But goddamn it, don't get married. Stay how you is. Flipping and flopping, dipping and dobbing. Right? Marriage ain't for weak people, man. Marriage is for strong people. You got to have some strength to be in a marriage, man. Marriage is hard. Marriage is tough. There's going to be days where you're going to rethink the whole thing. Like, man, what was I thinking about, man, telling this woman I want to be with her for the rest of my life? Can't stand her. And by that same night, you're like, man, I love this girl so much. I love her. That's how marriage go, man. It's ups and downs. It's ups and downs. But if you got the right person with the right kind of character, when the ish start breaking out, they won't turn on their heels and run. They won't say, oh, well, it's getting hard in this marriage. I'm going to leave it. That's why you vetting somebody for character. Oh, he just lost his job. Clarence just lost his job. Well, let me just leave. Oh, we got evicted. Let me just leave. See? A real woman is going to say, man, you're going to look at you and say, okay, this could happen to anybody. Bad circumstances can happen to anybody. That's why I want us to get stuck on the food stamps and all. That could happen to any one of us. The thing is, how you thinking. Is your thinking process going to help you get out of that situation? I don't think it is in this particular case.
No. Woman, you come into this relationship, your best version. I'll come into the relationship, my best versions. Neither one of those versions will be perfect, but we will grow together always. Upholding each other. That is what standing in the gap for each other spiritually is, right? Because
that's not what I'm saying.
The sister asked me, do I think the men are being raised to spiritually cover women? What you think she gonna say if I ask her if the women are being raised to spiritually cover men?
Of course they're not. But why would what does it matter what I think this other woman thought? What does that matter? And how would I know what she gonna say? And what difference does it make what she say? So I'm saying, man, he did this whole game the whole way through. That's my point.
What do you think she would say?
I don't know what she would say. I'm telling you what I said. I'm telling you what I'm saying, because a lot of things that I'm saying, you are extrapolating into something to guard up your argument. And what I'm saying
I'm not making it what you said, brother Clarence. I'm saying the problem with it is, right?
Okay,
wait. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Wait, listen to what I'm saying. Brother Clarence, wait, listen to what I'm saying. I'm going to give you an example. Hopefully you get it. So what if I say it's okay to hit a woman, right? Okay. And then somebody say, so you saying a man could smack a woman upside the head with a 2x4? I didn't say that. But what I did say was that it was okay to hit a woman. So you see how it's problematic? Because now people can infer all.
See, this dude, he always looking for like a safe way to there is no safe. There's nothing you're gonna be able to say that can't be taken out of context. It's nothing you're gonna be able to say. Now, a black man unfiltered, I'm gonna handle this one on my own, man. I'm gonna handle this one on my own. Maybe another time we get together, man, and talk about it. But this one today, I just want to deal with this thing with Beans. Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, he just was doing this throughout the whole show, and I was like, "What is this dude talking about?" Right?
All of these other examples that I'm not saying. That's what I'm saying y'all are doing. You're saying one thing, and that one thing that you're doing encompasses the rest of this stuff.
See, now that's him taking it all out of context, creating whatever he wants to creating the narrative out of it, right? He trying to take whatever we say and bend it back to the whole black women is the scourge of the earth theme, right? Black women, and they got multiple babies and multiple baby daddy. They the scourge of the planet, right? Okay.
When you make a woman's behavior a man's responsibility.
Listen. What you're saying is, hey, you can drive in a car. Now, I could say, hey, you could drive in a car. You may get in an accident. So everybody just will stop driving cars because they may get in an accident. I can't stop you from extrapolating, or any other person from extrapolating what they're saying. I can't. All I'm going to tell you is the truth. The truth is people change as time goes forward, right? Sometimes they make the right move. Sometimes they make the wrong move. And sometimes
I agree.
Listen, sometimes you're married to that person and they make the wrong move. Sometimes you married to that person, they make the right move.
But Brother Clarence, hold on. But Brother Clarence, you do realize that the statement that you're making right now goes against your argument about men not vetting correctly.
This is see. Okay, so he said that me saying that people may make a decision goes against his Rico. I'm not on the porch. I'm at home. He's saying what I said goes against what I said previously. Does anybody hear that I said anything that went against what I said previously? Just because I said you should vet better, does that mean that, well, if you vet, then the person that you vet is never going to make a mistake? Who said that? They're never going to do anything wrong. Who said that? That's what I was talking about when I said comprehension, man, because those two things don't go together. They're true at the same time. Shout out to Scam Likely. Those two things are true at the same time. Yes, you can vet, and do a good job vetting. And yes, the person that you vetted could still fall into some trouble. Those two things are, so what is that? The vetting only gives you a better chance at getting a person that's more like-minded and has the same type of resolve to keep the marriage going when challenges come up. That's all that the vetting is. There's no guarantee. Everybody wants a safe place to stand. Oh, well, vetting is, there is no guarantee of nothing. There is no guarantee. Shout out to Bolo TV. There's no guarantee out there. There's no safe place to stand. Relationships are innately vulnerable. They're innately vulnerable. When you get into a relationship, you bring in, you open yourself to vulnerability when you get into a relationship. That's the part. They want to be in relationships where there's no vulnerability, where it's a solid lock. This woman is going to do the right thing every time under any circumstance. There's no guarantee of none of that. Or a woman, likewise. This man is going to do the right thing no matter what. No. We got to help each other. That's what being in a relationship for. We got to help each other do the right thing. Right? When you get so mad at your wife, you want to just say, you know what, forget you. She go say, now, you know we got these kids. And I know you love these kids. Forget about how you feel about me right now, but I know you love these kids. We got to help each other. We got to encourage each other. Man, hey, bruh. All right, y'all. Let's continue, y'all. Shout out to Bolo TV in the village. Shout out to Rico. You can vet all you want. That's my point is the vetting only gives you better odds. There's no safe place you can stand on.
I'm glad you're saying that now, because that's not what you said in the beginning.
It's not going to get wet. You're going to have challenges. I don't care what you do.
So let me chime in on this about the vetting. BMU started all this bullshit, right? Because he said that 4 years from now, your wife can change her mind after you vet her and all that kind of stuff. That still doesn't stop you from having a vet her.
That was a great point. I'm glad Arpain said that, man. That was a great point. That was a great point. Doesn't matter. You still got to vet. That's your only defense against getting your heart stepped on, is vetting somebody. And even then, that vetting is not a guarantee. It just gives you the odds. It just gives you better odds. All right, let's continue.
You don't got to vet her before you marry. It doesn't matter what happens 4 years from now. You don't know. So that doesn't give you license not to vet her before you marry her.
That was a
That's
good
not
point.
what's happening, Mr. Payne. Nobody is saying not
he
vet.
said, though.
Wait, no, Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne. Nobody said don't vet. Nobody said that. The problem is that when you
wait a minute. Listen, wait a second. Let me finish. No, wait a second, man. It's my turn. You got quick because you said something that's wrong. Wait a minute. He said that he left the door.
So it ain't just me, right? He interrupted Trey. He interrupted Kasim. He interrupted Arpain. The only one he showed any kind of respect to was BMU, right? All right, let's continue.
Open, because the guys listening to this shit could extrapolate to say that there's no use in vetting, because 4 years from now we got dumb motherfuckers too listening to this shit too. So when you leave it open like that, wait a minute, man. When you leave it open like that, I can guarantee you some guys will think that you don't have to vet, because 4 years from now your wife is going to change your mind. That doesn't alleviate you from vetting. You should bring that shit up. Bring that shit up.
Arpain, let me say this. If God would give me the ability of his power for 30 minutes, I will line up every man out in front of your house that has been divorced. And I'm going to ask those men, let me finish. I'm going to ask those men, guys who have been divorced, all of you, what caused the divorce, and did your wife change from when y'all got married to the point where you got divorced? I guarantee you 98% of those men would said, when I married her, I thought she was related to Jesus. But after year 4, the bitch was the child of Lucifer.
Right. So you guys sit down here and say you didn't say that even if you vet a woman 4 years from now, she could change up. You didn't say that? Did you say that? Yes or no?
That does not equate to
no, wait a minute, man. Did you say that? Yes or no?
Absolutely. It's
okay, so the point I'm making is people can interpret that to mean that why vet a woman? Because 4 years from now, the bitch could change up on you.
Then they're stupid. And let them interpret it then with their dumb asses. We don't care about them dumb motherfuckers.
So what I'm saying,
let them interpret that dumb shit.
Okay, before you finish yelling at me, okay, let me just say this. What I'm saying is, the fact is, I know BMU is not saying don't vet the woman. I know he's not saying that. I know he's not. Are you out of your fucking mind? Are you crazy?
Bath and Beyond.
We're gonna skip it down to where because I'm just concerned about what Beans was saying to me.
I would say that go to if
asking me, I probably would
go to if I'm a woman as long as he people that I'm surrounded by.
A few minutes ago, you asked me a question on whether or not I thought the young men were being raised to be providers and spiritual coverers and leaders and all of those things. The people you're around, better protector,
and that have not been supported. I'm not saying
protecting women from things that happen. I did hear that.
That's not the reason why the relationship.
They changed.
Wait. If you took the time, wait, if you took the time to get to know her and to see whether she's lying or not to you before you entered in a long-term relationship, then you would have seen how her pattern of lying, correct?
Right.
So therefore, in seeing that pattern, you would have said to yourself, this may be a problem down the road. Maybe I shouldn't pursue a long-term relationship with this woman.
Okay,
is that possible?
Wait. Let's put that theory to the test. So you would say the same thing to a woman who was being beat on by a man, that it's her fault she's being beat
Absolutely. All right, let's finish this one real quick, y'all. Let's finish this up. He asked me, would you say the same thing to a woman, that was being beat on? Okay, let's get that answer. I'm not saying it's her fault that she's being beaten on. I'm saying it's her fault how she respond to it. If she want to respond to it by accepting that and continuing the relationship after she knows she's gonna keep getting beat on, then that's her fault.
No. You see, am I supposed to dumb myself down to pretend like I don't understand how you just changed that?
I didn't change nothing.
You did.
You didn't present. Wait a minute. You presenting what you want to present. I'm presenting what I'm presenting.
Yes, you're presenting that a man should have vetted better argument for the man. Why aren't you saying she should have vetted better?
Now, all fairness aside, y'all, I said that in the back chat. I said that women should vet better as well. He knows that. He was back there. He's been on the show the whole time, so he saw that. But see, now he's gonna lie and say I never said that. Anyway, Rico.
Yes, sir. I did not know you was up here the last 2 hours dealing with this nonsense.
Well, I didn't want to drag anybody else into it, man. I kind of wanted to just...
I watched it, though. I don't speak. You ain't dragging me into it. I'm running into the shit. Because I just think it was kind of like wholly unfair. It's ridiculous. It shouldn't even have even gotten to that point, because nothing you were saying was wrong. It was just, from my read of it, and I watched it again, he in particular, and not just him, I think several other people on the panel, they were just hell-bent from the start of the conversation until the point you left. They was going to make this about women, period. All throughout if anybody watch it, it's just like, it's the women, no matter what a man do, the women. And they're just stuck in that space. So that's why I said, I don't know why you bother wasting your time, because that's just where they at.
I finally realized that.
It's just like irregardless of what I may think about them, it's just like, I fully understand why the women reject their notion. I wouldn't let my dog follow none of them. I wouldn't. I got 2 female dogs. Don't you listen to none of them motherfuckers. None of them.
I understand it's a space, and obviously it's a space that people want to go. They want to hear that kind of stuff. I just know that I'm not. I don't want to participate in something like that because I feel like we got a different agenda here. And I don't, saying, shout out to Blackman and them. Hey, knock yourself out. But I'm just saying our agenda is not, that every marriage is doomed and, and that just, and his, not him, Blackman, but I mean, Bean's whole aggressiveness toward what we was doing, it just was like, why? To me, it had no point except for to try to create a narrative that I'm saying, what's wrong with me saying that men are responsible? They should be responsible in a relationship. What's wrong with me saying men should be a backbone in the relationship? What's wrong with me saying that? Why is that a problem?
Nothing.
But it's a problem.
Vetting, like you said,
that was my point. I see that. I saw at that point that was the narrative. No matter what the title of the show was, that was the narrative. So I see that. Okay.
I didn't hear "Happy Life, Happy Wife" ever spoken. So
I think
the title is irregardless. I'm just sitting there saying it's still irregardless of what the title was. If you watch the show objectively, you could hear the narrative was repeated over and over and over again. It was just a one-sided narrative, and that's why he was insisting on that one particular part about is a man responsible for how a woman reacts or what a woman does, and it's like I don't think anybody was ever saying that, but he kept trying to say, "Oh, y'all are saying that when a man does something and it's his fault for how a woman responds." I don't think any right-minded person believes one person can control what another person does. Whether you're married, whether you're in a relationship, you don't control another person. So how a person responds, you don't control that. You don't. So I think he just was stuck on that. So it was always about you're blaming the men, you're blaming the men, you're blaming the men, when all you were saying was people have got to fucking vet. Period.
I mean, is that
Period.
Is there something wrong with that?
No, I think we have to vet for everything. You vet if you're going to buy a house. You know what you do? You go to the neighborhood at night to see what it's like. That's a form of vetting. You just don't say, "Oh, I'm gonna move across town to California." No, you ride out there and you see the neighborhood. You vet if it's not a new house but a previously owned house. You walk through and you look for things that are wrong with it. That's a form of vetting. That's all it was. But again, it was literally all, to me, the narrative was about consistently, it's the women, the women, the women, the women, the women.
Well, I mean, I feel like not the women, well, to me, it was more the women are bad. The men are the men are good.
Not the men's fault for anything.
Yeah, and to me, I mean, that's just, coming up in the Nation of Islam, man, we was taught that the men are responsible for everything. Everything.
It wasn't even that they're both responsible. That's what I'm saying. I would get it. Yeah, the women are at fault, but so are the men.
Correct.
But at no point did I hear them conceding that the men were responsible or at fault for anything.
Well, I just think that they just look at it like, man, it's impossible to find a good woman, and it's just impossible. And you can do it. It's hard. What I mean? You ain't gonna go into no club, and but it's gonna take some work. But I think
you may not always get it right. It's it like you said.
There you go. That's another point. Good point.
Nothing is guaranteed. But you it's still incumbent on you to do the vetting for the benefit of protecting yourself. And you know what? You still can get it wrong. You just can. You just can. I mean, so what?
Nothing's guaranteed.
Nothing. And I think that was spoken throughout. And for it to get to the point where I was just like, I don't get it. I don't get it.
All right, man, let's continue. I sent you Blackman Unfiltered said, I thought you were going at this by yourself. I should be able to speak on my content. Okay, brother. I'm gonna bend my rule for today. I send you a link. If you want to come up here, come on up here. But I send you a link. But hey, you know what? I'm gonna just say what I'm saying. So anyway, let's continue, man, because I want to push on.
Did Beans do his review of it? He said he was gonna clip it and
I don't know. I don't know if he did or didn't. I don't know if he did or didn't.
Okay.
But I'm doing my review, not of his behavior, not of him. I don't even know him as a person, but I'm talking about his behavior. Mm-hmm. It was not inviting for us to have a pleasant exchange, in my opinion. All right, so let's continue with man, Brother Clarence, man, bro, see, man, I got beans coming at me left and right. I'm saying the same thing. I said it.
No, you not, nigga. You just said that if she stays in.
Now I missed that one. That was the first. That was the first time he called me nigga.
Yeah, that was the opening.
That one because I wasn't paying. Yeah, I wasn't paying.
I think you missed the first 2 or 3.
I may have because I wasn't paying attention because I was so busy trying to get my point across. I didn't hear what was going on.
You missed about 3 of them. But you know, I was like, okay. I'm like, okay.
You know, man, I ain't going for it. But hey, let's continue. Let's continue.
Right. The relationship. You're blaming her if she stays in the relationship.
Calm down, B. See, that's me trying to get him to calm down, right?
And at no point did you blame the woman for staying in an abusive relationship. Again, they hear what they want to hear and not what is said. Because I don't think no right-minded person would say a woman being abused, physically beat up in a relationship should stay or remain in that relationship.
I mean, nobody said that. None of us said that.
But if you go back and play it again, you're going to see he just accused you of blaming her for staying. I was like, that's not what he said.
Yeah, but see, this was my point. This was my point that he kept, deconstructing everything I was saying to make it fit the narrative, right?
Yes, that's
because
what I'm
the title of the show was "Happy Life, Happy Wife: The Boomer's Biggest Mistake," right? And so my thing was, okay, so they would I think what they were saying, "Happy Life, Happy Wife" was just it was contrite. It was actually to say that if you trying to
keep peace in your home, keep peace in your home in a nutshell.
I think what the title was trying to say
that men are simping and kissing women's behind, and that's not what happy life, happy wife is even about. It's just peace in your home. It's just something that rhymes, like you said in the speech, right? That's all it is.
Okay,
they provide her with the basic necessities as required as of a husband, and the woman should be content. If she's not lacking or in need of a bunch of stuff, that would breed discontentment in your house. That's all this means. But them trying to conflate it to, see, men are simping. They simping. No, it's like, do your damn job.
Well, I mean, if you have a stable relationship, how many of you gonna blame the women all the time? Okay, once or twice, but all the time?
Don't be running the street, messing around with Miss Sally, out drinking with the boys all night, gambling. If you do that, that's not, exactly. Your wife's not happy about that. That's why your life is not happy.
Okay, Rico, we gotta get up. We gotta
go ahead.
Okay, let's go.
Let's
put our emotions to the side. Let's just think for a second. Okay, I said it in the private chat that a woman has to vet as well. I didn't say, I'm not saying that a woman doesn't have to. If I hadn't done that, he could have said, "Oh no, Clarence, no, you didn't."
Right.
Right. If I was lying, he could have said, "Hey, you lying, Clarence," or anybody else on the panel could have said that, right?
But you're saying it again, and you're reiterating it right there verbally. So you put it in the chat, and now you're saying it verbally. So that should have ended the conversation right there.
But this is just it was trolling strategy.
Right.
It's not your fault if something happens out of the blue. If somebody does something, brings a new pattern into the relationship, that is not your fault, man or woman. That's not your fault.
Okay,
now here's your fault. Here's your fault. How you respond. Now, if you're going to respond by supporting that behavior, by not taking measures to cut it off, then you unwittingly are enabling that person to continue this behavior with you. That's your
measure.
The measure for what, in particular?
You just said the measure for responding to that behavior? What's the
okay? What are you talking about? The woman getting beat on? Is that what you're talking about?
Anyone else?
Right? I didn't say that, right?
You didn't say measure at all. He was thinking measure. Okay. You said that if you allow it, then you're unwittingly participating in whatever. He, in his mind, heard measure. So now he's trying to pin you to something that you never even said and you wasn't even talking about.
You did this the whole way through.
Right. Okay. And that's what I said is they already have a preconceived notion and idea in their head. Women are wrong, men are right, and nothing else is going to seep through because you did not say measure. You didn't say anything even related to that lane about this. You gave a clear, concise answer as to what a woman in an abusive situation should do. But again, we can't tell the woman to leave. We can't tell her to stay. It's incumbent on her. But whatever she decides, like you said, how she responds determines her culpability. So if you're being beaten and you respond in a way to go back or to continue on putting yourself in a dangerous situation, you're culpable in the outcome, as opposed to if you seek intervention through the police, through government services, through family.
Right.
That determines your culpability.
Right. Because man, anybody could, I keep saying this, man. This world is so wicked, man. Anybody could fall down.
Yeah.
Okay, so your husband could go out there and get caught up. Your wife could go out there and get caught up. The only thing you could do at that point is how you going to respond to it.
Yes.
How you going to respond? If you continue, just like me, I could have continued to let this dude call me a Negro. Hey, that was on me, right?
And like most things in life, there's no cut and dry standard answer for everybody. Right. Some people will stay in an abusive relationship for whatever reason. I don't know. Cycle of codependency, I don't know. Right. But, so you can't, it's not easy to give everybody a straight and forward answer because, some women will feel like I can love them out of it, whatever. Right. So you tell people, look, protect yourself. It's not for us. It's for the people that's in that situation. And that was the answer you gave him. But again, you see, I saw he grabbed onto that word, and this is where he twists you and try to push you into something you didn't even say.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Let's continue, y'all. We're almost through it, I think. I think we're almost done.
Of them you want to use.
Okay, let's take the woman getting beat on. If the woman keeps forgiving this man and allows him to keep beating her up and beating her up and beating her up, well, you can't blame that on the man no more. You have to blame that on the female because the man is showing you the pattern that he has and you're continuing to accept it. Same thing with the man. This woman going out and sleeping with your friends, your cousin, your uncle, your brother, and you continuing to take her back, then, that's on you.
So Brother Terrence, let me ask you. I understand. Let me ask you.
Listen, Beans. Listen.
I heard you. Hold on. I'm smart, brother. I'm sorry if everybody isn't. Listen, so the dude
he just insulted everybody.
Condescending, right? He was right, and he would talk for long periods of time. He would look, and it was earlier. You were correct when he was like, "I'm not done talking." See how I was quiet when you was talking,
right?
But then later on, he did this. I'm like, this is so glaringly obvious.
Hey, Rico,
and I will say this to the moderators: they should have picked up on that too, and they should have said, "Hey, Beans, he's right. You told him not to talk while you were talking, so you need to respectfully be quiet and let him talk." And they did not do that.
I don't mind this. I don't mind.
No, but I'm just saying it's a larger audience than just the way he responded to you. But again, I think maybe in those cases, why do I think the moderators don't step in? Because they share the same ideology of the person that's doing that.
Probably.
And it's not just here. I've seen it on This Might Be Risky. I've seen it on Hardly Initiated. So I'm saying to even moderators, y'all are not as neutral as y'all like to pretend or like y'all like to sell. If y'all are not neutral and then people come up on these panels and they're one on a dozen or half a dozen, and then you want to say, oh, we were just neutral. I'm like, that's bullshit.
Yeah.
They don't. So that's why I think those corrections don't take place because the moderators or channel holders, they got skin in the game on one side of the ledger. And if you take your ass up there, you do so at your own risk. So you and I need to start vetting where the fuck we go.
Right.
That's what I'm gonna say to you. Or it's your fault, like you said about that woman, bro. See?
Agreed.
Stop acting like the battered woman and keep going to spaces and not vetting them when you know they gonna pull this bullshit.
Agreed. I mean, this, and I should know because hey, this is this is this is how they feel about it, and this is the place where they go to air that kind of stuff out. So I should know that. I should have been more aware of that and respected that and said, okay, that's what they do. Okay, no problem. But that's probably not a place for me. All right, so let's continue. Beans has got it in for me. Beans said another. I think it's probably about number 10 or 11 things that he said. I said that I didn't say. Here we go.
It's the chick.
Beans right? The boy.
The dude hits the chick the very first time. Right? You're saying the woman should leave immediately or should she stay?
Good question. Good question. You get hit once, bow, upside the head. What should you do? Okay, now let's listen to the answer. You should consider all of the situation, the whole situation, and if she can see that pattern is going to reproduce itself, yes, she should leave.
The only way to see if the pattern is going to reproduce itself is to let him hit her again.
No. You don't have to get hit twice.
Nope.
You see the situation coming and you see the tension building up like that again. You know what's coming. You don't have to do that.
You see it coming before the first time he hit your ass.
Well, sometimes not,
but you
Rico.
Ignore, no, the signs are there.
Well, I'll put it like this.
Hope it doesn't occur, and then once it occurs,
I agree with you
so
that
you
sometimes
see those signs the second time.
There are signs, but because people be so in love with each other, sometimes they ignore it, right? But once you get hit, bow, you get baptized. Hey, this dude can actually do some. He gonna hit me.
Yeah.
Then at that point, you got to say to yourself, okay, investigate the situation and say, okay, is this a one-off? Did he just lose his mind or something? Mm-hmm. Or is this something that is a new pattern that's being interjected into the marriage?
Yeah.
If it's a new pattern that's being interjected, I'm not going to let it set up on me.
Right. And I can understand it's not easy. You got kids.
Yeah.
You got, so again, but personally, I would say, hell no, hit you one time. That's it. The end. But that's just me.
Right.
That's me as an individual. I can't judge anybody if they stay, because when you look back at it, leaving ain't easy, just like staying isn't. But I just say leave for your physical safety.
Hey, brother, some of the best and strongest marriages, stuff that went down like that.
Absolutely.
And they came together and they said, we gonna change the way we do it. I mean, so it's really up to the person.
People in the church don't put their hands on their spouses.
Of course. In the mosque too.
And they still make it. So, that's just, it's difficult, but that has nothing to do with how they responded. So that's why I said what you were saying wasn't egregious enough to even have to start responding like this with all this anger. So I'm like, this is evidence to me of these are preconceived ideas, feelings, ideologies, and belief structure. And anytime you go into those spaces and you're in opposition, you got to be ready to, as the Swamp King say, be ready for motherfucking demon time. Because that's how they're going to respond. And I only say that not because I think that that's the best way to handle it. I'm just saying they're not going to respect us if we don't. And if we don't want to get like that, don't go.
Yeah.
Vet the space. Yeah. Tell him to kiss your creamy black ass and go on about your business. And I'm just saying, because they're really not trying to hear it. I don't think they're trying to be open to dialogue. They are not. No. They're not.
No, and that's the feeling I got Sunday. All right, let's continue, Rico. Let's knock it out.
That's the only way she'll know.
Yeah, if she survives the first beat down.
Right. You said you're smart. Smart people don't have to let things happen again and again. So if she can see
that. Not hear this. Am I the only one who hear this? What is happening? You just said she has to see if the situation is going to repeat itself again. How else will she know if it's going to repeat unless he hits her again?
I was quiet when you were talking. Remember that?
Absolutely. We're having a conversation right now.
Somebody on the panel told me that earlier. So I just wanted to bring that back.
Absolutely. We're having a conversation right now.
Okay. So
I don't have to abide by my own fucking standard. I don't have to abide by my said rule. I can do what the fuck I want, but you do what I tell you to do.
Okay. So when I'm interrupting him, hey, you should be quiet.
Yeah.
When he's interrupting me, we having a conversation.
Right. Or I set a standard, what they say, not for thee, but for me. You know what I'm saying? And what this tells me too is these are the same ideologies, Clarence. That right there is the same ideology they'll try to have towards the opposite gender. You do what I say. I don't have to uphold the standard. I don't have to abide by the rules of decorum, but you must.
Right. And you're a bad woman if you do, right?
Yeah.
All right, let's bring Bobo in, and then we got Blackman Unfiltered here. All right, so Bolo, what do you think, man? Oh, maybe Bolo's not ready. Let's see. Oh, Bolo's got something's going on with Bolo. Let me bring him back up. Let me bring up Blackman Unfiltered, then I'll let Bolo go. Blackman.
Hey, what's going on?
What's going on, man?
Not much, man. Sitting here watching your show today, brother.
Okay. What do you think? What we doing? How we doing?
Oh, man, absolutely, man. I think that I want to address Rico first about when it comes to people saying that, they don't want to hear what you have to say, and if you don't agree with them, they go against you. Rico, you don't know my content enough to speak on my content, period. Because that's not what we do. Everybody that comes on my show gets a fair shot to say what they want to say, whether they're on the opposing side or whether they're on the other side. I don't interrupt nobody. So for you to say that, and if you educated yourself on my content before you said that, you would know that we don't interrupt nobody. Everybody gets their fair chance.
Blackman. I got
Brother Clarence.
I got interrupted a lot.
But no. This is the rule that I have. When two men are having discord, I'm not going to get between two men. It's been like this since the beginning of the time. When two men are having discord, the two men are allowed to have that without interruption.
Yeah, I get that. But what I'm saying is,
you and Beans, that's my rule. I don't interrupt. If you and Beans was going in, I'm not going to be in the middle of y'all like no female to my, stop it, guys. Hold on a second. No, you guys are having discord. Y'all have that.
Wait. So for us to have decorum, rules of decorum, that's being a female. That's being like a female, just because we have a rate of exchange of how we gonna do things. I don't think that's
no. What I'm saying is, we always have this narrative, especially the old school guys like yourself and Rico. Well, we have this narrative where we meet people where they are. And if you meet people where they are, you don't know what you like. If you go to the mosque and a guy wants to be a Muslim, you don't know what that man bringing. You don't know what temper he got. You don't know how he's gonna talk to you. You don't know nothing. Your job is a man of God, is to meet that man where he is and pull and gradually over time bring him over to the faith. Is that correct?
I'm attempting to do it.
Okay, absolutely.
He's so the one that do it.
Absolutely. It's just like our children. The Bible teaches us that ignorance is wrapped up in the spirit of a child. And so we have to teach those kids not to be ignorant. We have to train them up. The Bible says, train up a child in the way they should go, and when they are older, they will not depart from it. So even when you're training them children, you have to be able to meet those children where they are to reach them, correct? So it's the same. It's the same thing with people that are not like us. I believe in Jesus. I believe in the Bible. I believe in the Word of God so hardly. I love Jesus with all my heart. But everybody I meet ain't gonna love Jesus. So then I need to meet people where they are, and sometimes I may be the only church or the only Bible these people may see. Right. And so when I'm held in a situation, I've been in several situations where a year ago, 2 years ago, when I first started YouTube and people will come at me and I come at them now, as you can see now, I don't do that anymore. When people come at me and they have an opinion and they let that stuff out, I let them get it off. And once they get it off, we have the conversation. How is it for me to show Christ if I'm going sharing the same energy or running away from a conversation when I feel like it's too harsh on me? I got tough skin. I can handle anything. And when you put it in front of me, I'll do it.
Okay,
I'll handle it.
So here's the thing. I don't think you're wrong for how you handle your show. You handle your show how you want to handle it. All I'm saying is, if I'm trying to have a conversation with somebody, I'm expect us to we gotta have to kind of follow some rules because to get the ideas across. I can't blame you for what Beans was doing. I'm just saying I that kind of environment where like you said, everybody just could go for it. Okay, that's cool. But I'm just saying, for me, a person, I don't talk fast, I don't walk fast, I don't do nothing fast. So I need time to get my stuff across. Maybe that's not a good environment for me. And I don't have nothing against nobody. Just, hey, that situation ain't good for me because I need time to get what I'm out, get out. And if a guy is like this, that's very impatient, it ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna work.
Now, right? And let me say this. Do you know? I'm gonna tell you this real quick. Me and Beans met, and me and him had a huge discourse. I don't know if you guys remember. This is about a year ago. Me and Beans went at it really, 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 really bad. And we was going back and forth, cussing, let's meet up, let's fight, let's beat the hell out of each other. Listen, all that, and I had to think about it. Wait a minute, hold on. I'm a man, and I'm not going to always meet people like them. And it is not my job to become a chameleon and turn into what other people are. It is my job to show people who I am, and through me, those people can be led. You just said something so profound. What did you say? You said Beans disrespected everybody on that panel except BMU. The only person he had respect for was BMU. You know why? Because I have a relationship with Beans now where he don't disrespect me and I don't disrespect him simply because I met him where he was. You see what I'm saying? And so Beans wouldn't come at me like he came at you. Because I met him where he was. After me and him had that big blow up, cussing out, let's fight. I met him where he was. I showed him what kind of man I am, and he followed that. And now me and Beans don't have no disrespect for each other. He would never talk to me like he talked to some people on that panel.
Well, that's good for you, bro. And you can have him on there all you.
No. But I'm saying, but Beans, that's Beans' first time being on my show in the last year or so, right?
I'm saying I'm not finna fight him or threaten to fight him or insult him or not. I don't have to do none of that, man. If it get to the point where he wants to insult me, did you hear him call me a nigga?
I did hear him call you a nigga.
Okay. Now to me, that was an insult. I took that as an insult. And as I reviewed it, I heard that he did it multiple times, right? Now on my show, somebody come up here, they may feel some type of way about you, black man, but they ain't never gonna call you out your name. They ain't never gonna insult you, not like that. Maybe you might feel that you're being insulted by something they saying, but they not gonna just directly call you out your name. But that's what happened.
Now, Brother Clarence.
Or did it happen?
Both know. Now, it happened to you, but I want to say this. The majority of men today who have conversation, including myself, I hold myself accountable as well. Right, nigga is offensive to you, and I apologize that was offensive to you. Okay,
but it ain't true. It ain't your fault.
No. I'm saying I want to apologize on behalf of my platform to you, if that was offensive to you. But I want to say probably 89% of black men use that word in conversation every day.
Not me.
No, not you. That's why I apologize to you because it was offensive to you.
But this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying, black man. You don't have to apologize because that's how he is. Like you said, that's how he is. So I understand that. I just will remove myself from that type of situation. I'm not trying to get him to change. I'm not trying to get you to change. If this is how your platform is, where you say, "Hey, I let two men go at it. I'm gonna let them go at it." Okay, that's fine. That's not maximizing my skill set, but being in that kind of environment. That's all I'm saying.
And brother Clarence, me and you, like under what Rico was saying, me and you came on my platform, not this time here with that what happened with him, but you come on previous times, and the conversation has been amazing, right? We've had dialogue with nobody on the panel being too aggressive, right? So we've had those conversations, and we continue to have the conversations, and encourage I encourage Brother Rico to look at the content that we've been doing lately. Everything is not about woman. And also I want to address the happy wife, happy life. I do believe that was a mistake. I talked to my father about this just recently. I do believe that happy wife, happy life was a mistake. And I do look at it like men are kissing ass. Let me tell you why. It's simply because I used to hear it growing up. I used to hear my aunts. I even heard my mama a couple of times say my dad would look. He would make a decision in front of somebody, or make a decision, and my mama would look at him, and he'd be like, "No, don't worry about it. We'll go this way." And he'd be like, "They'd be like, why you do that?" He said, "Happy wife, happy life." I used to hear that men change decisions. I used to sell cars, sold cars for I'm saying I sold cars for 8 years. Men had that mindset, happy wife, happy life, and put themselves in debt. They came in wanted to pay a $400 payment, left paying an $800 payment because their wife wanted something more bigger. You see what I'm saying?
Blackman, I hear you. We're gonna okay. If you want to stay and discuss that, we'll get into that. But right now, I need to let Bolo open some remarks, and I'm sure Rico wants to respond to some of the things you were saying about him. So let's do that. Let's do that. First of all, Brother Bolo.
What's going on? Can y'all hear me?
We can hear you, man.
What's going on, fellas? How's everybody
doing?
On,
G?
I'm chilling, G. What's going on, Brother Rico? BMU, what's the deal, yo?
Hey, what's going on with your brother Bishop?
I'm chilling, my dude. I'm chilling. Wow. I've been listening for a minute. And, listen, the trauma that Cats is going through, it's a lot. And if, as the OGs, if we're not giving these young men the coping skills and the coping mechanisms to deal with their trauma, it's going to be a merry-go-round. They're not going to learn. They're going to continue, the coping mechanisms that God wants us to use in our lives is to first look at yourself. He doesn't want you to look at the other person first. He wants you to look at yourself. What did you bring to the table? If anything, you may not have brought nothing to the table. You might be innocent in it, but he wants you to look at yourself first. Clear your house first, and then look at the other person. So often in society, be it both men and women, we're quick to blame the other and not look in the mirror and say, what dysfunction did I bring to this situation? So when they're talking about vetting isn't the end all be all. It's not. It puts you in a better position to make a better decision. That's what it does. Nothing in life is guaranteed, because if it was, then it wouldn't be about faith. There would be no faith. This is about trial and error. What did I learn from going down that block? Don't mess with those pit bulls. So you know what I'm going to do? Not go down that block. That's what life is. But you know what it is? A lot of these young men and young women, they don't have fathers in their life, or they do, and they just pressure breaks pipes. Anything that's worth something, if we look at it, anything that's worth anything, you have to dig down deep and get it. You got to go through a whole lot to get that diamond, a whole lot to get that emerald, a whole lot to get you got to go through a lot. So when we read Ephesians and the Lord talks about, men, love your wives as I love the church, we better understand what that means. He presented it unwrinkled with no blemish to himself. Unwrinkled without blemish. What does that mean? That means he had a hand in her growth, in her learning, in her progress, which means that if I have a hand in her learning and progress, I have a hand in her failure. That does not mean that I'm taking accountability and responsibility away from her. But damn it, if you're going to be king, and these names that Cats are taking, king, president, whatever, you better understand that in her failure, you got something to do with that because she's under your covering. It's the same way with the children. You could be good parents, and your child be off the chain. Who do they blame? Who do they look at first? The parents. And you could be the best parents that you could be. The onus is on you. So if you're going to be a husband, understand that your accountability and responsibility is not just for yourself. It's for everyone you cover.
Good point. All right, man. Thank you, Brother Bolo. Hold tight. I think Rico wants to respond to some of the things you were saying, Black Man. All right, Rico, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
All right, so let me set the table with this. Black Man, I know you may think I'm speaking out of turn because I spoke about your content. I have watched enough of your content to have a well-informed opinion. Now, I'm sorry if my opinion is not favorable of your content, but that is exactly what it is, my opinion and how I see it, and I'm not the only person who shares that opinion. Not only am I not the only person that shares it, I'm free to speak and say what my opinion is of your content. You put your content out there on a public platform for public consumption. And not only do I watch your content or I don't watch it regularly because I don't see it that favorable, but I've watched it enough to have formed this opinion as to why I don't watch it as much. And not only your content, but several other content creators in this space for the very same reason. So I'm going to share my opinion, whether you like it or don't. It doesn't have to be favorable. That's why y'all put it out there for public consumption. We will consume it. We will say what we like. We'll say what we don't like. I don't think I said one thing since I've been up here that was incorrect so far about the content. You pointed out the stupid title, not me. And I gave my opinion of what that title means to me. It meant what you said it meant to you. It meant something else to me and Bros Clarence. So yours is correct to you. Ours is correct to us. So while you have a negative connotation to that stupid title, me and Bro Clarence, we see a deeper meaning to it. So it doesn't offend us. So as you were free to express it on your channel, we're free to express it here how we feel about it, and we shall do so. As to how you run your channel, you run it any way you want. But what I saw was a panelist sit there on your channel, and he set the rules of decorum and how a discussion was going to go, and you said nothing. Fine. But yet, when that other panelist, Bro C, reminded the person of the rules of decorum, you chose not to enforce it when it was against Bro C. And I see the hypocrisy in how panelists on your channel are not being treated fairly. I don't care about your ideology about not interrupting. It's a sense of fairness, or why else invite people over there? Bro C can continue to go until the cows come home. I could care less. But nonetheless, I know when I see a sense of unfairness or not neutrality, I don't care what kind of bullshit people try to tell me.
All right. So in all fairness, whenever I've gone on the Black Man Unfiltered, Black Man has always treated me. Now, some of the panelists may not have been, what they call that, fair-minded, but Black Man has never, just shut me down. So I will give him that. But like I said, I don't have an issue with the way you handle, bro. I really don't. You know me. If I did, I would tell you. I don't. The only thing I'm saying is, maybe that's not, because you have so many different people on the panel, and I know you like to have those robust conversations, but you have so many people on the panel sometimes that are really like Beans was yesterday, very emotionally attached to some of those ideologies. And when he got mad at me, like for example, let me say this. At the end of the show, when you was telling him, hey, you back Clarence into a corner, he wanted to restate what he was saying, and you wouldn't let him do it, and that's why he had to leave. And so I'm saying that's not why I left. I don't know if you know why I left. Do you understand why I left?
Because of the N-word.
Huh?
Because of the N-word.
Yeah, because of the disrespect. Not necessarily the N-word in particular, but just the disrespect. When I asked him to stop doing it, he went back and did it again. So I knew at that point, okay, this is how much. See, I'm the type of person, man, I listen and I watch. Okay, so if I ask him not to do that, you know, and he said, he called me right back. He called me a nigga again. Then I said, okay, this man ain't got this is the level of respect he got for me. I don't have to participate with that. I can leave, right? You know, shout out to Blackman, Unfiltered Network, whatever, but I don't have to be in this situation where he's going to do that to me. Because I would, man, let me tell you something, man. Somebody came on this panel, and I'm not saying you have to be like me, because you're doing a different thing. You have a different audience. So I'm just telling you here, I would never have let that fly with you. One thing you ain't got to worry about, Blackman. Anybody coming over here calling you something. Even Rico, me and Rico fight in the background because I won't let Rico do some things, right? But one thing we all try to agree on is we're not going to let nobody be disrespected directly, right? Not like I'm gonna say something about. See, so since I come from that type of environment, that it's gonna be tough for me to be over there and deal with that. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I'm saying, man. And this man, the whole reason why we doing what we doing now, because this man, would you agree that he was taking, or disagree? Maybe you disagree that he was taking a lot of what I said out of context and repackaging it and presenting it, because that's the way I saw it.
Yeah, he was giving a different view of what you were saying. You would say something, then he would give his perspective on what he felt about what you were saying.
Okay, so, and that's how he should have stated it. Clarence, this is what I think. This is my opinion of what you're saying. This is my position on what you're saying, right? I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying that's what he did. If he wanted to say that this is his he had a different opinion, that's cool. I don't expect everybody to agree with me, but don't disrespect me, bro. Do you think we should be disrespecting each other just because we disagree with each other?
It has, like I said again on my channel, it does happen a lot. That's why Rico was misled, but I'm going to address him in a minute, but not right now. I want you to finish up.
Okay.
But a lot of times we do have Discord that bad. Anybody has a show, everybody is back talking and laughing again. So it's
No. I'm not, like I said, I'm not trying to get you to change your channel. I'm not trying to get you to change it. I'm just saying, the reason what will happen is me, bro, see, I'm going to step off if I feel like I'm being disrespected. I didn't leave because I was double talking. I never was double talking. He was frustrating me, kept interrupting me. Thank you, Truth. Appreciate you, man. He kept interrupting me while I was trying to talk. That was frustrating me. I was getting frustrated at that point. And then on top of that, now he's being disrespectful. So now he ain't let me talk. Then he's disrespecting me. I'm like, hey, okay. I would think like we are gentlemen, right? We all are gentlemen. If you tell me something, hey, Clarence, you saying my name wrong, please say it this way. We should be gentlemen enough to say, okay, hey, I may want to say it this other way, but the brother asked me, I'm going to say it the way the brother asked me to say it, right? Or we should just be gentlemen enough to show each other respect. When we ain't even at that point. But anyway, let's finish. Let's finish up, y'all. Let's finish up.
Now, go ahead.
Okay. Oh, we have now.
We're going to go back and forth because
we're having a conversation.
But so we don't have to wait on your long soliloquy.
I needed to remember that you were talking. Okay. Anyway, like I said before, nobody should be getting hit over and over and over and over again. So, but things can happen, right? A person could go out of their mind because of the stress of the world or whatever, and they can start taking it out on a woman or taking it out on a man, whatever.
Right.
But if you know the person well enough to know this is an outside pattern and you can see that it's building up and coming again, then that's something you have to train yourself to be able to see. You being married to somebody, you got to learn that person for your own safety. You have to learn this person and their habits and their patterns. Because if you don't learn that person, and they could throw a twist at you at any moment and you could get thrown off. So I don't suggest no woman go out there and repeatedly get her butt kicked. The first time it happens, a consequence should come down so severe that if she decides to stay with him, he'd know better than to ever do that again, or just leave. But I don't promote violence in a relationship, not to man to woman, woman to man. No, never.
Got you. BMU, you know what's so crazy about this? It's because you read the statistic earlier saying that the great change in the marriage comes in the 4th year, right?
Yep.
And we all know.
Okay. BMU. He's pulled you into this situation, right? He's gonna quote your statistic. By the way, brother, you never cited where you got those statistics from, right? But okay, so he's gonna pull you into it, and we're gonna see if y'all gonna agree on what year the black marriages go down.
The bigger question.
So the average black man.
The bigger question is, what the hell does that have to do with a woman getting beat?
Well, I think he's trying to tie it in some kind of way.
Right. So even if the stat is true, that has nothing to do with you saying nobody should get beaten.
Well, yeah, but we don't know yet, Rico, how he's trying to tie it in. He's trying to tie it in some type of way. Let's let him at least try to see where he's going with it. But my point is, there was a lot of confusion on where black marriages end and when do they end? Well, the ones that ended divorce, rather, where they end.
Into site where the information comes from. Dr. Nkunde, he does this for a living. He's a forensic psychologist, PhD, and I get all of my information and statistics from him. So those are very accurate, and they can be emailed to you as well.
All right, brother, please get that to us. I'd love to review that. All right. So anyway, here we go. Now there's going to be a discrepancy on the amount of time that black marriages, the ones that ended divorce, fall apart.
Marriage lasts how long?
3 years.
Now, see, this man said the average black marriage end. Now, the implication there is all black marriages end in 3 years. He didn't say black marriages that ended divorce, right? He didn't qualify that. He just said, when does the average black marriage end? Okay. I don't know. Maybe the average black marriage ends that way. I don't know. Maybe that's what he was trying to imply. Like the most marriages are going to fail at this point, but he didn't qualify it correctly. Okay.
3.
No, at 5 years.
Yeah. Okay.
To be fair, 5.5 years. To be fair, right? 5.5 years, according to the statistics, right? He just said that you have to learn people.
Yes.
That is I don't even have to checkmate you. You just checkmate it yourself. That is not a vetting problem.
Okay. Black Man Unfiltered. What does that have to do with vetting? Is he still with
Give
us?
me just a second. Y'all go ahead. Just give me just a second.
To me, nothing. The only thing I gather, he's trying to say that if the marriage lasted 5.5 years, that the assumption is that the man vetted the woman in all of those 5.5 years. Just because you are married to someone, you should have vetted her. Matter of fact, you should have vetted her before you ever got married.
Agreed.
You shouldn't even be vetting in the marriage.
That should have been the prerequisite before getting married.
Before you even got married, so that you don't even marry the wrong person. But he's trying, again, it goes back to, and at no point was anybody ever saying that the man was responsible for what the woman does, because he's not. But that still doesn't mean you don't vet before the marriage, and during the marriage, you're still getting to learn and know each other, because both people are growing.
There you go.
Both people are changing. So it's not like, we got married and we don't change, we don't evolve, we don't grow deeper in our marriage, we don't grow deeper in our faith. I'm like, that's an ongoing until you die exercise. It never stops.
Good point. So, we just trying to figure out, I guess those of us that got boots on the ground in this situation, we're trying to figure out.
Because if you preconceive that it's the whole time for Beans, it was the woman. And it was never going to be, well, the man. I'm like, what is the harm in the man vetting? Even if it's not his fault, he still is tasked with doing that. He's still tasked with getting
But then that goes into Rico. But see, then that goes into what Blackman is saying, right? It goes into, when we get on these platforms and we give this information, we're giving it generally. But when we're dealing with, Bean's situation, we have to pivot and start focusing on him. Because it's a Bean's issue at that point. It's not a general issue. So you're having two different conversations. You're having a conversation with everyone else pertaining to, what the statistic is with divorces and this, that, and the third. And Beans is coming from a position of it being personal. It's not a general conversation like we're having right now. He's coming from a position of it being personal. So you have to understand and pivot and say, okay, you know what? Let's not make this a general statement. Let's focus in and beam on you.
But
why is it that
hold up, I would say this, and I agree 1,000% with you, but when Beans personalized it, that's when he started attacking Bro C.
But that's my point. My point is he's attacking because he's not being heard. Understand? And I'm not justifying him attacking Bro C. That's totally off. But that's a sign of not being heard. In other words, if you leave a dog, and I'm not calling him a dog, but I'm giving this example. If you leave a dog tied out in the elements for a long time to the point where the chain's cutting into his neck and so forth and so on, when you're trying to come and give some aid, what is that dog going to do? That dog is going to bite you.
Yes, correct.
Because it doesn't know that you're trying to aid. It just knows that it's in pain and it wants it to stop. It's not until time passes, you know what I'm saying, he's seeing you feed them, so forth and so on. Like BMU said, at one point they were at it, going at each other's throat. Then they had that conversation. I don't know if it was a personal conversation offline or whatever, and they formed some type of relationship. You know what I'm saying? In a conversation that is general the way you guys are having it, I would have pivoted. I said, bro, you know what, man? This sounds like a very general conversation that we're having. And obviously, it's not general for you. It's more personal for you. So let's make it a personal conversation. Why do you feel that way? The hell with the statistics. I don't want to hear the statistics when you and I are talking. If BMU going to talk or anyone else on the panel, absolutely, they can give you statistics. But you see, I want to know why you feel that way. Because there's a reason. There's a reason why he came the way he came and why he feels the way he feels.
Agreed.
And the issue is this, Lyric said it on our channel. A lot of the times, especially when it comes to men, we're fixers. Like we come into a room, we see something that ain't right, we want to go into action and we want to fix, right? A lot of the times, we need to listen to the person that needs to be fixed so that we know how to fix them. So you walk into a room and you see a dude with a nail in his head, the first thing you're going to do is, let me take that nail out of his head. But that's not his issue. His issue is his back hurts. That's what he's telling you. But we go into it visually instead of saying, you know what, let me just hear what this dude is saying and see where he's coming from. This dude is in pain. Agreed. So no matter what statistic, no matter what breakdown, listen to me,
exactly
man.
What I was
it's
saying.
like trying to show It's like trying to show a blind person the most beautiful sunset you've ever seen. They can't see it at that moment. So we got to go into what his issue is. And that's why I said about the coping mechanisms and the coping skills. Obviously, where he's at right now, he doesn't have it. So our job as the collective of the brothers is to say, all right, let's form some type of cocoon around this dude where he feels safe that he can let his guards down. Because right now, he's that dog with that chain and the elements, and all of us are around him trying to help him, but he doesn't perceive it as that. Perspective is everything.
Yeah. All right, let's get the BMU in here. I'm sure you got a lot to say about what we've been saying. BMU?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, man.
Yeah, real quick. I do have to, hey, how you doing? Good. I wanted to say, addressing Rico first. Rico said, it's your stupid title and all this other stuff. Cool. Hey, have your own perspective and opinion. Because, Rico the big bad wolf, right? So his own opinion. But what I do is you have to be willing to, in order to have good conversation, you must be willing to have something to have good conversation. Now, let me give you an example. Nobody is going to go to Black Friday if there's no ads put out. And what happens is, what I do on my channel is that I want it to be provocative. I want people to say, what is they talking about? And when they click that, they are able to get into a conversation with men who are married, men who are not married, men who have mama issues, women who have daddy issues, right? Women who have had a promiscuous past, women who are married and got children, women who treat their husbands like kings, men who treat their wives like queens. I have a diaspora of a whole lot of people with those backgrounds, and that is my plan, right? To have all those people in one place together so you can get different views. So what Rico is saying is untrue because I do give you that difference, right? I give you that difference. You're gonna have Take Heed, who was this person. You're just gonna have Lost in Translation, who was this person. Now he's this person, right? You have religious backgrounds, non-religious backgrounds, people who believe, people who don't. I provide all of that, and so that's why I don't understand the notion of we only talk about what you think we talk about, because that's not the case. Because I wanted to know where Rico was when we were talking about men and young boys and young women being molested by their family members, and how monstrous these men are for uncles and daddies for molesting their daughters and their sons. Where was he at when we had that show? Where was we when we had the show about education and how much education is paying? We had a show about education. Where was I didn't hear anything from Rico when we was talking about education. I didn't hear anything from Rico when we had a 4-week show in parts, part 1 through 4, about marriage and how positive marriage is and how biblically marriage ties to marriage and how marriage is supposed to be. I didn't hear nothing from Rico. The positive shows don't get the attention from Rico. Only the shows he disagree with. And that's why I have a problem with what Rico said, simply because he's not talking about my network as a whole. He's talking about only the things that he's seen.
Can I respond?
Because when we have all those other shows I don't hear Rico talking about the positive stuff. He ain't not saying not one positive show. He ain't talking about none of that.
Well, Rico, you gonna respond?
Yeah, I don't want to cut him off.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's all I'm saying. And like I said, Bolo had a great point. When you have a relationship with someone and you build that relationship with them, then you know them enough to know their behavior. So when it comes to anything that Bean said, I said, oh, this is the regular way Bean's talk, right? Because when me and him have conversations offline, that's how he talk. So he ain't putting on no show. That's who Beans is. Right, and so when you build that relationship with him, you get to know him. That's what it is.
Okay,
but it comes off offensive to people, though. And you're right. It comes off offensive to people that don't have a relationship with him.
But bro, I'm not trying to get him to be different. I'm not trying to get you to be. I want him to be how he is. I'm not trying to get him to not be who he is. I'm just saying that ain't gonna work with me. You be who you gonna be. Be who you gonna be.
But can I respond while I got the thought in my head, because I don't want to lose it?
Damn it, Rico. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
I just don't want to lose the thought. Okay, so the only thing I'll say to the critique of me speaking on the negative and not the positive, I'm just speak about me. From my thought process, people who do things for altruistic or the righteous reason, they're not looking for praise. They're not looking for pats on the back. They do it because it's the right thing to do. Now, could I speak positively to a positive show? Oftentimes, I don't feel like it's necessary if I think people are doing good works. I read it, I see it with a smile, and I in my mind, I wish them the best. But people who are really out here, really doing the work, sight unseen, unpraised, they do it because they know it's the right thing to do. So when I hear these spaces, oftentimes, say, you don't say nothing about the good, you only speak about the bad. I often view that as a deflection because that's what we're supposed to speak out against. Why would I speak out against a man doing a righteous deed? I speak out against the man that's doing the wrong deed. See, so again, I could speak out positively if I saw a positive show, but to have an expectation or to be over here to say that someone can't have an opinion or critique because they don't say anything good about you, but they only speak on the negative, I find that to be pretty lacking. So again, I'm not required to. And if that's a requirement, it won't come from me.
I'm under the understanding. I heard you old enough to know who Bill Cosby is. I heard Bill Cosby say that one time. Bill Cosby said your best supporters are your critics. So I ain't never said that, I don't need no critics. Bring it on. I love it.
All right, y'all. Can we finish up? Can we finish up? Let's finish up. Because this man got mad at me for some reason. I don't know. But maybe some truth to what Bolo was saying. That's not.
Because you have to learn people. No. According to you,
wait a minute.
See how easy it is to want to talk to somebody else talking is easy, right? According to
you. This is him interrupting me, but he's getting mad at me saying I'm interrupting him. But this is him interrupting me.
Right? The person has to vet. Then now, according to you, you have to take time to learn people inside of the marriage.
Listen, okay. Did I say anything wrong? Do you have to learn people even when you're in the marriage?
I think so.
Absolutely. Of course you do. Of course you do. People change. Of course. People grow. Of course you're going to have to learn and keep an eye on a person and see if they still have the same value system as you, as time goes forward. They may lose interest in that value system, and you need to know that information. Because you might have to make some changes. Or they may get a different value system and you may have to adopt that or parts of it or whatever. But if we just say, well, I married this person, they're going to stay the same for the rest of their life now. Who stays the same for the rest of their life? Nobody. But that's what I said, man. He just, what's the word I want to use, man? Naive. Very naive. In his perception. All right, listen to me. Betting only improves your odds of having a better character person at your side.
You said that. We heard.
It just only improves your odds. There is no foolproof place where you're gonna stand and there's never gonna be no challenges. I don't care how good of a situation, how good of a woman you got, how good of a man you got. Okay, so don't try to make it sound like I'm trying to say something.
I'm not making it sound like nothing.
Crazy. I'm telling you that
we heard what you said.
Nobody can hear me because you keep talking over me.
You just started talking over me, nigga. No, are you serious?
Okay, that's the second one. He shot me one earlier. This is the second one.
And I stopped talking and let you get it out.
Okay. I'm not,
because it don't matter.
I know the kind of people you must deal with. I know the kind of people you must deal with. Wait a minute. I know the kind of people you must deal with. But I'm not a nigga, just to get that straight. I'm not a nigga. I don't consider you a nigga. I don't consider nobody else a nigga on this
Really?
panel.
All this cutting off you've been doing, that's what niggas do.
Right. Okay, man, I am done. Okay, so that's at the point where I realized that, this man was focused and he was going to keep disrespecting me. Right? So I said, okay, even though, Clarence, that's no big deal. No, it is a big deal to me. To me, it's a big deal. So I said, okay, I don't need to be in that type of situation. I'm out, right? All right. So thank you. Check this out.
Man, I appreciate
this is my bone. This is the bone I got to pick with you, Blackman. Appreciate you, man. But I don't talk to the crazy. So y'all have a good one, man.
I'm gonna review it. I'm gonna show the world what you really are.
I'm gonna show the world who you are, bro. You crazy. I'm gonna show the world who you are. Okay.
I'm gonna review it. I'm gonna show the world exactly when you said the reason why men have these problems in their relationship.
Okay. And we still waiting on that. Okay. You go ahead and show it to us, Beans. We still waiting on that. Okay, back. Oh, bro. Okay, hold on.
It's because they don't vet.
Did I say that? I never said that. I said they should vet better. I never said they have these problems because they don't vet. I said they don't vet properly. Holy smokes. All right, let's go.
Those were the words that came out of his mouth. Now he don't.
Now he's going to try to get you to lie, black man. We'll see what happens.
New people up here, BMU. What's going on?
BMU, am I making that up or is that what he said?
Listen, what happened is y'all got into the argument. You ended up pushing him into a corner and made him realize what he was saying. And then when he tried to do it over again, he tried to backpedal out of it, but you held him accountable.
At all, you can't.
All right, Blackman Unfiltered, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, what did he push me into the corner that I was trying to change? Because that's not my perception.
Well, the thing that was being changed is that he was basically telling. Well, when I said the corner thing, hold on, I'm trying to get to the spot here. I'm working and talking out at the same time.
I got you, brother. Take your time.
But yeah, so I think that when it came to that, he was, when I said back into a corner, it means that he was applying pressure. And when he was applying the pressure, you basically said, no, I'm backing out of it, right? I'm out, right? And that's what I was alluding to. Hey, he applied some pressure. The pressure was something that Brother Clarence ain't finna deal with, and he backed out of it.
But it wasn't no pressure. He didn't apply no pressure to me that I wasn't dealing with. I left because he showed me that he was going to continue to be disrespectful to me. Now, I don't care what we talking about. If bro, see, I'm not one to be disrespectful, and I'm not the one to receive disrespect. So that's not my element. I don't swim good in that element. So if that's the way he showed me he was going to be, that's why I left. So, but the way you put it was like he was making me to change something that I had said before, and I had said something that I was trying to change. He was putting some pressure on me to change. And I'm asking because I'm being sincere. I don't remember saying anything that I was trying to change. My issue was the fact that we couldn't have a conversation respectfully. That was my issue. That's why I left. But I just thought, man, that's crazy that got put out there, because I didn't leave because he was putting no pressure on me. He didn't put no pressure on me. Him putting pressure on me, please.
Well, you said he was frustrating you. So it kind of,
he was frustrating me, but that wasn't why I left. That wasn't why I left. I left because I have a zero tolerance for disrespect. Zero. I mean, so that means I don't have no, well, maybe it'll get better, but I got zero tolerance. I got zero tolerance for myself. That's the standard I hold myself to.
Hold on. Now, Brother Clarence. So if you got zero tolerance for that, how are you changing lives of men who don't see things the way you see them?
Because I'm not going to let them disrespect me. I'm not letting nobody disrespect me.
I'm saying, like, I know what I'm saying is, Brother Clarence, if you out on the streets and you trying to show God, you trying to show God, but show God from yourself, and you meet a guy who God could use in the faith, right? And he cussing and he's saying the N-word and he's drunk and he high. And if you have zero tolerance, that means that man gets none of you. He can't see no God in you if you're choosing to say zero tolerance.
No. I said I have a zero tolerance to myself. If you're gonna disrespect yourself, I'm gonna try to encourage you to not disrespect yourself. But if you want to continue that, then that's on you. But if when you directly gonna disrespect me directly, I have a zero tolerance for that, because I'm not gonna directly disrespect you. And I hold myself to that standard. Now, as far as you, I'm not going to judge somebody because that's the way they talk or that's the way they handle their business. I'm from the Nation of Islam, killers, murderers. I done met all kind of different dudes. And yes, they tried me and tested me. And they found out the same way. I'm just not going, okay, you need something? Don't ask me, because you ain't going to get it from me. And finally, they'll understand, hey, now we know who we dealing with. See, sometimes people don't know who they talking to. And so then once they find out who they talking to, then bro, see, sorry about that. Let's restart the thing over.
Okay, but can I say this? Because I think that's more of flesh than it is of faith. All right, because let me tell you
more of a what?
I think that's more flesh than faith, and let me tell you why. Because it requires us. If Bolo is still here, because I'm walking while I'm talking to y'all. You can see that on the screen. But the Bible inspires us to be Christ-like. Now, I know Jesus probably ran into a whole bunch of people who he didn't agree with or didn't agree with him. Hell, he ran into people. What if Jesus said, "You niggas are not about to crucify me"? what's gonna happen is I'm gonna whoop all y'all ass. I got the power to kill everybody out here. Y'all gotta stop playing with me before it go down. Right? He could have done that. But look at all the stuff that they took him through. Judgment halls after judgment halls, thorns on his head, stretched out on the thing, nails in his hands, right? He had to go through a whole bunch of stuff in order to save everybody, right? He had to die for everybody. But the Bible inspires us.
Right. What did Jesus tell when he sent the disciples to go out and preach? What did he say to them? What did he say to them if the people don't want to listen? What did he say to them?
Cast out your pearls unto swine.
That too, but also
he said, leave them where you find them. Dust your feet. Dust it. The point of the matter is everyone has a threshold, right? So the Holy Spirit works in everyone differently. So, Brother Clarence's threshold might be a little bit longer than mine. So if I come into that, it is. If I come into that situation and I see, let's just say, me and B and you, we're having a conversation and the disrespect is crazy and, he disrespects me twice. That's my threshold. All right. So at this point, before I bring any blemish on the Father, because if I get indignant, it's not me that get punched in the mouth. It's Christ that gets punched in the mouth. Because what everyone's going to say, look at Bowler. He's supposed to be a Christ follower and look at him cursing at BMU. So the best thing for me to do is to bow out gracefully because that's where the humility comes in. Now, when BMU talks to Brother Clarence, he may have a longer threshold because remember, one man planteth, another man watereth, but it's God that gives the increase. Maybe the Lord just wanted me to spark that conversation with BMU. Maybe it's Brother Clarence that's going to penetrate his spirit, and then the Father's going to actually grow that seed into a plant. But we have to know our threshold as a man. You have to know your threshold so that you don't think that you can be in this situation longer than you can actually be and then get yourself into a situation. That's what happens to a lot of us. We don't know ourselves. So Brother Clarence is saying, Duke, listen, he said it once, it is what it is. Now I'm setting the standard, brother, chill with that. You know what I'm saying? I understand that that's your vernacular, but I guarantee you, if Beans is at a job, he gonna change that. Shit. I guarantee you, even if that's how he talks. I've spoken to Beans off live. Yeah, I understand. We all can get, innish when we have that conversation. We all do that. You know what I'm saying? So, none of us are far from it. But we do understand when there's situations when we do it. The police stopped him, he ain't saying the N-word. So you have to know your brothers. So if your brother says that, offends me, then my job is, if it offends you, cool, I won't use it. Even though this is my vernacular, even though this is what I say. You dig what I'm saying? When you go to meet that woman that got that PhD or whatever, you ain't gonna use the N-word. You ain't gonna use the B word. You're gonna try to impress her. So we have to understand that, we know when to turn it on and when to turn it off. And at the end of the day, again, it goes back into where he's at. On the other end of it, it goes back to where he's at. If this man is just disrespecting, you have to understand where he's at. He doesn't see the difference. So now we have to pivot from trying to educate and then start to go into heal mode now. And I'll just say this and I'll let it go. A lot of the times, what we do is, it's like you having a cup. If that cup is already filled with water, no matter what you put into that cup, it's going to run over. So sometimes you have to let that cup get a little empty so that whatever you put in stays in.
I think you're right, Bola, but something that Big Mike's saying out there in the chat, it's like we got to respect each other's boundaries, man, because like if we put our boundaries out there, that's one of the reasons why I think that we have so many issues just trying to come together on stuff because we don't respect each other's boundaries. I'm not talking about you in particular, Blackman, but I'm talking about the situation between me and Beans. I'm just saying, I think that we don't respect each other's boundaries. Like if that brother would have told me, hey, brother, don't call me N-word or this or that, and I continue to do it, not because, just because he told me not to, right? I'm going to show him that he can't stop me from doing it. And that's such a minuscule issue. And we trying to, because I look at it like this, man. I'm here to try to educate these young men, man. These young men are out of control, and they are running and jumping into the family court. They're running and jumping in the child support court. They're running and jumping in these police cars. They're just out of control, and they don't really have no place to go where, you know, they can get the kind of information that help them navigate that, because they too hyped up on their vanity and too hyped up on their egos to just say, what? Let me listen to the old man and see what's going on. You know what I mean? So I could fare better. But that's my position on that. You know, I feel like the man was really disrespectful to me, and that's why I left. That's why I couldn't understand when you said, well, he got backed into a corner, he was trying to change it. I wasn't trying to change anything. I really wasn't. I just was, of course, I was frustrated. I was frustrated with him the whole show, but I was trying to deal with my frustration because I thought we would meet somewhere in the middle down the road. And he is my brother. So even after all that, he is my brother. So I felt like, man, we could meet down the road. But if he's the type that's like, hey, you know, I'm gonna be disrespectful to you, then okay. Time for me to chime out. Time for me to chime out. All right, y'all. Let's start wrapping up, man, because we're gonna get up.
I got a dip set, guys. I got to break out. But brother Clarence, thank you for having me, man. I love you.
Always.
Rico, it's always a pleasure speaking to you. BMU, good to see you, man. Good to have a conversation with you guys. Be blessed. Have a blessed day, guys.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man. All right, that's Brother Bolo. Okay, man. Let's get some closing remarks. Blackman Unfiltered. What do you think, man? Do Bro C got a point? Well, first of all, let me ask you this. Blackman, are you there?
Yeah, man.
Okay, let me ask you this. This is the ultimate question that I need to ask. Is vetting a bad thing? Should we not vet? Because his point was vetting doesn't matter. I mean, that was the impression I got from him, was that vetting your future spouse or future what that there's no need to do that, or you shouldn't emphasize that. It doesn't matter.
You should vet. But don't think that's the end all be all.
Right. And did I at any time say that vetting is the end all be all on your show the other day?
No. But did you see what I put in your chat earlier?
I'm sorry?
On those statistics. Did you see what I put in your chat earlier about the PhD? The document? You said the world that we're living in. Well, just I said, did you hear what I put in your chat about Dr. Mukumbe? Dr. Mukumbe said that vetting is almost a thing of the past simply because of the delusion and narcissistic mental illness that 2 out of 5 women are on mental illness medications. So now some women who really have mental issues, they are able. They're what do you call a person that's drunk? And we try to take them off. They're functioning alcoholics. They can do all their work while they're drunk. Most women can do most of the loving and nurturing while they're high. If they miss a day of, in his words, if they miss a day of medication, everybody's life around them can change instantly.
Would you agree with? Wait. Would you agree that men are also in that category? Would you agree with that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. The men are in that category as well. But 2 out of 5, brother Clarence, 2 out of 5 women are on mental medication. That's a lot.
Well, I don't know. Like I said, I listen to you, and I'm taking you at the face value. But I mean, that's a lot of people. That's a lot of people to say they're on medication. I don't even know if they are even making that much medication in America. But you're saying 2 out of 5 women. 2 out of 5 women in America are on some type of mental medication, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It could be anything. It could be depression. It could be stress. It could be schizophrenia. It could be All it. It can be a list of all it.
That is a lot of. That's 40% of the women in the United States. That is a lot of women. That's a lot of pills.
Matter of fact, they did a matter of fact, they did a dissertation, a video. I will get the link and I'll send it to you, and it's gonna blow your mind. And I know it's overwhelming right now. It was overwhelming for me too when I heard Dr. Nkunda, because Dr. Nkunda, you know what he does every day, right? He sits in front of these children, women, and men every day talking about their mental illnesses. So he got to know the numbers, right? And so, just like he gave us the statistic about children, young ladies between the ages of 10 and 12 have slept with at least 9 or 10 people, right?
But I sure like to talk to the doc about those numbers. So if you could let him know that I invite him to come over here and we can have a conversation about those numbers. He can present that.
He's working a high profile case right now, so that's why y'all haven't seen him on my network.
Okay.
So he cannot be on any nothing.
You're breaking up bad, black man. You're breaking up bad.
Oh, okay. Oh no, can you hear me now?
Yes, much better.
Yeah, I said that's why his show hadn't been on my network in about 3 weeks, because he cannot be on any shows, social media, anything while he's in that murder trial.
Okay.
So once he gets back and he gets the rust off of him and start the show back up, I definitely let him know. But I can't. Yeah, I just speak to him and ask him how he's doing. He said he's still good and all that. So, but other than that, he can't do nothing right now.
Okay.
All right, man. Well, I love you, brother Clarence, man. Y'all have a great day, man. Peace and love to Rico. You too, you big head bastard. But y'all have a good day, and y'all be good.
All right, man. All right. That's Blackman Unfiltered, man. Well, Rico.
Yes, sir.
I mean, what do you think, man?
I think we did a good and fair job addressing what occurred. I don't think you, and I know I didn't say anything that, obviously,
I was very proud of you. I was like, Rico, don't blow it.
No, I think that anytime, I understand some of these content creators, they look at their channel like their baby. Yeah. And anytime you say something that goes against their babies, they'll get, easily offended, and I'm sorry about that. Again, it's not my intention to just want to trash anybody's channel. And I don't think I do that. But I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to sit there and, lie and suck up. That's why I'm over here. You know what I'm saying? If I'm going to suck up to somebody, I'm going to suck up to somebody much bigger. A much bigger platform. Because to me, I don't understand why people would kiss the behinds of a small platform. It's kind of stupid. But I did want to say in having a conversation that as the conversation is about vetting, this is what I would say to everybody. Not only should you be vetting your spouse, folks, vet the channels that you go to. Just like I told Bro C earlier, I'm dead serious. And now I'm not even talking about you being on a panel. I'm talking about where you choose to consume information from.
Good point.
Because I'm going to tell you, there are and I'm not talking about Blackman Unfiltered or anything like that. There are thousands of channels out there that are putting out horrible information, horrible data, terrible statistic, and I think people are blindly consuming it. They put out stats and even people with credentials behind their name, because you can have, I watch where, the lead attorney say one thing, and I watch another lawyer talk about the case in a completely different other way. So we've got to do we need to start vetting these channels and these content creators for the information that they're putting out. And, again, when I see people put out salacious statements and provocative statements, I think in our community, we got too many provocateurs, and then they have a financial incentive and they're not serving us well. That's why I think the smaller channels are a bit more genuine, because obviously Bro C ain't rolling in the dough over here. We're struggling. And I will say to this too early. I'm going to shut up in a minute. I know me and you was in the chat talking about it. Like, for all the work that Bro C does, he gets praise from a handful of people. All his good work go but he still does the work. And that's where I can see the authenticity in him. He's that, and you're absolutely right. I do feel like, hey, I've never praised him. And I love the work he does. So long before I give somebody else a prop, I'm going to give it to him. But I just feel like, hey, I'm praising him by helping him, to the best of my ability, so, but I don't be going around, no. But I know his heart that's not why he does it. I can't get this man to stop doing this. You know what I'm saying? You know how much I be fussing. Take a day off, Clarence. Take a day off. I can't get him to take a day off because and to me, when I think about it, it's like he know where his reward's gonna come from. All the praise in the world from us ain't gonna mean nothing. He's doing that work for somebody greater than us, and that's also. I get it. People say, oh, you say something about the bad, you don't say nothing about the good. I'm like, why are you looking for me to say something about the good? If you're doing something good, I need to shut up and let you do it. Why get in the way? Either come over there and help or shut up. Oh, but you didn't, so I get it. The only people I feel compelled to give praise to is children because it helps build their confidence as they're growing.
Right.
But once we become adults, again, and I get it. Everybody wants to know but if you're in it for the money or you're in it for some other reason, that's why you're looking for that metric. But if you're just in it for the reason bro see in it, he could care less. And that's the difference I just want to point out that, in my mind. So if I'm reluctant to praise you, well, maybe I don't see you the way I see bro see. And he's my standard. He's my standard. Measure up to him, and maybe you'll get it. He's still waiting on his. So y'all
I get a lot of cussing out, y'all. So you gotta be ready to get the cussing out too.
Go ahead,
so, hey, Blackman, don't even be. Hey, you ain't even getting the cussing out. I get. God damn, why you did that?
Go ahead, Sister Annie. Let me shut up.
Okay, hey y'all.
Hey, sis.
All right, I'm gonna be honest with y'all now.
Uh-oh.
Okay. All right. First of all, I'm going to go to what you just said, Rico. You say that you feel like it's just kids that may need it. And you're right. Kids, they do need it. So do adults. Okay. And the reality is, now I'm not expecting you to say, oh, somebody had a good show or somebody did something good or somebody painted or did your grass right. If you didn't see them do a good job or you didn't witness that yourself. But if you happen to have seen some of his shows, since we're talking about Blackman Unfiltered right now, if you happen to have seen some positive shows that he's done, and I have seen a lot of positive shows. I've also seen some shows where they were a bit busy for me, but I pulled something out of it. I was able to catch either somebody saying something profound. So I'm fine with sometimes having to, it's kind of like when I go to TJ Maxx. Sometimes you got to like go through a whole rack to find the one thing that you want, right? So sometimes I may listen to a stream that's busier and doesn't use the language that I use, or deliver it the same way. I don't all that cutting off is not the greatest thing, but sometimes it's actually needed because then I find a nugget in the cutoff, you know what I'm saying? Or it bursts a whole nother conversation. So I would just say, not even just about Blackman Unfiltered, but I'm saying just to you, maybe just think about recognizing people who are allowing God to breathe through them. Like, I do it at work. I do it with the man that just cut my grass this morning. And you do a good job. I'm gonna tell you, thank you. I appreciate it because even though that's your company, everybody that cuts grass doesn't cut grass like he does. Don't trim up my bushes like he does. So I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna tell you. Even when I go home, I thank my mom for certain things, and she'll say, "Oh, well, you don't have to thank me for that." Yes, I do. Because just because you birthed me and you're my mother, it doesn't mean that you're going to do the thing that I expect mothers to do. So I appreciate that you do it. Now, I would say
let me just say this. I think you have a point, and I thank you for bringing it to my attention. I will try to be more mindful of that moving forward, of thanking people when I see some more positive stuff.
Yeah,
but
because
as I
even
said,
because
I didn't
you
see
saying
none of those
it,
positive shows. So
but you saying it, you think you saying, hey, I like that show you did. That was a good show. You know what you might do? You might say, you know what? Let me do another one because man, Rico doesn't really give me a whole lot of acknowledgement and praise. You know what? Let me not that he gonna be setting up a show just for you, right?
I'm just saying I didn't watch right. All of once
but
he
people
rattled off,
sometimes
I hadn't
magnify
watched
something when they see that when they plan it that it grew. So I think that it's a good thing to I'm not saying you have to do that all the time. I'm not asking you to change your total being. I'm saying that just because you're Rico, it doesn't mean that Rico doesn't sometimes give some flowers to another man, you know, for something that he's done awesome. So I would say that. Now, Brother Clarence, let me come over here to you, okay?
Uh-oh.
All right, okay. Now, you are absolutely right that because like even I told you when I was going to tell you get back on the porch because I don't like anybody speaking to you disrespectfully because it sounded disrespectful to me. I also know that like when it's a room of men and with certain type of men that sometimes that language just it's like a ping pong, they're going back and forth. So when I heard it just as somebody who cares about you, somebody who doesn't use that language, it stung to me to hear somebody speak to you in that way. I also know that like there's some places I don't go because I wouldn't want whoever is the moderator or you know whose channel it is. Like Blackman Unfiltered, I've not ever gone on his channel. And I know that if I ever went on his panel, I know that he would be very protective of anybody being disrespectful to me. I wouldn't go. Well, one, I don't like going on a lot of channels, but I wouldn't go because then that's not his channel. His channel is not the one that like I want him to like step out of like what he normally does. So like if he lets people go back and forth and people just kind of say, you know, kind of rough stuff, I wouldn't want him to change his channel for me. I would expect that he would, I would come down for myself first, like how you did. Wait, somebody's speaking to me in a way that I don't, no, that's not cool for me. So let me come down. Because I know that if this is a place that I go to, I want to come back again, but I don't want this to get so far left that I'm like, no, I ain't even coming over here. Another thing, and then I think that might be my next to the last thing. When Blackman was apologizing to you because that thing happened on his channel, and you said, no, you don't have to apologize. I would just say sometimes for all of us, if somebody, yeah, he didn't do it, and he didn't deviate from how he handles his channel. But if he's coming to you saying, hey, listen, you know what, I noticed my channel is how I normally do it, but I got so much respect for you, you're right, I'm sorry that happened to you. We got to allow people to have them to do what God has in them to do also. So if he's apologizing, you know, I appreciate that you said it. You didn't need it, right? But he said it because he needed to be able to do that. Yeah. He probably doesn't do that for a lot of other people, but he has so much respect for you that he wanted to make sure that you knew.
I thought for him, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So no, but I do the same thing too. Somebody apologize for something, I'd be like, nah, you're not the one that did it. Why are you apologizing? But I'm like, they're apologizing because they're sorry either that they had a level of influence on that person where they could have maybe said something just to shift it. But, you know, I'd say that let us be who we are and just consistently be that where we are. And sometimes if who we are, if we know and the Holy Spirit says, hey, I need you to be in that room where somebody might call you a B. I'm saying for me, hey, the Holy Spirit says to me, hey, I need you to go in there in the hood area of DC. Or wait, let me not say that. Oh, forgive me, y'all. Oh, if they say, hey, go into that pretty tough area in DC, because I need you to go in there and educate those kids in math. Well, I may go in there and those parents call me a B. You know what? I'm gonna say, oh Lord, that is rough. But let me just get this hour so I can teach this math. And then I got to get out, God. You know, I can't stay there, right? But I'll teach it because those kids mean more to me than me having to maybe for 2 or 3 seconds experience a bit of disrespect. And I'm not saying that we should sit in disrespect. That's why I said the Holy Spirit would have to tell me that, because I can't stay in stuff like that. So when you go somewhere, if you go and that ain't where you supposed to plant your feet, get out of there. But if you were sent there and the Holy Spirit said, no, I know, Brother Clarence, I know he said that word, but stay there, because there's somebody in the audience that's listening to you and bypassing all that other junk that's happening over you. Stay there just for a little while longer. I'm saying stay. But I couldn't tell you that. And I wouldn't want you to stay anywhere where you're being disrespected. But if the Holy Spirit say you stay there, you better keep your tail there. Okay? But that's all I want to say.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we also admit that, because one thing I didn't like, that this was not the first time you was disrespected on that channel?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. He's been disrespected over there at least 1 or 2 times before. So for me, it's a pattern.
By Blackman, or just you saying people on the panel?
I ain't never been disrespected by Blackman.
Okay.
No, I've never seen disrespected by Blackman, but people on the panel, and it's like there's a pattern towards Bro C, and I see it. So if I see it as an objectable observer, see what I'm saying? So that's where a lot of what I think and it comes from. I'm like, this is not the first time. It's got to be the third time at least that I'm aware of. So, and I'm not, it was not by Blackman, but he was on all of those panels. And am I wrong for holding the channel holder responsible for what happens on the channel?
I think you are, if the channel holder has demonstrated that they don't show any bias to anyone, and that's what happens all the time. So like, that's almost like if you come in my house and I throw mud at everybody that comes through the door, when you come in and I throw mud at the door, throw the mud at the door, you knew that's the house to throw the mud at the door. So why go in the house if they throw mud at the door if you don't want mud?
Well, can you tell Bro C to stay out that house? I've told him a few thousand times.
I got it.
I've literally told him a few thousand times. This is what's going to happen. Because and that's why my perspective is, I could have seen what happened. I could have saw what happened Sunday on Friday if he told me. I seen the movie. So that's why, again, I've seen enough to form an opinion for my opinion to be what it is. And I'm sorry if it's not a favorable opinion.
Well,
like you said about the bad neighborhoods, right? You've been them enough times in them bad neighborhoods in DC, right, Annie? To know I don't need to keep going there to know that they're bad.
Oh, I just go now. Look, now with some good soul food, I might go in there. But like I said, I get in and I get out.
Right, but Annie, you know what the neighborhood is.
Yeah,
and you don't go. Well, they trying.
Yeah. No,
well,
let me ask this, Brother Clarence. Let me ask this.
Yes.
Because I remember that you said before, you said that there's some people that you can't just walk away from because you have a stronger calling, right?
All right.
Exactly. So there's some people that maybe somebody else would give up on that that's not who you are. That's not your makeup.
Right.
And that's probably why Rico, that's probably why sometimes, even though he's known that he's gone there before and that's happened, that his calling is bigger. And he has to show up in places that in neighborhoods that we wouldn't go in, or I wouldn't go in. But there's some channels you go on that it's like it's a whole bunch of look like knives flying all over the place, like verbal knives.
but I make sure I walk out unscathed. That's the only reason why I tell him not to go. I tell him not to go because of the disrespect, and I don't believe he deserves that. Other than that, I'm like, go over there every day, save him.
See, but wait,
don't let them disrespect you, and they won't stop. That's what I don't like.
No. Trust me, I told you, it is very uncomfortable to see somebody disrespecting Brother Clarence. You too, but you know you.
I asked for it.
You asked for it.
I'll be looking for the
mud. Rico's ready.
That how we see Brother Clarence is not how other people see Brother Clarence in other spaces. Right. So I don't expect someone to hold him to the same level of respect that I do when he's in my presence. Like I won't speak to Brother Clarence a certain way. I respect him so much. I respect you so much. So I'm not going to speak to you a certain way, right? But because I have that respect for you, there may be somebody else, another female or whatever, they come up and I don't care nothing about that book. You know what I'm saying? Like, so they might speak to you, they may speak to you differently because they don't see you or see the same value in you that I do. So the understanding would be that regardless of where I go, y'all think of me one way. If I go somewhere else, they're like, oh, she just somebody with some some black hair with a kind of burnt orange background. That's all she is to me. And she can get it like everybody else. So because I know that, like I know that I have to respect me first. And that's why I was so proud of Brother Clarence for saying, hey, listen, you will not speak to me that way. I don't care what kind of conversation we're having, what kind of platform we're on. You will not speak to me that way. So now he knows either if you speak that way, we can't continue to have a conversation, or we can both agree what's going to be kind of like a level playing field for both of us. Okay, I ain't asking you to sit there and sing, kumbaya when you talk to me, but you can't use that word because that's disrespectful to me. But see, he may not have known that word means that to you, because like how Blackman Unfiltered was saying, that word is used so frequently over there. He didn't see that as being as a level of disrespect to you. I think people cutting off could be seen disrespectful if they do it a certain way, or they may call you, or if somebody might see somebody cutting across you as being disrespectful, right? So there's different levels of ways that we feel disrespected that other people don't have access to, that being what we see as disrespectful. So maybe sometimes, unless we let people know, and I'm not saying, because you did let them know, Brother Clarence, but if we don't let people know, hey, listen, I don't like when you don't speak to me, or if I don't like, I'm not okay with somebody, bumping me, or, what I'm saying, if I don't let somebody know that, I can't just assume that it's everything that I see as disrespectful is common sense to everybody else that is.
And see, here's the thing, and you're right. See, like I said, coming out of the Nation of Islam, we've had plenty of people like that. So people don't come into the nation, at their best with a nice clean suit on. They don't start out that way, right? They start out from the street, right? So I've been around people like that, but one thing I've always done is said, okay, look, man, I know you're doing this now, okay? I'm gonna give you a season to get that together, but there's a time is coming where that's not gonna be acceptable, right? That's how we do it, Hey, you can come how you want to, but eventually we're gonna expect you to either get with the program or find the front door. So the thing we have to do is be willing to set boundaries and then mark the patrol those boundaries and make sure people don't step over. Now, if a brother like Beans came to me, even though he did that, and he came to me later and said, man, I was tripping, I was on something, man, I need your help, can you help me? I would help him. I would help him to the best of my ability, right? Because I think people don't understand that. Sister, you explained it well. Was that yes? My job is to talk to people that are pretty much unapproachable, or are people that they are down on their luck and they don't understand what's going on. They don't understand why, and I have to reach out to them. Now, in the process of reaching out to them, they may do or say things that's crazy. I have to understand that and say, okay, all right, that's what you're doing now. But look, if you want me to continue to be around you, you're gonna have to cease that, right? So I'm not like, well, because some people say, well, since I'm not gonna go to the hood because they doing bad, or I'm not gonna talk to this person because, hell, that's how me and Rico met. Because people, these Christian, quote unquote Christians, were saying, we're not gonna talk. This person is a lost cause, right? It's this person a lost cause, and I saw myself in him. Rico saw himself in him. We said, man, nah, dude ain't a lost cause, man. He just tripping right now, but let's try to encourage him. Let's try to encourage him, right? So that's what I'm here for. And now I might have a lot more patience for a lot more things than other people. So that's why you may see me do stuff like that. I may go to a place and I know that pretty much the theme of the channel is X, Y, or Z. But if I get invited and they make it seem like it's going to be a general conversation, I might go. Now, I may not find out until I go a couple of times that, okay, this there's a central theme here, right? Like I found out yesterday, Sunday, I said, okay, I recognize that. There's no way I'm going to get around that, you know. But, hey, God bless them. Let them do their thing. I'm never going to be no place where I'm going to be disrespected. I love the people, and God has asked me to step out there, out of my comfort zone, to go and get who I can. And I'm going to continue to do that. But I'm never going to let them be disrespectful. When I lay down a boundary, when they do something like that, and I say, okay, look, you did that. Okay, cool. Don't do that no more. And they just go right back and do it again. I say, okay, yeah. My granddaughter might not go to karate today because I told her, you got to stop acting crazy at school, right? But the only way that people learn is from when they incur a consequence. When they don't incur no consequences, then they feel like they can promote their will on you, and they don't have nothing to worry about, no repercussion and that's bad for them, because somebody's gonna come along. See, I'm crazy. I really am. I'm really not. But God has helped me so much to get my mind back right. But I am that person that will sit in front of your house for 6 months, just watching your movements, seeing how you go, seeing how your whole family. I was that person. I'm gonna say I am that person. I was that person. But what if Beans run into somebody and he say something like there's somebody on one of these places and they ain't got nothing to lose. They sell all their belongings and they just say, hey, I'm gonna sit in front of your house until I catch you tripping. I'll eat a sandwich every day until I catch you. See, you need to know that there's people out there, that way somebody you may do something like to. Some repercussions may happen. So you need to learn that so that we can respect each other, because we all have the potential to bring harm to we all have the potential to bring harm to each other. So let's just don't do that. Let's just don't put each other in that space. All right, y'all.
And you got a question for you in the chat.
You got a question in the chat. Okay, so bro C actually means brother crazy.
and she got one above that.
Oh, if you say yes,
2 above that.
Okay, bro C, the next question I have for you, are you going back? Am I going back to Blackman Unfiltered? No, I can't see it.
I mean, say yes, I'm reporting your channel.
This is no reflection. This is no reflection on him, but I just know that that's a space. Just like if Sister Annie had a channel where she talked about baking pies. I'm not a pie eater, so I probably wouldn't be over there. I mean, I shouted out, hey, go over there and check out Sister Annie's pie place, but I don't eat pie. The only pie I really eat is bean pie. I don't eat pumpkin pies and all these other kind of pies. I don't eat those pies. So I probably wouldn't watch a channel that was based on pies. I was just getting away over there. Well, why are you gonna do that? Why are you putting that much sugar in it? I was just getting away. Likewise, on a channel where they are very focused on the ills of Black women, that's not going to be a good place for me. I see that that's basically what everything is around. Now, Blackman tried to say that, oh no, we're balanced, and they balanced about as balanced as Fox News, right?
Thank you.
We're gonna let him go ahead and be balanced, right?
And that's why I said, but when I give my honest opinion of it, because it's not favorable, I gotta be a hater. No, I'm not no hater. I'm just saying I know what I see. And I'm not bashing it. I'm just saying, hey, this is all I see.
Yeah,
for me, I can't take but so much of it. It's like, okay, I'm done. It's not for me. I'm not gonna watch it. But as we were having this conversation, I have a right to reflect with my opinion. And we were specifically talking about this show. I wasn't talking about the channel as a whole. We were dissecting this individual interaction, nothing else. That's all I was discussing. But if it makes it feel like that's the entirety of the channel, I can't help that.
Lost in Translation said, I wish you would have watched to the end because we did turn it around. Well, good for you guys, man. I mean, I'm just saying that, like I said, that space, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that space. I'm saying that space is serving a specific crowd. And that's cool. I'm just not a part of that crowd. I'm a part of this crowd here. We got a different vibe, a different flow. So, Blackman is my man. I'm not, even though some of my team has some issues with him, I don't have no issue with Blackman. You know what I mean? He never treated me wrong. Matter of fact, he made me see some things a couple of times that I needed to see. But other than that, I'm just saying I'm not putting myself in no space where, I can't really flow with what's going on, right? Or the people that's coming on the panels, some of them are so emotionally invested in the theme of the show that they're going to get emotional when you disagree with them.
But and what I also don't see is I don't see where again, and it's not just his channel; it's a bunch of channels. I know right now the hot channel is This Might Be Risky. I think it is a very good show. I watch it, but sometimes for me, it's starting to get tiring because I think I just don't know why for Black people we are always having to have these spaces of nonstop contention. I know it is entertaining. We can't get enough of Puffy, and we can't get enough of the Fresh and Fit debacle. But I think we can start to OD on that stuff somewhat. I really do, and I don't think that enough. For me, positive information is coming out of these spaces. I just don't get it. I don't get the. Oh, okay. Well, we got to have a good dust up and a good fight and a good level of disrespect. I think we do perfectly fine over here with very minimal instances of someone coming over here disrespecting anybody, cussing anybody out. And I see it in other places too, where they do very well and people are not routinely night in and night out and day after day and gender war and blah, blah, and all that. I'm like, do we have to have that?
Well, but Rico, man, I mean, the internet's so big, you can have everybody talking about a whole bunch of different stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, that's no problem there.
But if you're going to get that, you're going to get the critique. If you want to go viral, which that's what viral is, you want everybody talking about you, then you got to accept what they say.
True. Especially if you upload it publicly. Sorry about that, Sister.
No, it's okay. Let me ask this. If you go into say that panel in that moment that you were speaking, if in that moment what you say his name is Beans, okay. Yeah. If Beans thought process in that moment was that he just wanted to highlight the problem, and in that moment you wanted to highlight solutions, do you think that when you have conversations when people are in different motives in that conversation that it makes it challenging also? Because then the person that just wants to highlight the problem, they're going to find the problem in every solution that you bring up. Mm-hmm. But you're bringing up a thought to try to bring through something to say, okay, look, I'm trying to think one of the things that you said, oh, I'm sorry, y'all. Because it was much earlier when you and Scam and Rashawn were talking. But if I wanted to figure out a way, I keep talking about my grass, okay? Because they just cut it today. If I wanted to figure out a way how to get my flower bed to be the top one in the area, okay? All right. If I'm looking for that, but somebody else, my neighbor comes over who needs to cut hers, okay? If she comes over and she just wants to point out all the places where they're still it needs to be trimmed or something in my set, she's not helping me, because I don't need to keep hearing the problem. I need to hear someone help me get to the solution of which rocks I need to get in there, what flowers are going to be good for the season or whatever, right? So if she comes, so then she's going to annoy me because she's not helping me with the solution. So I'm gonna keep, I don't know how I'm trying to say this, but it seems like in that moment, nothing that you would have said would have been received in the moment, because it seemed to be, at least respectfully, like it was like a venting session in that moment. So they couldn't hear you saying, they couldn't make the distinction of what you were saying. You vet properly. So when I go to the store and I'm vetting my sweet potatoes, I know what I'm looking for. Now I may cut that sweet potato up and it's not sweet enough, or it's not the sweetness that I wanted. So now it's going to cause me to maybe add a little bit more sugar in there, which I'm trying to not do. I'm trying to get the natural sweetness of my sweet potato. So if I didn't vet that sweet potato properly, I'm going to have to do more when I'm cooking that's adding sugar, that's going to be more harmful to me. So now I've eaten more sugar when I made my sweet potato souffle, because I was trying to overcompensate for the fact that that sweet potato wasn't as sweet as it could be. You don't, no, listen, no, I'm trying to use it. Look, what I'm saying, no, but what I'm saying is, I'm saying that when you talk about vetting, people act, or it seemed like it was such a far-fetched thing for them to receive, that you have to vet properly, because they were so busy saying, well, you could have vetted and now that sweet potato still needs sugar. Yeah, but I did my best. Yes. I looked for the reddest sweet potato. Yes. But even though I picked the reddest sweet potato, or that I could, I still had to add sugar, which meant that now I absorbed more unnatural sugar than I really wanted to. So yeah, you can vet in a relationship and do the best you can. Hey, I don't want somebody, listen, me, I don't want somebody lazy. Okay. So I'm not, when I see behavior and I'm seeing a lot of laziness, that's not attractive to me. But I could get married and then my husband is lazy in some situations where I don't want to be lazy. Well, there's no way for me to be 100% getting everything I want. And I don't want everything I want, because I want to know what it feels like to not get everything I want. I know I want to be able to say, I want more. I want to feel all that. So I don't want perfection in no man, but I want to do my best at saying that I selected, or that I received, a man that had the least of the things that I know that's going to irritate me.
There you go.
You know what I'm saying? So when you were saying vet, but you're still going to have issues, that's life.
Right.
That's life. You can go try to get the best job. Oh, this job is going to pay this amount of money. Okay, it paid you that amount of money, but you know what? You're going to work unhappy every day, but you got the money because you vetted the job for what you needed, right? The salary you wanted, because maybe you wanted a 6-figure, or maybe you wanted it to be in a certain area, but that's not going to be a perfect job for you every day. Right. You're going to have a coworker that's lazy. You're going to have a coworker that tries to take credit for something you do. So nothing is going to be perfect. So that's all, to me, what you were saying that wasn't received, because what in that moment that was seemed to be echoed was, no, you, the woman, you do this, right? No, be accountable. First you. Psalms 139, I'm telling you, that's one of my favorite scriptures. Search you. What are you doing to make you the best that you can be? Sometimes we have so much expectation for the person we're going to be with that we dropping the ball on ourselves. I'm wanting somebody that's not lazy, but if I'm lazy with something in my car messy right now, but I want a man to keep his car clean every day, right? So how I'm going to want him to be perfect in how he keeps his car, but I get to slack off sometimes with mine. So maybe we need to vet ourselves first.
Yeah, no, I mean, we need to know, we need to know what we're about. Like, that was one of the disagreements I had with Kasim, because Kasim was like, find out what she wants, then go be what she wants. And my thing was, no, you got to be solid within yourself. You got to know what you want and what you're looking for and the kind of person you are, and then get somebody that's like-minded. Because if you get somebody that's not like-minded, that's already a problem right there. Now, on top of that, life itself is going to present challenges. Yes. Somebody's going to get sick. Some money's going to come up missing. I mean, things are going to happen, right? When these kids going to do something crazy, they're going to bust the neighbor's window. Some stuff is going to happen, right? So you got to do the best you can to try to get somebody who's like-minded, so when the challenges come, and the challenges is going to come, right? into everybody's life. Some rain must fall. The rain's gonna fall. You want somebody who's just as committed as you are to make the relationship work in the rain. Anybody can make the relationship work in the sunshine, but the rain is what you're planning on, because you don't know, things are going to happen and you don't know exactly when or what. But if you got somebody who's mentally committed to the situation as you are, then when things start happening, yeah, it'll get a little tough, but they're just as committed as you. They're going to be willing to make some changes and will do whatever needs to be done to make it continue moving forward. And that's all I was trying to get them to see, was that, you know, the vetting is not, there is no 100% foolproof plan of getting in a relationship with somebody and there's never going to be no problems. Everything's going to be all that doesn't exist. That's utopia. That doesn't exist in the real world where real stuff happening, right? That's like saying everybody get in a car. Once you get a driver's license, what do you need car insurance for? People never going to get in an accident. But the reality is, even though you got a good score on your driving test, car accidents happen. So getting car insurance makes sense. Vetting is the car insurance. You get the car insurance not because you want to have an accident, but you want to be able to move. You want to be able to handle the situation if an accident should occur. Nobody plans on getting a car accident, but you want to be able to handle an accident if it occurs. Well, same thing in a relationship. You vetting somebody and you checking out their character, because you know some things going to happen. So when bad things happen, everybody's going to be, it doesn't blow the whole relationship apart, because everybody's still focused on, even though this happened, let's keep the relationship together. Let's keep everything together. Everybody's that committed to it. And that's all I really was trying to tell him. And the reason why I have an issue with people putting out information like that is because a lot of young guys are watching these people, man. Blackman Unfiltered, a lot more people watch him than us. So I just don't want them young guys watching that stuff and then, getting the wrong idea. Oh, I shouldn't vet anyway. They talking about vetting. Well, people say the same thing about voting. I shouldn't vote anyway because, But no, you have to do these things, even though that's your best bet.
Yep.
Okay. You might not you might not catch everything at the vetting stage. You might not. But that's your best bet. That's your safest way to approach the situation, especially in the modern time. All right, y'all. Shout out to Jeff Short. Okay, y'all, we got to get on out of here, man. We done been here 4.5 hours. I already know Rico. Gonna cuss me out about this. I already know. So,
yeah, I told you.
But
that's where you take your behind. How about that? That's what I told him. And shouldn't he vet where he go?
Look, wait, Rico, and he was sneaking.
I know.
He turned the light out on the porch. Talking about they won't see me.
Exactly. And I'm like, oh Lord, not again.
I made the same mistake Rico made one time, right? Rico told me, he got on the panel. He said, I'm just going to make this comment real quick and I'll be gone. Next thing you know, 2 hours later, right? Rico's like, no, they're going in on Rico, right?
But I cussed Clarence because Clarence sent me over there. I said, what in the hell?
I got him, Eddie. I said, hey,
he
Rico,
got me
man.
that one time.
I said,
No, he
Rico,
got me
you gonna
twice,
let them say that?
Eddie,
Rico,
he got me twice. The first time and the last time.
Oh, you gonna let them say that, Rico? Rico, come on, man. You gonna let them say that?
Just egging you on.
I always say, I'm like, here it is, it's over. I'm like, how do we end up at the exact place we started at? We went nowhere. So I'm just like, I just reached the point where I'm like, we're older cats. They really don't want to hear what we think, but they're asking all the questions. So you know what? I'm like, it's fine. I'm like, they don't respect us. I see it, not hear it. Again, I think that's the part of the issue with Beans. The first thing I've seen them on many. They'll what it is, ageism. They'll age shame you in a heartbeat. We're supposed to be old, don't know nothing. It's like, man, just let them have it. I don't even care. I'm good. I'm ready to go on some trips right now. I don't give a damn forgive my language, I don't care what happens to them. But it's the conversation that they have that tells you what a mess you're in. And just because someone say, look, y'all are being a bit extreme, they want to call you an old simp. And I was like, you know what? I don't even care anymore. I'm happily married. I don't give a damn.
What you got to prove? Right?
It proves absolutely not. It proves I'm not gonna get my pressure up. That's what it proves. But and so that's why my belief structure is we are all smart enough to know when we've seen spaces where it's fair and neutral and it's not. And again, that's why I say, like, I love this might be risky. I don't think he's totally neutral. I think he leans one side of the ledger than the other. I think he does a great job moderating, but I think he moderates with a bend that show hardly initiated. I think they also have a leaning, and they moderate. They do a great job of moderating, have thousands and thousands of subs. So you can't, good luck if they're going to listen to me, but I'm like, all I say is look at it and see if they're truly neutral. But you see it on the other side, the Daily Wire, the same thing when they have their podcast. I'm like, they lean the other way.
Wait, Rico, let me ask this, and forgive me for cutting across you.
Go ahead.
Isn't that like everywhere? Like, isn't to some degree, like if a channel is geared towards one thing, you are going to expect the person who's the owner of that channel to favor more, still hear other stuff, but favor what their mission is. I would think that, I mean, that's any company, right? Like that you
absolutely. But I would always ask if and like I said, if it's the left, okay, I expect everything to be regurgitated on the left. If it's the right, I expect everything to be regurgitated on the right. However, in those rare moments where they claim we want to hear what the other side has to say, I would always say, sort of like we do with the presidential elections. Mm-hmm. You know, you have the Republican and Democrat, and you go find a news channel, and the moderator of the debate must ask questions straight down the middle. They can't ask questions and push back to one side or the other. That's the only thing I get. It's like, again, I get when the channel leans away, I expect that. But if they say, oh, we're getting voices from the other side, be genuine about doing that, or just keep with your program. You don't have to hear the other side. That's why your followers they come to you because they lean your way. They don't come, people on the right don't come to a right-leaning program to hear what the left has to say. But for the few times when y'all pretend like y'all doing it, do it. Or don't. Because you can just stay in your echo chamber. That's what the manosphere is. They're an echo chamber, right? They women, bash, red pill. The few times they get a woman up there, what do? They use them for fodder. They don't even they claim, well, we want to hear what the woman has to say, and they just berate her and eviscerate her. So I'm like, so why even invite them over? What's the point?
They just that's a get back for.
It's entertainment and for money. They get paid.
But what I'm saying is the people want to see that. You know, a lot of guys don't want to see that. Yeah. So just like I was talking about Blackman Unfiltered. Shout out to Brother Anderson, by the way. Just like I was talking about Blackman Unfiltered. Like when I was over there, most of the guys, if you really look at it, most of the guys agree with me. Most of them agree with me. So I mean, it wasn't like I was in it, but it just like, I guess maybe I was just the outcast that Beans felt, hey, he's the one I could disrespect out of all these people, right? He was disrespecting a lot of them, but he called me out my name. That's why I said, time to go.
It wasn't the first time, bro, see? And it wasn't Beans the other two times that I seen.
Yeah.
Not the first time, and it's not always Beans. It was Beans this time.
But Beans was the one that made me put the hard line out there. See, the other times I was just like, well, you know, this is how they talk, this is how I do. Because I've been through the nation, man. We had people come in, man, they are, when I say crazy, I mean CRAZEE crazy. They crazy. And we still have to feed them. We still have to buy suits for them. We still have to do stuff for them. You know, so I understand that people may be at a certain place. So I understand when he was saying, you know, you got to meet people where they are. I've done that hundreds of times. I know what that's like, but they can't stay that way. You can't, you know what I'm saying? If you are coming to Miles pimping, I mean, we're gonna end up getting thrown out, right? You're gonna end up getting thrown out. So, you know what I'm saying? We'll accept you as you are, we'll bring you in, but then you're gonna have to at a certain point, somebody's gonna step to you and say, okay, look, man, you've been here for a while, whatever. Now, either you with the program or you not. So you're gonna have to make a decision. All right, y'all, let's start wrapping up, man, so we can get up out of here. Thank you guys for coming up. Appreciate all of y'all. I appreciate BMU. Who else came up? Did anybody? Oh, Bolo came up. Appreciate everybody that came up today. All right, closing remarks.
Wait. In the spirit of Sister Annie, good job, Clarence. I love you, brother. You're doing good work.
Yay!
You get the next one in 2026.
Now, don't, hey man, don't you guys. Now, Rico, one thing about Rico, if Rico think I did a good job, he would tell me. He might not say it publicly, but he would definitely tell me, "Hey, brother, nice show, good show." You know, so.
But I'm saying it publicly, so you got the evidence.
The public one we got to try and get, but thank you, Sister Annie. Appreciate you for that. Public acknowledgement out here. But yeah, okay, y'all. So let's start wrapping up so we can get up out of here, man. Because bro, C got to go get something to eat. All right, so let's see. Sister Annie?
I'll go because I'm gonna be quick. I just and I wasn't even gonna come to stay long. I just wanted to say that I'm actually proud of all of y'all. I'm proud of you and Blackman Unfiltered to be able to have that conversation. And I'm really proud of you, Rico, because one, like I said, both of y'all came from, you didn't change and shift what your thought process was. Because sometimes we can be tempted to say, oh, well, you know, the person in front of me, so let me act like let me just change how I'm gonna say something. But I appreciated that you had your point, you gave your reason why, and y'all were just really respectful to me in y'all delivery. So I thank y'all for always showing that you could actually have a slow, intentional conversation as men. So I appreciate y'all for that. Brother Clarence, I don't like seeing either one of y'all, even Rico, when you initiate some stuff, when you spark some stuff, but I don't, because I have so much respect for both of y'all. You know, it kind of pains me a little bit to see any disrespect. I say to both of y'all, wherever you go, whether it's on YouTube channel, in your personal life, you know, when you travel overseas, just make sure that you stay safe, you know, and express yourself, but just making sure you're mindful of your surroundings or whatever. So, but I thank both of y'all for doing this, because this is what you need to do sometimes. Because sometimes you don't want it to be where you leave, and then there's this misrepresentation of why you left. You want to make sure, Brother Clarence, that it was clear why you left. It wasn't, you weren't defeated in your point. It was, hey, listen, I'll make my point, you make yours, but I have a line, and it was crossed. So we can have the conversation, but you can't cross that line. Right. You may cross another one, but it won't be that one. Right. So, but thank both of y'all, and I love y'all.
All right, love you, sis. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Very, very well said. Oh, and let me shout out, I think you forgot to shout out Brother Bolo, because Brother Bolo, the teacher, he always came in and he knocked it out the park like he always does.
Yeah, man.
He does. He made a very good point that I didn't think about, which was the point was, for Beans, it wasn't a general conversation. It was something personal. And I think he broke that down like a therapist. I was like, wow.
The more I think about it, he's right.
Right. He's absolutely right. Now, did I care? No. Because he was wrong. Because Beans was wrong. That's all I'm saying. And again, like I said, I'm no bully. I'm no big bad guy. But I'm like, no, I'm going to stand in my belief like I expect everybody else to. So, yeah, I look back at it now, and maybe, you know, if I would have been more thoughtful, I might have tried once or twice, like he said, to redirect the conversation, because obviously Beans was raging on maybe some sort of personal experience he went through.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because it wasn't a general conversation the way he kept, you could see like, oh, this person a little too heated about this topic. Okay, they went through something personal, but we don't know that. That's the thing about us being up here on YouTube on these platforms. We don't know everything. I don't know everything Bro C been through personal. He don't know everything. So, you know, you can't, you know, either you come out and you tell somebody you've been through it personally so they can better modulate the conversation, or they're not going to know. They're just going to think you attacking them, and their natural inclination is going to be in self-defense to probably punch back.
Of course.
And that's the way I looked at it. I'm still going to sit there at the moment. I'm not mad at the brother. I just think he was clearly wrong. He owes you an apology.
Me either.
Probably will never get it. But, you know, if ever I have a chance, I would tell him, you know, what my position is, how I think about it. And, you know, maybe if it was something, if it comes out it was something personal to him, then I would better understand his actions. I would be like, oh, okay, now I understand it better. But I mean, maybe if it wasn't personal, he was just being an asshole. If it was personal, he was still wrong, but I understand it. But nonetheless, his position was wrong no matter where it came from. So I'm just saying him fighting on the vetting thing and, you know, creating this narrative that you were saying that the man was at fault when none of that was true. So that's all I'm speaking. I'm like, no one says it was the man's fault. And your position about vetting doesn't matter. Vetting still matters, even if it's not successful.
Right.
That was all you were saying.
Right.
You may not be successful vetting. We vet for every position in the government, and they still fire people.
Yeah.
When you hire people, you vet. You still have to turn out it was a bad choice. But you still, in an interview and background check and all that, that's vetting.
Yeah.
And you still turn around and have to get rid of them.
Yeah.
It just happens. So like you said, nothing's guaranteed. But other than that, I'm done. Great job. Thanks for keeping it under 8 hours.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you always running to get the van. Appreciate you, brother.
Yeah. I'm gonna be out of here in about what's the day tonight? Oh shoot, 10 days.
Oh, 10 days. Back to DR?
No, actually going to El Salvador.
Oh yeah, that's right. You said you going.
Yeah, I'm going there for about 5 days. Then come back.
Man, Rico,
I'll be home for
Rico, get some of those sandwiches, man. Oh my God.
Some pupusas.
My neighbor used to make those things. Woo! They were so good.
I'm tired of eating them damn things.
She knew it. She would bring them over or send her son over to bring them over because she knew if I smelt them, I'd be like,
oh yeah,
Dora,
I'm fat enough.
I'll just pass it by.
And then be back for a couple of weeks, and then I'm headed to Europe for about 2 weeks.
Okay, right on, man. Good for you, man. World traveling.
Going to see the family though.
Are you going to see your family in Europe?
Yeah. My son and my grandkids and his wife. But actually, we got some country hopping planned. Going to Paris. Right. Going to see the Eiffel Tower. Switzerland to get some Swiss chocolate. Yeah. So for them 2 weeks, I'm like, this will be what is it? What was Chevy Chase? What's the movie?
Vacation.
Yeah. So this is Rico's European vacation. Have me some bail money ready.
Hey, I didn't know what you were doing. I thought, man, you were taking a stick with you, go around the world hitting all the passport bros in the head.
you know how Chevy Chase used to do it. Him and his son and his cousin. Every time we went on a trip, he's like, all kinds of trouble. Yeah, we'll have to review a couple of them movies. They were funny as hell back in the day.
Well, take a good lot of pictures, man, so we can see what's,
Definitely. I'm going to do some videos, a lot of pictures and everything to share as soon as I get back, bro.
All right, big brother. Hey, man, thank you. Appreciate you, brother.
All right. Talk to you later.
Talk to you later. All right, man. That's Rico. What a heavy show today, huh? Don't let Rico fool y'all, man. Rico would tell me on the side. He would tell me, on the side, hey, man, that was a good show. You did show. Or not, right? He's like some symbol, right? Or yeah, Anderson, too. He's like, hey, Clarence, I don't know about that one, right? Or Rico don't say, I don't know about that. Rico Clan be like, why'd you even let this person come on this panel? What you doing? You right, Anderson. The pupusas are the bomb, man. And my neighbor, she was from El Salvador. Well, her and her husband was from El Salvador, right? And we had got pretty close over the years, man, you know. And, man, when she ever, she knew I loved them sandwiches, man, when she would make them with the chicken in them. Oh, man. She knew how to throw down, man. She definitely knew how to throw down. All right, y'all. What y'all think about the show today? Clarence, I thought you was gonna go in on Beans. For what? Man, I like trying to go on. I had a problem with the way he behaved with me, but I don't even know this brother, man. I don't know what has driven him to, behave that way. I don't know. I don't know what his experiences are. So I can't go in on somebody. I don't know the backstory. Now, if I know the backstory, maybe I might could go in, but I can't go in on a dude. I don't even know his backstory. Other than what he has said publicly, but I don't know his backstory. That's still my brother. So, I may disagree with him, but that's still my brother. Blackman, still my brothers. All those brothers over there, they still my brothers. So I'm not, I may disagree with them. And really, to be the way I saw it, really, Beans was the only one really pushing back a lot. You know, man. I mean, the other brother Kassim, he disagreed with me, but he was definitely not disrespectful. Nobody was disrespectful except for Beans. I mean, it was making it to where we could not have a conversation. You know what I mean? So, but hey, man, that's Beans' issue. I don't know what his issue was. Hopefully, whatever it is, hey, he get it resolved, man. I don't, I can't, like, people want to talk about, well, he lived here and he's on Section 8. That ain't, bruh. For the grace of God, I would be in that same situation. So I can't hold that against him, right? I can't hold that against him. Whatever his living situation, I can't hold that against him. That could be me. Hell, only reason why I'm where I'm at is because God gave me sense enough to accept the position that I got. If I didn't accept this position, who knows where I would be, right? I mean, I think I would land on my feet, but you don't know. You never know. Anybody can end up on Section 8. Anybody can end up in the project. Anybody can end up getting food from the food bank or something. Anybody. So don't hold that against nobody, family. All right. Okay, so let's start getting out of here, y'all. What do y'all think? My position is vetting is that's the only option you got if you want to enter a relationship as safely as possible. Vetting is the only thing you can do to give yourself give yourself better odds. If you just go off the eye test, you see, and most of our men, they go off the eye test and the sex test. If the sex is central enough for them, they don't look at nothing else. Oh, I could work everything else out. I could work everything else out. You don't even know this person. That's what vetting, man. Actually, vetting is a part of courting. Courting is when you're trying to marry somebody and you're trying to get the truthful answers to questions that you need to know that will give you a picture, an image of their character. Dating is a euphemism for having casual sex with random people. That's a euphemism. So the people don't want to say, I'm actually out here trying to get partners to have casual sex without having to have the responsibility of a relationship. Instead of saying that, I use the word dating. I'm dating out here. I'm dating out here. Right? Courting is totally different. Courting is, I'm looking to actually get into a long-term relationship or / marriage with this person. So when you start courting, what you're doing is removing the mystery. It shouldn't be no mysteries, right? People that are dating, they're mysterious. You don't know too much about this person. You know just enough that they want to have sex with you, and that's an ego boost for almost anybody, right? That there's actually somebody out there that wants to have sex with you. At the same time, you want to have sex with them, right? That's dating. Courting is, yeah, we know we want to have sex. We got that part. What other things are going to be the benefit of me being with you? That's when you start looking into the other benefits of being with somebody other than a physical relationship. But you don't want to say courting. You say dating. And dating is to mislead people into thinking that you're trying to get into a long-term and or slash marriage, long-term relationship or slash marriage. So you call it dating. But what you're actually doing is just having sex with random people. And if that's what you're doing, I'm not nobody's judge. I'm trying to get you the results that you want. You want a good man in your life, you want a good woman in your life. That's not probably the way to go about it. It's just having lots of random sex with different people until you just find somebody you really, really like. There's no guarantee that person, if you having random sex with people and they know that you having sex with random different people, you think they're going to say all of a sudden, you know what? I know you having random sex with all kinds of different people, but I want you for myself. Shout out to George Duke. I want you for myself. Who's going to take you seriously that knows that you out here having random sex with random people all the time? And for whatever reason, you selected them. That's why we got to approach the person that we trying to court differently. We got to court. We got to approach the person as if, like, you guys ever seen archaeologists? Those archaeologists, what do they do when they trying to find those bones? They don't have a big old shovel. They have a little bitty brush. They slowly brush that brush and get all the dirt out of that hole and get the dirt out of that hole. And that they use a little tiny brush. Why? They take their time. They take their time. They want to get down to see the bones, to see what's really in the earth, the secrets that the earth has. They got to get down. They got to go slow. We don't want to go slow. We say, man, if the sex is sensual enough, we can just the relationship, everything else will fix itself. And that is a bad way of looking at the situation. Bad. That's horrible. Problems don't fix themselves, especially relationship problems. They don't fix themselves. You got to fix it. Somebody's going to have to change. And so what you want is somebody who you have vetted their character. Their character. Oh, this woman's fine, Clarence. That's all I need. Is she fine? That's all I need. She fine. Oh, that's all you need, huh? Many beautiful women have taken dudes to the cleaners just because they look at them and say, he's so fixated on me and on my vagina. I'm good. I'm good. I'm Gucci. I could do whatever I want to do. This man is always forgive me. He always gonna have a place in his heart for me. Therefore, I don't have to respect our relationship because he's going to do it for me. He's going to not only respect me from his position, he's going to respect me from my position. You want somebody like that. You want somebody that says that when they looking at you, they say he that finds a wife finds a good thing. You want a woman that says she that finds a husband find a good thing, a great thing. A husband is a caretaker. You a husband, that's a caretaker. You're supposed to take care of something. You're supposed to be taking care of something or someone or some people. That means responsibility. If you're the caretaker, you got the responsibility. I don't think they was feeling that yesterday, Sunday night, right? If you're a caretaker, you got the responsibility of taking care of this family, taking care of this woman, taking care of this car, taking care of this house. But we 50-50, Clarence. I don't care, man. I'm old school. And when a woman tell you 50-50, that's cool. But ultimately, it's going to land on you. If them bills ain't getting paid, ultimately, no one's ever going to look at a woman and saying, and you, a man living with this woman, and they're not going to look at the woman and say, why she ain't paying these bills? What's going on with her? They're gonna look squarely at your face. Why you ain't paying them bills? Why you ain't taking care of this response? See? But I think, man, you know, people like Beans, they don't look at it like that. Hey, I ain't got no responsibility. You don't if you're a husband. If you're not a husband, some of us are husbands out there. We got responsibilities, man. People depending on us. We can't just be out here, you know, doing our own thing, running our own program. Because we got people that they you know, they are saying in their head, they don't say these exact words, but they say in their head, yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil, because thou art with me. Who's the thou? You, the Father, you with them. They got a place to sleep. They got a place to eat. They got a place to, you know, get warm, take a bath. They got a place to keep their belongings. You are the God that created their safe space for them, right? The God in you created that safe space for them. And they recognize that if they got any sense in their head, right? Shout out to everybody that showed up today. Appreciate y'all. I know y'all thought I was going to go in on Beans and disrespect them and, you know, say a bunch of stuff. I don't even know that brother. I don't even know that young brother, man. Hopefully, you know, if he's going through something, his life can change for the better. Hopefully he won't feel like, oh man, I can't approach Bro C. My door is open, man. If the brother came to me and wanted to talk to me, as long as he wanted to talk respectfully, I'm good. I'm just not talking. I'm not going to be disrespectful. I'm not going to have a disrespectful conversation. I don't do it at home, and I'm damn sure not going to do it abroad. I'm not doing it. I don't feel there's no one that's worth me getting all upset at and huffing and puffing at. I made that mistake a couple of times. Shout out to Sir Hale. I made that mistake a couple of times. I don't need to do that no more, man. I realized that that's not what it's about. What it's about is helping people. At least for me, it's about helping people. If I can help you, cool. If I can't, cool. I step off. I've had people that I've had to step off from, right? Or they stepped off for me. They said, well, Clarence, you know what I mean? You ain't my guy because you don't want to get out with this drama. Okay, I'm not your guy. Anyway, y'all, check out the Urban Warrior Academy, man. That's what we're trying to put together. If you can donate a couple bucks to us, that would help. We appreciate that, man. We're trying to put a facility together to train these young men on how to survive in an ever-changing world, man. Our young men are out here and they're getting bad advice from the TV, bad advice from the rap music. I told y'all before, the two things that have just destroyed the Black community and destroyed the Black family was rap music and feminism. Those are the two major things that destroyed the Black family. Because the rappers told the men to have as much sex with as much random women as they wanted to, and then they told the women that they're only going to accept them in a circle if they are promiscuous and they're beautiful and promiscuous, right? Feminism told the sisterhood that you don't need no man in the house. You know, you can do everything without a man, so therefore there's no need to have a man. And a man is just what do you call that? A man is just an ornament into your life. He brings no value, and you could raise a child without having a man. That's not it's really not supposed to be that way. Right? I should say it that way, because I mean, you could do what you want, but not supposed to be that way. We're supposed to be helping each other, like a man. A man should have a woman by his side. He should. But some of us ain't ready for that. Some of us ain't never gonna be ready for that. That's the reality of that situation. If you're gonna be with a woman in a long-term sexual relationship, you should be married to her. That way, if somebody comes along, there won't be no confusion on what's what and what's what. Plus, it's much easier to raise your children when you and your wife are all under the same, and your children are all under the same roof. It's not, I'm not saying it can't be done, but it's much more difficult when you're under one roof, your child and the mother's under another roof, and then there's differences in discipline. It makes things all that more harder. All right, family. What I want to do is, man, I want to reach out to Lost in Translation, man. I want to ask him if he wants to discuss. If you want to discuss something, he can come over here, man. We can discuss it. You know, me and Arshawn trying to put a show together now, man. So, you know, let's come over here and just discuss it. Let's talk about it, man. You know what I mean? I don't have no problem with the pushback or nothing, man. As long as we respecting each other, I don't have no problem. All right, let's get out of here, y'all. Today, the chat is where it's at. Shout out in the chat. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to Reese. Shout out to all the mods. The chat, very solid performance, very strong performance today. Rico said, I better do it over here. Only, of course, it's only going to be over here. Of course it was. But he was saying something about maybe you want to discuss something with me. I'm open to that. I'm only going to do it here, though. Yeah, I'm only going to do it here because, you know, that's a different crowd over there. So I understand. But I ain't saying, oh, that's a bad crowd. And this is it. I'm not, no. There's some guys, they're at a point in their life, they need that. They need a platform where that kind of information is flowing unchecked. Hey, I just pulled this stat out of the air, out of the sky. You know, they need that, right? Okay. Bro, see, man, we trying to change young minds, man. We trying to get young minds and try to give them some of the bumps that I got on my head, some of the bumps that Rico got on his head, some of the bumps Vaughn got, some of the bumps that Bolo got. We just trying to help some of the bumps Hink got on his head. You know, we just trying to get him some information, man. All right, but shout out to the chat. Chat's where it's at, man. Very solid performance from the chat. Everybody on the panel, Rico, Bolo, Blackman Unfiltered. Who else came up here today? Sister Annie. I think we had one other guest come up, right? Was that it? I think that was it. But, yeah, I think that was it. Nobody else came up. Yeah, everybody did a great job, man. Solid performance from everybody. Very solid, very strong performance. You know, Bolo and Rico, they the ones, they go running straight to the van. What? Somebody messing with Bro C? They go straight. Rico and Bolo, I got to pull them back. They run straight to the van, man. Hey, Rico, man, we don't need the van, man. Bolo, we don't need the van, man. Rico said, hey, and let me know when you get that questionable data and don't be just regurgitating no nonsense. We must vet their data. Well, I asked him for it. He said, well, I didn't even ask him for it. He said he could send it to me, right? So he said he's going to send it to me, Rico. So I'm not going to bug him for it. If he said he's going to send it, we'll wait and see if he send it. If he don't, hey, that's him. But I just like to at least to have, when you start talking about, listen, y'all, real quick, let's do the math here. When you say that 40% of American women, 40% of American women are on what they say, mental illness type drugs. 40%. That is a lot of pills. That is a lot. That is a landslide of pills. Do you realize how many pills that is? That is a lot of pills. If they could show me some information on that, man, I would be very impressed. I can't see 40. That's almost half of the women in America taking prescription mental illness drugs. I just don't see it, man. I don't see it, man. It just don't make no sense mathematically to me. I'm not saying it ain't happening. I'm not, because like Rico said, we haven't had a chance to look at the numbers and where they've been cited from. Mike said, make a t-shirt saying strong performance, I'll buy it. We got some things in the work, Big Mike. We trying to push this urban warrior academy right now. But yeah, we got some stuff in works, man. Some t-shirts. Stick with us, Mike. Stick with us. Rico said, I actually already looked up the information after I reviewed the stream. It's not correct. It's not correct, but I need to see their data. Yeah, Rico, be quiet. Let them show us what they're talking about. Rico always want to overplay his hand. Just, man, we playing poker here, man. Just put your cards back in your pocket. Act like you ain't got no cards. When they present theirs, you put all your aces on the table. Well, here you go. All right, y'all. So here, look, we probably be back. Only reason why I'm here now is because my car wouldn't start this morning. My car wouldn't start, right? When you buy a used car, they put one of those tracker things on. So I went to the credit union, bought this car, and they put one of those little GPS things on there. Excuse me, right? So if you don't make the payment, now I've always made the payment on my car, but the thing has a kill switch for if you don't make the payment, it'll kill the car, right? It'll kill the switch. So I'm looking at this thing like I thought it was a battery at first. I said, "Oh man, I drained my battery." I went out there but the thing was, it'll flash green if you made the payment. It would flash red if you didn't, right? So it was flashing red, but I was like, what's going on, man? Repo Man got me. No, Rico wasn't even Repo Man. So I tried to start the car, and then I tried to jump it, right? I got one of the little power pack things that'll jump it, right? That it wouldn't jump. I realized, hey man, I said, it's not the battery. Something else was going on. Then I thought about it. I said, oh, the kill switch is on this thing. But I'm wondering why. Let's think of a collection, Risa. So I'm wondering why, man. But because I had paid it. I paid it. I paid my car note. I paid it. Now I may pay my cable late. But my car insurance, or if my mortgage or anything like that, I pay that on time. I pay it. So I paid this. It wasn't no question of whether it got paid. But the problem was, why is this thing going off? So I called them this morning. I'm fussing and cussing. They said, "Oh, proceed. Here we got to give you this code so you can punch the code in, because I don't know why. I think they said, that's an old it's an old unit, and it doesn't update like it's supposed. It's starting to not update like it's supposed to." And I said, okay, but so I'm gonna have to be he said, bet the car. So I'm gonna have to be punching in these numbers every month. They said, no. We just giving it to you this month so you can punch it in. We don't know what happened. Oh no, the dude at first he was telling me, yeah, this happens when you behind on your car note. I said, I ain't behind on my car note. I always pay my car note on time for all the years I had it. So I ain't behind. Well, maybe your loan is over and you still paying on it. I said, nah. He looked it up. Oh, that ain't it either. And I said, I know, man. I know what I'm talking about. I got the paperwork right here. I know what I'm talking about. He go, oh, well, let me call this other person, right? Because at first he wasn't going to call nobody. And he's like, oh, let me call this other person in. So that person told him, hey, give the man his code, let him punch it in and get his car moving again. All right. So I'm like, what? So I said, hey, I'll take the day, right? Yeah, man. Rico said, good night. Hey, man, they're going to have to pay me for this day I took off, man. They're going to have to pay me credit. You're going to have to pay me for this day. Because I took it off thinking I didn't know what it could be. My estimation was that it was a kill switch, and I was right about that, right? But I didn't know why, because I had paid everything. So I was like, why is the kill switch going off? And the excuse they gave me was, oh, the machine is old. It's an older machine, and it doesn't update anymore after a certain date or something. It stops updating. And I said, so what you gonna do about that? They said, oh, well, we'll fix that. We'll electronically fix that. But here, you have to punch this code in right now. I was like, wow. Anyway, so that's what I said. So I said, hey, man, let me do this early. Let me knock this out early, man. Let's get it out. I'm glad I did, man. 5 hours. Holy smokes, y'all. 5 hours. But hey, man, thank y'all. It's a blessing to have y'all be able to check in. Blessing to have people. I vet. That's why you see the people around me. I vetted those people, man. I you know, and of course we're gonna always still be getting to know each other, man. As time goes forward, we always get to know each other. But I mean, I vetted their hearts, right? I knew a guy like Rico. I knew, you know, I had a father like that, real rough and gruff like that. But when you get down to it, they got real good hearts, right? You know, cat like Bolo. I knew when I met him, he was a good dude. I know I met Annie, Risa, Patrice, all of you guys in the chat. I mean, I just got lucky over here, man, because we put a standard out. We're not going to be doing the salaciousness. We might talk about something salacious, but we ain't going to do it like in a disrespectful way. And so, man, since we put the standard out there, only people that wanted to follow that standard come over here, right? Those are people that was attracted to what we was doing, and now we got a family, man. We got a family, man. I got pretty blessed. I got pretty blessed because I've had moments where I've been around people that wasn't all that hot. But now, man, I got support at home. I got support here. So, you know, man, it's all good. It's all good. All right, family. We're gonna be back. I don't know about Thursday. Probably probably Sunday. Probably Sunday. We'll see. All right. Oh, wait a minute. Rico says we need to discuss F&F debacle, the Fresh and Fit debacle. Teach about young men and the baby making drama. Okay, Rico, just lay it out. You know, just let me know what you want to do, and let's do it. Let's set it up. We got a show with Arshawn. We got to get that show set up. So let me get to work on that stuff, and then that show with Arshawn's gonna be good, and the show the Fresh and Fit situation gonna be good. So we got a lot to do, y'all. We got a lot to cover. So anyway, we will see y'all soon. All right, y'all. Peace.